Chapter 351. Once again. Once again, Sunny found himself in the endless space between dream of reality. All around him, there was nothing but a boundless black void, which was illuminated by a myriad of bright stars. Between those stars, countless strings of silver light were woven into a beautiful and inconceivably complex pattern. Once again, he felt as though he had glimpsed the inner workings of the spell. Was it just an illusion, or was he able to see more now? It was almost as if his eyes were now able to discern a hint of meaning behind the unimaginable, titanic brilliance of the ethereal weave. He had the eyes of Weaver now, after all. With a pained moan, Sunny forced himself to look away from the strings of silver light. The magnitude of the secret hidden in this cosmic pattern was so immense that just thinking about it could drive him mad. The Forgotten Shore had taught him an important lesson, and it was that one had to be careful about what they looked upon. Some things were not meant to be seen by humans. Not to mention that he had other things to think about. Curse it. Curse it all. Curse all of you. His voice disappeared into the darkness, full of indescribable fury, bitterness, and sorrow. No one was there to hear it, except for the spell, which chose to tactfully remain silent. Breathing heavily, Sunny clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He didn't know what brought him more rage and pain, the fact that he had lost Neff, or the fact that his secret had been revealed. Both were too bitter to swallow. All that time, all that suffering, and for what? He had outsmarted and defeated so many powerful enemies, only for his true name to be discovered by an ungrateful, weak, blind girl? After everything he had done for her. Cassie's betrayal, perhaps, had hurt him the most. Curse her. Once again, he was a slave. He made a full circle and returned exactly to where he had started. In shackles. Only instead of nameless slavers, Noctis had become his master now. Noctis. Sunny gritted his teeth and groaned, a storm of conflicting emotions tearing his heart apart. Why did she have to do it? Why? The pain of losing her, the hope of finding her again, was just as strong and overwhelming as the hope that she would die and disappear forever in the unforgiving hell of the dream realm, so that they would never have to meet again. So that he would be free. He clawed at his face, not knowing how to process this conflagration of feelings. For someone who had spent most of his life alone, not caring for anything, this was all just too much. Luckily, time in this boundless void was a strange concept, so he had an eternity to try and come to terms with his new reality. The spell kept silent, as though giving him a chance to do just that. After a while, maybe hours, or maybe days, or maybe just a single second, Sunny sighed. Some time later, he opened his mouth and whispered. I won. He had survived. Who could have thought? Slightly more than a year ago, he was thrown into a region of the dream realm that no human had ever escaped, and now, he was not only returning to reality, but also doing so as one of the most powerful sleepers in the history of the human race. Maybe even the strongest one. Or the second strongest. He had survived countless horrors, crossed a cursed sea on a boat made of demon bones, slew hundreds of nightmare creatures, gained experience and scars worthy of a lifetime, touched the hidden knowledge of the gods, saw a tyrant die and a new one be crowned, banished an ancient curse into the darkness of oblivion and watched as a son died. And now, he was about to become an awakened. An elite among elites, a person at the very top of society, one with access to the best food, the most wealth, the highest forms of prestige. The highest, everything. All his dreams were going to come true. All his suffering would now be rewarded. I will not be sad, I will not be bitter, I will not be angry. Who should I? Had he gone through this nightmare to be left heartbroken on the other side? No. He had earned this joy, this delight, this triumph. And he was going to enjoy it. Slowly, a shaky smile appeared on Sunny's face. At first, he had to force himself, but after a while, the smile became sincere. That's right. Victory is supposed to be sweet. So, let's see, what should I start with? As if answering him, the spell finally spoke. Its voice sounded a little strange, as if it was continuing a sentence after being interrupted. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. Suddenly, Sunny felt his soul begin to radiate a strange heat once again. Crap. Your shadow is complete. Something inside of him exploded, drowning his whole being with indescribably suffering. With a startled yelp, Sunny fell down. How come I end up on my ass every time I come to this place? The first time Sunny had appeared in the void, he was so shocked to discover the divine rank of his aspect that his legs buckled. And now, due to the painful transformation happening to his soul, he ended up in the same situation again. Because he had left the Crimson Spire, the soul conduit attribute was gone. And without its interference, the strange process that had begun due to the saturation of the shadow core was finally able to continue. It was just as painful as Sunny remembered. Gritting his teeth to prevent himself from screaming, Sunny tried to endure that terrible agony. He was no stranger to physical pain, but this was something different. It came from the soul itself, and for that reason, was so much worse. Arg, damn it all. However, it was still not nearly as bad as the chilling torture he had gone through after consuming the drop of Weaver's blood, or the nightmare he had endured after meeting the Black Knight for the first time. And it didn't last as long. After a while, the pain lessened, and then finally disappeared, leaving him feeling refreshed and whole again. Sunny carefully stood up and looked down, checking to see if he was still in one piece. He felt stronger. Much, much stronger. Stronger, faster, more resilient. Very much so. He felt so powerful, in fact, that for a moment Sunny even entertained the idea that he had subconsciously commanded his shadow to wrap itself around his body, and was now enjoying the effect of its augmentation. To make sure that this wasn't the case, he habitually glanced down to check on the shadow. And froze. What the hell? The shadow was not wrapped around his body. It was where it was supposed to be, on the unseen surface Sunny was standing on, somehow visible despite the darkness of the black void. But it wasn't alone. Two identical shadows were currently staring back at Sunny. One seemed sulking and morose, and the other appeared to be joyful and friendly. Chapter 352 Monster Core. Sunny stared at the two shadows, dumbfounded. After a while, he said in an uncertain tone. Am I seeing things, or are there two of you? The shadows, of course, did not answer. They had no vocal cords, after all. However, the sulking one looked at him with contempt and shook its head in derision. The friendly one, meanwhile, looked down shyly and slightly shrugged. What is going on? Frowning, Sunny lingered for some time and then dove into the soul sea. With the soul conduit attribute gone, it was back to its usual, tenebrous appearance. The surface of the water was tranquil and still, and hundreds of motionless shadows stood silently in the darkness. Above him, shining spheres containing the memories were circling around the. Sunny raised his head, then flinched. Where the black sun of the shadow core had once loomed above the quiet sea, there was now, two identical shadow cores hovered in the dark sky, shining with lightless black radiance. He blinked. There's two of them. A few minutes passed, or at least something that felt like a few minutes. There's two. I have two cores. Why do I have two cores? Humans only ever had one soul core. That was a fact. Only nightmare creatures had more. Sunny looked down at his hands, then made them into fists, feeling newly gained strength course through his muscles. Then, he scowled and looked up again. Your shadow is taking shape, your shadow is complete. So the spell was not speaking about the bad-tempered shadow that had accompanied him for so long. Initially, Sunny had assumed that the shadow, and his core, were going through a transformation due to the acquisition of the 1000th fragment, perhaps evolving or even awakening. But the spell actually meant to say that his second shadow, and thus a second shadow core, were complete. They had been assembled from the 1000 shadow fragments he had collected. Making him a, what? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then ordered the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. The sulking one seemingly rolled its eyes before obeying the command, the friendly one seemed extremely delighted to do as he asked. both flowed up and covered his body. Immediately, Sunny felt his already considerable strength double. And then triple. His mouth hung open. Too powerful, this is too powerful. This was incredible. To experiment further, he commanded one of the shadows to return to the surface of the tranquil water. A moment later, he had a shadow once again, but still enjoyed the familiar augmentation, even if it grew weaker, returning to its previous strength. He then summoned the midnight shard and ordered the second shadow to wrap itself around its blade. Now, both his body and his sword were augmented. Then, he sent the sulking shadow to join the friendly one. His body was not enhanced anymore, but the austere Tachi felt much sharper, more lethal, more deadly. Finally, he commanded one shadow to leave the midnight shard and cover the puppeteer's shroud. Two memories were augmented at the same time. Holy hell! This was just too good. Sunny stood silently for a while, staring into the distance. So this was it, this was the most unique, most powerful side of his aspect. A divine aspect, after all, was not necessarily more powerful than a lesser one. But it had much more potential. With the second core and a second shadow, the gap between Sunny and the other awakened was going to increase. And if he was right about it, if he was right, this was only the beginning. Because if there was a second core, there would most likely be the third one, and then the fourth. Suddenly, it all made sense. Why Noctis never seemed to be able to saturate her soul core, no matter how many shards she absorbed, no matter how many nightmare creatures and humans she slew. Why she had been incapacitated after killing Gunlog. Why she was so much stronger, faster, and more powerful than him, even at his peak. It was because her aspect was divine, just like his. But she had discovered its secret much sooner than him. As a dull pain appeared in his heart, Sunny banished the image of changing star from his mind and summoned the runes. He had to make sure that his guess was right. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Dreamer. Below that, new runes were shimmering in the darkness. Sunny's eyes widened. Class, Monster. Shadow Cores, 2-7. He stared at the glowing runes, his face calm, his heart engulfed by a dark fire. Monster. 2 out of 7. He was right, after all. His progression path was indeed different from all of humanity. It was harder, larger, but also so much more promising. The promise of it was as vast as it was frightening. He was reluctant to even try to imagine the pinnacle of what he would potentially be able to achieve. The possibilities were simply limitless. What would a human with 7 cores and the might of a titan be capable of? What obstacles would they be unable to conquer? Who would dare to stand in their way? Who would dare to call them their slave? Of course, the road to creating 5 more cores would be long and arduous. It would take him years, if not decades. If he even manages to live that long. In fact, the magnitude and scale of such an ambition were nothing short of insane. After all, the stronger he grows, the stronger enemies he would have to face to collect their shadow fragments. It seemed all but impossible. Almost. Was he really going to try? After some time, Sunny lowered his gaze and continued to read the runes. His face looked like that of a madman. There were simultaneously a deep frown and a wide smile somehow coexisting on it, making for a strange sight. But then, the wide smile disappeared, leaving only the frown behind. There was something even more important waiting for him in the glow of ethereal runes. Something even more frightening. Reaching the lowest part of the field of runes, he read. Aspect, Shadow Slave. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you are a miraculous shadow left behind by a dead god. As a divine shadow, you possess plenty of strange and wondrous powers. However, your existence is empty and lonesome, you mourn the passing of your former master and long to find a new one. Right beneath it was the description of the part of the aspect that had cursed his life, turning it into a nightmare. Innate ability, Shadow Bond. Ability description, find a worthy master and let them know your true name. Once they recite it out loud, you will be bound to their will, unable to disobey any command. It is improper for a shadow, let alone a divine one, to walk around without a master. However, the runes describing Shadow Bond were gray and lifeless, as though the ability was now inactive. Makes sense. He had a master now, after all. He wasn't free to walk around without one anymore. And speaking of it, right below, new runes were now shining in the darkness. Master, changing star. Sunny stared at those 3 words for a long time. Who knew that just 3 words could bear such a crushing weight? Such a vast and complicated meaning. Finally, he shook his head slightly and concentrated, making the runes shine brighter, new ones appearing out of nowhere as he watched. Name, Noctis. True name, changing star. Rank, dreamer. Class, demon. Chapter 353, Lightbringer. The runes shimmered in the tranquil darkness of the silent sea. Name, Noctis. True name, changing star. Just as Sunny had suspected, that true name had many meanings. It didn't describe a star that was always changing, but instead a star that caused change. However, there were a lot of words for change in the runic language, each hiding a unique meaning. The one used here meant a cataclysmic change that brought ruin and disaster, sometimes bad and sometimes good, but always cruel and calamitous, wreathed in misfortune. So, in a sense, Noctis was neither a star of change nor a star of ruin, but both. The two went hand in hand, inseparable, destined to bring both salvation and damnation to those touched by her light. Just like what had happened to the doomed dreamers of the Dark City. The spell was really good at giving names, it seemed. Thinking of his own true name somberly, Sunny read further. Rank, dreamer. Class, demon. Soul cores, 3 out of 7. Soul fragments, 2749/3000. He stared at the last 2 strings, a dark expression written on his face. So this is how far ahead of me you are. Then, with a heavy sigh, he looked away. Many events of the past few months made sense now. During the fight against Gunlog, Noctis had already been a dormant monster, just like he was right now, a dreamer in possession of 2 cores. It was because she had known that killing the Bright Lord would push her toward the 3rd that she asked him to prevent Aster from attacking her in that moment of weakness. And in the time since, Changing Star had almost reached the 4th. How was she so fast? Sunny had made a conscious choice to avoid saturating his core during the civil war in the Bright Castle. In hindsight, this decision had turned out to be a wrong one, or maybe not. If he had collected all 1,000 shadow fragments back then, he might have been dead already, killed by one of Tessai's guards or a nightmare creature while completely incapacitated by the formation of the 2nd shadow core. Hell, he would have been crushed to death by a piece of falling granite if not for the soul conduit, suppressing the process at the best possible moment. Just as always, terrible misfortune had come together with incredible luck. But even if he had come to possess the monster core back then, he would have never managed to create a 3rd, let alone get this close to the 4th one. It was because Noctis had one big advantage over him in the matter of collecting essence. Like every awakened except for Sunny, she received a certain portion of the enemy's accumulated soul essence when killing a fellow human, while he received only a single shadow fragment, or a few, at best, if the enemy was of the higher rank than him. Which hadn't happened yet, but was inevitably going to, considering his luck. The war against Tessai and Gemma must have been a true feast for Changing Star. Especially when slaying those experienced members of the host that had long saturated their cores themselves. She was always on the front line, after all. Fighting, killing, leading her followers. Sunny grimly stared into the darkness for a while, then slowly turned back to the runes. His eyes slid lower. Memories, Dream Blade, Starlight Legion Armor, Dawn Shard, Dark Wing, Nameless Sun. There were a few utility memories, too, including Evertwine, the golden rope he knew so well. But Sunny did not pay them a lot of attention. His sight was attracted to the Nameless Sun. What was that memory and why hadn't he seen or heard of it before? Memory, Nameless Sun. Memory rank, Ascended. Memory tier, 6. Memory type, weapon. Memory description. For a long time, the nameless sun suffered in solitude, longing for all the things that were lost. Only when she lost that longing, too, was the crimson terror of the forgotten shore finally born. His eyes narrowed. So, she received a memory after killing the vessel, after all. An ascended weapon of the 6th tier. Sunny wished that he could see its weave and learn what enchantments that terrible memory held. Whatever they were, however, the nameless sun was bound to be extremely powerful. But was it enough to help Nephi survive in the ruthless hellscape of the dream realm? He did not know. Frowning, Sunny continued to read the runes. Echoes. Attributes, Dreamspawn, Nephilim, Flame of Divinity, the Fire. Dreamspawn, attribute description, you are born of 2 worlds, belonging to both, but welcomed in neither. Your soul exists on the edge between nightmare and reality. Nephilim, attribute description, there once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful, and the most harrowing of them all. Flame of Divinity, attribute description, your soul is aflame with the light of divinity. The Fire, attribute description, you have inherited the lineage of Sun God. He hesitated for a bit, studying Neph's attributes. So that's how it is. Sunny had always wondered what was her innate attribute, the one that was at the center of all the rest, the core of her being, just like his fated trait. He often thought that it was tied to drive, battle prowess, or will. But it was not. Instead, Neph's innate attribute was called Dreamspawn, and tied to her nature as a child of a hollow mother. In a sense, she was connected to the dream realm and the nightmare spell, from before she had even been born. Her core trait was duality. If his guess was correct, that duality was further expressed after Nephis had conquered her first nightmare and received her aspect, as well as a new attribute, Nephilim. Once again, it described a half-blood creature, half divine, half profane. Half deific, half unknown? Suddenly, he remembered how Changing Star had stopped and stared at the depiction of a radiant being engraved into the walls of the ancient mine below the hollow mountains. Was that creature one of the Nephilim? Or a fallen angel, from whom Nephilim were supposed to be born? After all, the similarity between that creature and her own powers was hard to deny. And then there was the last attribute, the Fire. Sunny rubbed his face. A lineage attribute, somewhat similar to his own blood weave. Finally, the meaning behind that word became clear. Lineage memories akin to the drop of ichor were able to impart awakened with unique attributes that, unlike the usual ones, seemed to be hereditary. They could be passed down through a bloodline, and at least one of the great legacy clans, the almost destroyed immortal flame, possessed one. Did all great legacy clans, like Song or Valor, possessed one, too? Was that what allowed them to rise to the very top of humanity and claim their place as great clans, in the first place? Those bastards have so many secrets. Sunny also couldn't help but notice a slight difference between Bloodweave and the Fire. While the latter was described simply as lineage, the former was described as a forbidden lineage. What exactly made Bloodweave forbidden? Was it because it didn't come from a proper deity like Sun God, but from Mysterious Weaver, who was a demon? Had no one except for gods been allowed to leave behind a lineage? The Bloodweave was also described as a partial lineage, while the Fire was not. Questions, questions. With a sigh, Sunny turned to the runes once again. Aspect, Lightbringer. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description, you are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Aspect ability, Soul Flame. Ability description, your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. Innate ability, Half-breed. Ability descriptions, you can directly absorb a portion of the soul essence of any nightmare creature destroyed by your flames, as well as of any human. Flaw, Pristine soul. Flaw description, you must suffer to use your power. Sunny dismissed the runes and was motionless for a while, thinking. The name of the aspect, Lightbringer, could be translated in several ways. The first rune could mean both light and fire, and the second meant either to bring or to bear, depending on context. So it could have been fire-bearer as well, not that it made any difference. The rest he had already known or suspected, so it didn't surprise him much. Only the strange innate ability, Halbreed, was somewhat new. Noctis had mentioned once that she was capable of doing something like that, but without sharing any details. It was also funny that the name of her flaw was Pristine Soul, while his was Clear Conscience. What a pair they were, one lost from light, the other the source of it. One a master, the other a slave. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes for a second. What else was there to note? The soul conduit attribute was gone. It seemed that the artificial sun or the crimson spire itself had sustained too much damage and collapsed, thus removing it. He had escaped just in time. I guess there's not a lot of secrets left between us now. Sunny was sure that there was a new rune that Noctis could summon, one reading slave. Just like he now had access to all the information about her, she was going to learn everything about him. The unique nature of his cores, the shadow fragments, the true identity of the marble saint, the weaver's mask, she was going to know it all. That could potentially complicate. Before he could finish that thought, however, the spell spoke again, its voice filling the black void with melodious whispers. The second seal is broken. Awakening dormant powers. Oh, crap. I almost forgot. Sunny stared into the void with wide eyes. He was about to awaken. Chapter 354 Awakening. Just like after the first nightmare, Sunny suddenly sensed something waking up within him. Back then, it felt as though this new power came from inside his soul as opposed to some external source. This time the feeling was very similar, only more intense, more defined. It was coming from his shadow cores. They were radiating an ethereal, but almost palpable heat. The energy was circulating through his entire body, changing it, making it stronger. It was somewhat similar to the strange feeling he got every time he received a shadow fragment, but so much more powerful. 1,000 times more powerful. And deeper, too. With a barely audible gasp, Sunny slowly sat down and crossed his legs, then closed his eyes, concentrating on the transformation. Every fiber of his being was soon full of the mysterious energy. The familiar euphoric feeling overwhelmed him, washing over his mind like a warm wave. However, Sunny wanted to feel more, understand more. He wanted to remember this moment in every detail. It was his triumph, after all. Beneath the physical changes that his body was undergoing to become better, stronger, more perfect, was another, subtle, but equally incredible change. It was happening to his soul. Sunny had no words to describe it, but knew that he had never experienced anything as wonderful. The transformation of his soul was not at all painful, like the creation of the second shadow core had been, and not nearly as torturous as the agony that consuming a drop of divine blood had caused him. It felt natural, right, and profound. As though he was coming one step closer to becoming complete, to what he had always been meant to be. A better being. Soon, the pulsating waves of heat retreated, replaced by a wave of soothing coldness. The dull ache in his heart that had remained there, unnoticed, ever since leaving the forgotten shore lessened a little. His mind became calm and tranquil. Sunny felt like a sword that had been tempered and fortified in a fiery crucible, a being made of cold, pure, resilient steel. He exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. His body felt stronger, faster, and more enduring, similar to how he felt when wrapped in the shadow. The change was sufficiently pronounced, and he knew that it would only grow greater if he used one or both of the shadows to actually augment him. But it wasn't the main difference. Sunny knew that the actual quality that separated awakened from the dreamers was not physical might, but a new innate ability. Just like dreamers gained the ability to sense and interact with soul cores, the awakened could do the same with soul essence. But knowing and feeling were two different things. Before, he could vaguely feel his shadow core. The feeling was elusive and ethereal, but unmistakable. He felt its emptiness at the start of his journey, and felt it brimming with power near the end. Now, that power wasn't contained inside the shadow cores anymore, but broke free, flowing naturally through his entire body. It circulated slowly, coming and going from the cores, passively saturating his bones and muscles with power. Sunny instinctually felt that, with some practice, he would be able to direct the flow of shadow essence to concentrate it in a certain area. He could expend some amount of essence to give his arms incredible, explosive strength for a short amount of time, or feel his legs with the power to jump a dozen meters into the air. In short, it wasn't as though he had become monstrously strong and would be all the time, crashing through walls and breaking delicate things by accident. Instead, by wisely controlling his shadow essence, he would be able to gift himself short bursts of truly inhuman physical might. The rest of the time, he would enjoy a much smaller, but still considerable passive effect of his body being saturated with freely flowing essence. More training. Sunny could now control the shadow essence by instinct, but if he wanted to truly master it and do it more efficiently, he would have to learn from experienced awakened. Some instructors at the academy existed for the sole purpose of teaching newly awakened just that, after all. And then there was a whole another layer of combat strategy that he would have to understand and master. Sleepers thought much like mundane humans, only with more power and tools. But battles of the awakened were much more tactical. While essence always restored itself to the core's maximum capacity, it took time. In the reality of a battle, it was a finite resource. Because of it, one had to be smart and careful about how and when to use it. He would also have to absorb as many shadow fragments as possible to increase the capacity of his cores. Luckily, he now had 2 of them, which already gave him a big advantage over the rest of the awakened. But this new amazing quality he had received was not the end of the awakening. The main event was yet to happen. The spell spoke again, filling him with anticipation. Awakening aspect ability. Aspect ability acquired. Aspect ability name, Shadow Step. Sunny blinked, then hurriedly summoned the runes. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Awakened. Class, Monster. Shadow Cores, 2-7. Shadow Fragments, 0/2000. Just as expected, both of his cores were not dormant anymore, instead becoming awakened. The shadow fragments were consumed to fuel the awakening, bringing him to a stark and sad 0. 1,000 fragments, gone just like that. He wasn't really disappointed, though. The amount of essence consumed during the awakening directly corresponded to the starting capacity of the core, and thus, the extent of the physical transformation that a sleeper would go through. By collecting 1,000 fragments and fully saturating his first core, Sunny not only received a second one, but also made sure to gain the best benefits a sleeper could dream of. Very few awakened had ever fully saturated their cores before returning from their first journey to the dream realm, and now, Sunny was one of them. The difference was not drastic, but every little bit of power counted in a life and death situation. Enough stalling. Impatient, he banished the thoughts of cores and shadow fragments and found the description of his new aspect ability. Aspect ability, Shadow Step. Ability description, you can move freely between shadows, traveling from one to another in an instant. Looking at the shimmering runes, Sunny soon discovered that there was a stupid grin on his face. Teleportation, that's teleportation, right? That was, without a doubt, a form of teleportation. An ability such as this was a game changer. His mobility would become truly incredible. Not only would he be able to apply it to traversal, making his future ventures into the dream realm easier and safer, but it could also play a decisive role in a battle. What was more deadly than an assassin capable of appearing out of nowhere and disappearing from sight in a blink of an eye? Not many things, really. Of course, he would have to experiment and learn the true extent of this amazing ability. What was its range, for example? Would he be able to jump to any shadow in sight, or to any shadow in the range of his shadow sense? Did a shadow have to be deep and large enough for him to fit through, or would even the smallest and faintest of them do? And what about his own shadows? Would he be able to send one to a certain spot, and then step out of it, just like Saint usually did? He couldn't wait to learn. But before that, there were two other things he had to see. One was the new memory he acquired. The other one, and the one that filled him with nervous anticipation, was much more important. It was the relic he was supposed to receive for mastering the first step of the shadow dance. With a legacy relic in his hands and a lineage attribute coursing through his blood, Sunny would be theoretically eligible to create his own legacy clan. A great clan, even. Not that he was planning to. But before Sunny could glance at the corresponding runes, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. "Wake up, Sunless." And instantly, the black void full of bright stars and silver light disappeared. Chapter 355 Back to Reality. On one of the underground levels of the Academy Hospital complex, in a small room that was filled with the massive rectangle of the dream pod and various pieces of medical equipment, a delicate girl with pale blonde hair was sleeping beneath the transparent glass lid, her face surrounded by wisps of cold vapor. Suddenly, a series of lights ignited on the surface of the pod, and the medical machinery in the room came to life, producing various noises. A few moments later, the girl opened her striking blue eyes and screamed. On a top floor of a private care facility in the center of a city, in a spacious room with tall windows and a luxurious interior, a state-of-the-art sleeping pod stood silently, bathed in sunlight. An attending nurse sat in a comfortable chair beside it, monitoring the vital signs of a beautiful young man who slumbered inside. For the past 3 years, there had not been a single minute when the young man was left alone. His pod was surrounded by fresh flowers, and someone was always there to keep watch. For 3 years, the flowers and nurses came and went, but the young man had remained the same. Nothing about him ever changed. Suddenly, the nurse opened her eyes wide. A second later, the sleeping pod shone with bright light. Its lid swiftly slid sideways and hid in a special housing slot. The figure inside was slowly raising in the air, as if pulled up by an invisible force. The beautiful young man was levitating. The nurse remained motionless for a few seconds, stunned. Then, she hastily ran to the panel on the wall and pressed a call button. In a small apartment in one of the less prestigious areas of the city, in a tiny room, a tall young woman was lying in an old and barely functioning pod. This one was possibly the last representative of its model, taken out of production a long time ago. Still, it seemed like the most luxurious thing in the apartment, by far. The door of the room was open, letting in the sound of a news broadcast. A pleasant and confident tone was currently saying, "Unusual number of awakenings. Dear viewers, we are currently receiving a report from our correspondents, and will be able to update you on this event shortly." The representatives of the great legacy clans, meanwhile. Suddenly, the sound of the broadcast was cut out, replaced by a heavy, hopeless silence. Soon, the sound of tentative steps could be heard, approaching the room where the pod stood. Just a second later, however, a fist slammed into the armored glass of its lid from inside, sending a net of cracks through it. Back in the academy, in a room identical to the first one, the lights suddenly blinked and then went out. It was now shrouded in absolute darkness. Something crashed down with a thunderous noise, and then, a pained human voice hissed, "Damnation!" A moment later, the lights came back, revealing the figure of a lithe young man with pale skin and dark hair standing near an overturned medical monitor. There was a disoriented, confused expression on his face. The lid of the sleeping pod was still closed. However, it was empty. And a few hundred meters away, hidden even deeper underground, there was another room. This one was slightly bigger, and much better guarded, than all the others. In it stood a simple sleeping pod. Beneath its transparent lid, a young woman with ivory skin and long silver hair slept, undisturbed by anything. Despite the growing commotion outside, inside the tranquil room, it was quiet and peaceful. Nothing changed. The pod did not shine with bright lights, the medical equipment remained silent. Imprisoned in the glass coffin of the sleeping pod, the young woman continued to dream, as if cursed to remain in her nightmares forever. Sunny looked around the small room, slowly realizing where he was. Academy. He was back at the academy. He had returned to the real world. He looked around, noticing the medical equipment and the sleeping pod, all of which were currently ablaze with the light of alarms. The pod was still closed. How the hell did I get out? Speaking of which. Looking down, Sunny realized that he was naked. To avoid any awkward situations, he summoned the puppeteer's shroud. Once the armor weaved itself out of black strings and covered his skin, he felt a lot better. He did, however, have to force himself to not summon the midnight shard as well. His instinct screamed, demanding him to arm himself in an unfamiliar environment. But this was the real world. He had to adjust his behavior. The decision to clothe himself turned out to be the correct one. Just a few moments after he had made it, the door of the room opened, and a woman in a white coat rushed inside. Noticing Sunny, she froze. Her eyes widened in horror, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth, as if suppressing a scream. What's wrong with her? Sunny frowned, blinked a couple of times, then looked at his reflection in one of the medical machines. Oh. Since both sleepers and awakened traveled to the dream realm in spirit, his actual body was whole and pristine, without even a single scar. However, the same could not be told about the puppeteer's shroud. The silk armor was torn and dirty, looking like rags. What's more, it was covered in so much blood that it was hard to tell that its fabric was once gray. Looking at the doctor in embarrassment, Sunny forced out a smile and said in a raspy voice of someone who had not spoken in more that year. Hi. Can I maybe get some clean clothes? The woman stared at him for a few moments, then said in a trembling voice. Slee. Awake and sunless? Sir, you are awake? Sir, did she just call me sir? Sunny grinned. I sure hope so. I've been sleeping for a year and 2 weeks, after all. The doctor finally seemed to relax and looked at him with a relieved, joyous expression in her eyes. A few moments later, she smiled slightly and said, her voice full of sincere admiration. Welcome back to the real world, sir. Chapter 356 Interview with the Shadow plus Turn off reset. Chapter 356 Interview with the Shadow. The hospital complex and the administration of the academy were in complete chaos today. Weeks following the winter solstice were always a busy time for all the people working on the periphery of the awakened society, since most of the sleepers who had ventured into the dream realm that year usually returned in a span of 1 to 2 weeks, very rarely a month. Those who had survived, of course. The sudden awakening of so many sleepers who had been gone for years, counted as irrevocably lost, created a shockwave that spread through entire humanity. And people at the academy were at the epicenter of that storm. It was a joyous chaos, nevertheless. In a small office at the surface level of the hospital, a young woman dressed in black slacks and a white blouse was sitting behind a desk, hastily compiling a short report. She had dark brown hair, neatly tied into a high ponytail, and thick glasses that were constantly sliding down her nose, forcing her to push them back up. The young woman was one of the administrative workers tasked with the initial debriefing of returning sleepers. As such, she had seen a lot of incredible things, and heard a lot of incredible stories. And, sadly, even more heartbreaking ones. But today was like no other day in her career. The sleepers that she was debriefing today were all anomalous, each and every one of them. The things they told her made her blood run cold, and her imagination fail. She even had an urge to dismiss their reports as false, but knew that it was nearly impossible. The lie detection technology built into the walls of the office would make lying very hard to pull off. Incredible, they are incredible, every single one of them. To survive for that long in a region of the dream realm completely cut off from the rest of the human territory, one populated by nightmare creatures much more powerful than any dreamer could ever become, the achievement of these brave young men and women was truly remarkable. It filled her with a sense of compassion, pride, and hope. Humanity received an unexpected but wonderful gift today. Finishing the report and sending it to her superior, the young woman pressed a button to let the next sleeper know that it was their turn to come in. The door of her office opened, and a pale young man with dark hair entered the office. Because of the nature of her job, she was accustomed to interacting with incredibly attractive people. Almost every awakened was pleasant to look at, after all. The young man in front of her was far from being the most outstanding in terms of appearance among them, and yet, for some reason, she was unable to look away for a couple of moments, a natural smile somehow finding its way onto her face. There was something elusive about the young man that attracted attention, almost demanded it. He was of small height, with a delicate, slender build and perfect white skin. His dark eyes had a humorous, slightly mischievous spark in them. The young man wasn't exactly handsome, but due to his small stature, pale complexion, and dark hair, he looked like a beautiful porcelain doll. And there was a subtle strangeness about him. The young woman couldn't quite put it into words, but it seemed as though his every move, every word was ever so slightly not exactly how they should have been. Not really wrong, but also not completely right. This quality was equally as disturbing as it was magnetic. It was the reason why she couldn't stop paying him a bit more attention than to all the other sleepers she had interviewed today. The young man smiled and sat down opposite her. In response, her own smile widened a little. "Good day. My name is Teddy, and I will be your interviewer today, awakened, Of course, she already knew his name. His file was opened on the screen in front of her, containing all the information the Academy had on the pleasant young man. But it was important to create a friendly environment to allow the sleepers to relax. After their experiences in the dream realm, most were tense and on edge. Second to last place in the ranking, poor kid, I can't even imagine what horrors he had to survive. The young man answered in a pleasant tone. Sunless. But people usually call me Sunny. So, awakened Sunny, I guess? No, that sounds weird. Just call me Sunny. Teddy nodded, then typed a few words on her pad. I will ask you a series of questions about your time in the dream realm. The purpose of this briefing is to enrich our base of knowledge about it, as well as let us know how to better assist you in the future. Any little bit of information you can provide might help future dreamers in their own trials, but you don't have to answer if you don't want to, of course. Awakened Sunless. Sunny nodded seriously. I understand. I promise to be honest and tell you only the truth. I am a very honest person, you see. Teddy smiled and asked the first question. How long have you spent in the dream realm? Sunny sighed. A year and a few weeks. Although, it felt much longer. That matched the information in the file. This is so terrible. A whole year out there. She smiled with encouragement. I see. You did very well, Sunny. Very few dreamers had managed to survive for that long, especially in a region such as the Forgotten Shore, right? He shivered slightly before answering. Yeah. That's what we called it. Teddy typed a few more words. From the interviews with the other dreamers, we have confirmed that the region of the dream realm you were sent to is populated with nightmare creatures of the awakened rank and above. Can you confirm that information? The young man grew a little paler and nodded again. Yeah. Awakened, fallen. Corrupted, too, although those only appeared at night. Teddy added a couple of lines to her report and asked. Have you participated in the battles against such nightmare creatures? If so, how many have you killed? Sunny was silent for a second, then raised his hand and began counting on his fingers with a thoughtful expression. 3 or 4. She began to type in thought. 4 awakened creatures. That poor kid looked so weak, and yet he managed to defeat 4 abominations much more powerful than him, despite being in second to last place of the ranking. Good job, Sunny. You are truly admirable. But Sunny didn't finish speaking. Hundreds. Teddy froze, staring at the monitor. Excuse me? The young man thoughtfully scratched his chin and said. Yeah, I think that's right. Around 400. After a long and awkward silence, he asked. I am sorry, Teddy, is everything all right? She nodded slowly, then forced out a smile. Everything is fine, Sunny. I am sorry. We'll have to pause the interview now. He looked at her with sincere surprise and blinked a couple of times. Really? Why? She cleared her throat, then answered in a small voice. I'm afraid that I am not qualified to conduct this interview. My superior will be with you shortly, son. Awakened Sunless. Please wait for a few minutes. Sunny sighed. Oh, well. All right. It's been nice to meet you. With that, he gave her a bright smile. Chapter 357 Risk and Reward. Sunny left the office of the government agents in a strange mood. The conversation went exactly as he had planned. Even after a higher-ranking specialist had been called in, he managed to steer the interview in the right direction, manipulating both answers and questions to achieve the desired result. In the end, he wanted everyone to know that he was someone exceptional, but not so exceptional as to overshadow the best of the best. Someone who was in the very highest tier of young awakened, but also at the very bottom of that tier. Even though he had kept his most outrageous accomplishments to himself, it felt weird to give away so many secrets about his skill, power level, and achievements. Sunny had grown so used to pretending to be a pathetic clown that removing that mask to reveal another, less outlandish mask was not easy for him. And yet, it was something he had to do. After he had awakened, there was not a single moment for him to properly think things through. He had to go through a series of medical and psychological tests, followed by a lengthy debriefing. However, he had been able to realize one thing very clearly. His situation had fundamentally changed. Now that his most important secret was revealed and Noctis had become his master, it was as though a crushing burden had been removed from his chest, replaced by another, even more terrible weight. In any case, he could finally allow himself to relax a little, for a while, at least. Not because he trusted her that much, but because she was currently imprisoned in the dream realm, unable to enforce her control over him even if she wished to. In a sense, as far as his worst nightmare becoming reality went, this was the absolute best version of how things could happen. He had a lot of time to think about countermeasures and prepare for whatever the future held, after all. Walking through the corridors of the hospital complex, Sunny was engrossed in thought. One thing he was sure about was that a divine shadow like him could only have one master. So, he didn't have to worry about someone else finding out his true name and enslaving him, not anymore. The guillotine blade that had hung above his neck all that time was now gone. However, he still kept the existence of his true name a secret, for one simple reason: he didn't know what was going to happen if Noctis died. Would he be free forever? Or die with her? He felt that neither of these theories was correct. Firstly, because the description of the aspect described him as a divine shadow that had lost its master, which probably meant that he could lose another one and remain alive. Secondly, because the runes of the shadow bond had become gray and lifeless, but did not disappear. Which meant that they might shine with ethereal light once again in the future. So, the most probable explanation was that he would be safe as long as Noctis remained alive, and if she was killed, anyone would be able to use the true name against him once again. A deep scowl appeared on his face. How long could anyone survive in the decimated remains of the forgotten shore? The dark sea was gone, but so was the sun. Most of the nightmare creatures were dead, but the strongest ones survived. It seemed that Changing Star had escaped the collapsing Crimson Spire, at least. What was she going to do now? Try to cross the hollow mountains to reach the human citadels, or try her luck in the unexplored regions to the north, west, or east? What were the chances of her making it back to the real world alive? If it was anyone else, Sunny would say that the probability was 0. But it was Noctis, after all. For some reason, he was sure that she would survive, somehow. So, yes. Even though many things remained unclear, his situation had fundamentally changed. He was an awakened now, which meant that there were countless possibilities in front of him. To get access to the best opportunities and the most advantageous treatment, he needed one thing: status. At this point, continuing to pretend to be a weakling would only be a hindrance. Sunny wanted to reap as many rewards as he could without putting himself at risk. That's why he shifted his usual pattern of behavior and gave the government agents enough information to paint himself as an exceptionally talented awakened. Not that he had a lot of choices. Sooner or later, people were going to learn at least some things about his time on the Forgotten Shore and see that a weakling simply would not have survived all that. Luckily, there was no shortage of exceptionally talented individuals who had awakened today. On any other day, Sunny's description of his prowess would have made a huge splash. But currently, he was just one of 100. Speaking of that 100. Turning a corner, Sunny suddenly found himself in the middle of a small crowd of people. Dozens and dozens of young men and women were standing in the middle of a small hall, most dressed in the simple training clothes provided by the hospital, just like he himself was. On their faces, there was an indescribable kaleidoscope of emotions: joy, sorrow, worry, anticipation. Most were looking at a small screen displaying a long list of names. These were the survivors of the Dreamer Army. Not everyone was here, of course. Some spent many years on the Forgotten Shore and had been transferred to other facilities by the government or their families. Sunny didn't see Saishan, Kai, or Effie. Or Cassie. His face darkened. The absence of the first two made sense. Kai was probably being cared for in an expensive VIP care facility, while Saishan had to be kept in the stronghold of her clan. However, he had no idea where the other two were. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then looked at the list of names displayed on the screen. Before he could read anything, however, someone quickly approached, and hugged him tightly. What the? Looking up, Sunny saw a vaguely familiar young man holding him in a passionate embrace. A moment later, the young man let go of him and looked down with glistening eyes. Sunny. You are here, too. Before he could even answer, a somber expression appeared on the young man's face. In a voice that trembled with emotion, he said, "Thank you. Thank you so much, Sunny. If it wasn't for you and your shadow, we would have never made it to the gateway." At the sound of these words, the others turned around. As soon as they saw Sunny, bright smiles ignited on their faces. A hum of voices rose from the crowd. Guys. It's Sunny. Thank you, man. We will never forget what you did for us. Sunny stared at them, dumbfounded. Weird, this is so weird. Ever since he had come to his senses near the sleeping pod, mundane humans were treating him with the utmost respect. They even went so far as to use honorifics, calling him Sir or Awakened Sunless. And now this, why was everyone so friendly and happy to see him? He had never experienced anything like this before. Was this what it was like, to be an awakened? After dozens of young people came closer to shake his hand or happily pat him on the shoulder, he awkwardly smiled. It's nice to see you too, guys. The young woman who was currently facing him smiled in response. Then, however, her face turned dark. Have you heard anything about Lady Nephice after coming back? He stiffened, then shook his head. No. Have you? She turned back to the screen, tears appearing in her eyes. Nothing. None of us did. Out of everyone who made it to the spire, only 2 are unaccounted for. We think she is still inside. Sunny remained silent for a while, then asked. Who is the second? The young woman sighed. Sir Castor. No one had seen him near the gateway. He must have gone to help her hold back the terror, and, Anne. Her voice trembled. Someone said that he died. Oh, gods. What if Lady Nephice dies, too? Sunny lingered for a few seconds, a grim expression on his face, then squeezed her shoulder lightly and quietly walked away. Chapter 358 Shadow Step. The hospital staff had provided each of the newly awakened with a small room at one of the underground levels of the complex, to have a place to rest and get accustomed to their new abilities while waiting for more permanent accommodations, if they were going to remain at the academy, of course. It was also a place they could take their families to talk and spend time together in privacy. Currently, many emotional reunions were taking place in similar rooms around Sunny's, made especially joyous and heartbreaking because the survivors of the Dreamer Army had spent long years on the Forgotten Shore. They had gone through hell, indeed, but their loved ones in the real world had suffered a great deal as well. Not that Sunny would know anything about that. No one had been waiting for him to return, after all. In any case, the room he had been provided with was sufficiently comfortable. There was an area for training, a desk with a pitcher of water and some snacks, a sofa, and even a bed. None of the returned were going to sleep, of course. Not for a few days, at least. At the very end of the field of shimmering runes, Sunny could now see a new string of symbols. Gateway. Usually, the name of the gateway that an awakened had last used would be written there. This was their anchor in the dream realm. Every time an awakened fell asleep, they would be transported to the gateway they were anchored to, spend some time in the dream realm, either as much as they wanted or as little as possible, only until their soul was ready to travel between worlds once again, and then go through that gateway to wake up back in reality. However, the gateway of the Forgotten Shore had been destroyed. For that reason, every single survivor of the Dreamer army now had no anchor in the dream realm. That didn't mean that they would remain in the waking world forever, though. Rather, it meant that they were going to be transported to a random one as soon as they fell asleep, just like during their first journey into the land of nightmares. The prospect of being at the mercy of the spell once more was nothing short of terrifying. Especially for Sunny, who had the misfortune of always finding himself in only the most extreme of circumstances. However, the situation wasn't really that bad. There was a way for a newly awakened to change their anchor without relying on chance. It was to acquire the services of a saint, who would be able to take them to the dream realm without involving the spell, appearing near the saint's own anchor. Of course, that anchor would most likely be situated in one of the human citadels, allowing the awakened to anchor themselves to a gateway in human territory. There were just a few dozen saints alive across all of humanity, so for an average awakened, their help was not easy to get. However, Sunny was not an average awakened. In fact, none of the survivors of the Dreamer army were. Every year, the most promising of the newly awakened were recruited by powerful citadels and provided the means to anchor themselves to their gateways. Everyone profited from this arrangement. The talented awakened received a chance to change their anchor if they wished to do so, while citadels received new powerful defenders or useful craftsmen to enhance their living conditions and infrastructure. With how extraordinary the 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore were, and how unusual their circumstances turned out to be, there was going to be a small recruitment war happening in the next few days. Prosperous citadels were going to fight for the right to add these outstanding young people to their populations, promising better and bigger rewards, as if during an auction. The government would inevitably get involved, too, helping those who for some reason failed to find a citadel to call home. The survivors of the Dreamer army just had to remain awake long enough to make a choice and settle the details of their future anchors. Since their physique was far superior to that of mundane humans, they didn't have to sleep every day, so 2 or 3 were not going to be a problem. Sunny had a lot to do in these few days. The first thing he had turned his attention to after retreating to his personal room was test the limits of Shadow Step. The result of these tests left him pleasantly surprised. Just like he had suspected, the ability to travel between shadows was akin to a weird form of teleportation. He could enter a shadow that was large enough to encompass his body and instantly appear from another. The distance of that jump, however, was not too large. Currently, it was even smaller than the range of his shadow sense, around a dozen meters or so. However, he knew that it would increase as he absorbed more shadow fragments, just like the range of shadow control had increased back on the Forgotten Shore. There was an exclusion from that rule, too. He was able to travel between his own shadows no matter how far apart they were. By now, he could control his shadows from as much as a couple of kilometers away. That meant that, if both were sent into opposite directions and reached the limit of the shadow control range, he could potentially instantly cover about 4 kilometers of distance in less than a second. And that was just one side of Shadow Step. The other was, arguably, even more miraculous and unexpected. Before, Sunny could move through shadows as though he was one of them, becoming practically undetectable. But now, he could literally become a part of the shadows, diving into them and becoming incorporeal. Not only did it make him completely undetectable by means of sight, hearing, and smell, but it also allowed him to move with incredible speed through any uninterrupted shadow, no matter how long and vast it was. In that state, he was invulnerable to physical attacks, but also unable to perform physical attacks of his own. It also felt very strange. Sort of peaceful. Sunny had to constantly remind himself to concentrate and not forget what he was doing. That ability would become truly incredible at night or in the depths of some terrible cave system, like the one they had traveled through on their expedition to the Hollow Mountains. In short, Shadow Step was incredible. However, it came at a price. Unlike Shadow Control, which was as natural to Sunny as breathing, using Shadow Step required him to expend essence. The more distance he covered with a jump and the more time he spent as an incorporeal shadow, the more essence he would have to consume. Sunny suspected that the theoretical 4-kilometer jump would eat through all of his essence, leaving both of his cores dry as a desert. Spending essence was not the same as spending shadow fragments, of course. His soul always slowly generated essence, eventually filling his cores to their maximum capacity, while shadow fragments increased that maximum capacity and were used to create new cores, as well as turn echoes into shadows. Still, he also needed essence to fight effectively and use the more powerful enchantments of higher rank memories, so balancing its expenditure was an intricate task. Truly, becoming an awakened had opened a whole new layer of both incredible opportunities and insidious problems. It was a lot to take in. But he was going to get there, eventually. Sitting on the floor of his temporary quarters, Sunny sighed and summoned the runes. Finally, it was time to reap his reward. He had worked so much, and done so much, to get here. First, repeating the same sword strike thousands of times, day after day, until his hands bled and his muscles screamed from the pain. Learning the basic katas and movements of Nef's flowing battle style, then gaining enough insight into it to make it his own. Almost dying to receive the gift of clarity, then fighting against the Shadow Saint and slowly incorporating her grounded technique into his. Studying the movements of his shadow to catch the slight difference in how it held itself, then spending countless hours trying to decipher the hidden meaning behind it, until his mind was ready to boil. Solving that mystery and traveling into the past to observe the birth of the nameless temple slave, and the beautiful dance of his mother. And then, torturous practice and arduous process of turning his vision of the elusive and wonderful battle art into reality. Only to finally succeed in the middle of the furious, bloody battle against Noctis. Of all his achievements, this was perhaps the one he was proud of the most. Because Shadow Dance was entirely his. It was something he created out of almost nothing, something that bore and expressed his individuality. Sunny had never received any type of inheritance, so this legacy, which was created by himself and for himself, held a special place in his heart. Looking at the shimmering runes, he read. Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance Mastery Level, 1 out of 7. First Relic, Claim. Second Relic, Unearned. Third Relic, Unearned. Holding his breath, he concentrated on the runes describing the first relic and whispered. Claim. As Sunny watched, the runes glowed brightly for a few seconds, and then changed. First relic, claimed. And a moment later, the spell spoke softly into his ear. You have received an Aspect Legacy relic. You have received a Shadow, Soul Serpent. Chapter 359 Soul Serpent. Sunny stared at the runes for a while, then slightly tilted his head. A shadow. What an unexpected boon. Usually, a legacy relic came in the form of a memory, or very rarely an echo. Perhaps there were some other types of relics out there, but he had never heard of them. That didn't mean much, though. By now, Sunny was reasonably certain that there were a lot of things that he, as well as the rest of mundane humans, had never heard about. Awakened kept a lot of secrets. Nevertheless, receiving a shadow pleasantly surprised him. Looking up, he saw new runes appearing out of thin air. Shadows, Marble Saint, Soul Serpent. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then furtively looked around. The small room was empty and quiet. Feeling a little bit stupid, Sunny shook his head and summoned his new shadow to take a good look at it. A slight breeze moved his hair, and in the next second, nothing happened. Huh? Sunny frowned and looked around the room, then scratched the back of his head. What the hell? Where is the damn snake? He had hoped to see a giant serpent made out of shadows appear in front of him, with black scales as thick as plate armor and a mouth wide enough to swallow his enemies whole. Or an average-sized snake, at least. But there was nothing. He even checked to see if a new shadow joined his two invaluable helpers, but no. Both rested on the floor, one seemingly content, the other bored and in a perpetually bad mood. Weird. He raised a hand to rub his eyes, but froze at the last moment. What is that? There was something dark on the skin of his wrist, peeking out slightly from beneath the sleeve. Following intuition, Sunny hastily stood up and took off the top of the training suit provided to him by the staff of the hospital complex. Left naked to the waist, he then looked at himself through the eyes of the shadow. Huh? Out there on his pale skin, an intricate image of a black serpent was tattooed, so detailed that it almost seemed alive. The serpent coiled around his arms and his torso, its tail resting just above his right hand, its head just above his left. What? I have a tattoo now? In the darkness of the small room, the serpent almost seemed to move under his skin, two curved fangs threatening to break its surface. It was striking, beautiful, and disturbing. Of course, Sunny recognized the serpent immediately. Both the nameless temple slave and his mother had a very similar image marking their skin, after all. It was the shadow god's mark. But why did his new shadow turn into a tattoo? Confused, Sunny listened to his body and soul, trying to feel if something had changed about them. And soon, he did notice a small difference. The flow of the shadow essence through his body had changed. If previously it had circulated naturally, now, it seemed to follow the coils of the serpent, moving faster and with more intent, as if directed by them. Soul Serpent, does that thing enhance my shadow essence control? To experiment, Sunny poured essence into his limbs and then performed several movements of shadow dance. After that, he jumped from one shadow to another a few times, expending even more essence. He felt the difference instantly. Not only was he able to control the essence better, but it also seemed to be consumed at a slightly slower pace, and restore at a faster one. Soul Serpent served as a channel for it, existing both on the material and the spiritual plane. As such, it was connected both to his cores and to his body, creating a strange bridge that allowed Sunny to use his shadow essence with better efficiency. This is a very useful shadow. Those words were an egregious understatement. Sunny had already understood how important and vital managing essence was for the awakened. Any tool that could enhance that aspect of their power was truly precious. And he got such a marvelous one, practically for free. He was also sure that the serpent would only get more powerful in the future, provided he kept it well fed, of course. But how was he supposed to feed memories to a tattoo? Perplexed, Sunny thought for a bit, then finally concentrated on the runes once again. Shadow, Soul Serpent. Shadow rank, Dormant. Shadow class, Monster. Shadow attributes, Shadow guide, Soul weapon. Shadow description, when the end came, Shadow was the last of the gods to be destroyed. Many have resented him for creating death, but in the end, death embraced all. Noting the interesting detail of a connection between Shadow God and death, Sunny lowered his gaze. However, the last string, the one he had been accustomed to paying the most attention to when it came to Saint, was missing. There was no indication of how many shadow fragments it would take to make the serpent evolve. Sunny frowned. Come to think of it. That strange shadow was clearly connected to his soul. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence that it was a monster. Sunny was a monster himself, after all. So, maybe, the serpent would not evolve its class like Saint had, by consuming the soul core of a suitable nightmare creature. Most likely, it would grow alongside Sunny himself. But why was it of the dormant rank, while Sunny had already become an awakened? Maybe its rank was not tied to Sunny's soul, but to his comprehension of the shadow dance? Currently, he had mastered only the first of the 7 steps of the battle art, and the serpent belonged to the first of the 7 ranks. Would it evolve to a higher rank if he mastered more steps? Full of thoughts, Sunny sighed and turned his attention to the shadow's attributes. Shadow Guide, Attribute Description, Soul Serpent guides shadow essence as it flows through your body. Soul Weapon, Attribute Description, Soul Serpent can assume the form of a weapon. The form of a wait, what? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then stared at his left wrist, where the head of the Soul Serpent was drawn under his skin. Its scales were so intricate that it almost seemed as if the creature was moving. Now, it really was moving. Following Sunny's mental command, the Soul Serpent slithered up to his hand, and then escaped from it, turning into a dark blade. As the coils moved across his body, the blade grew longer and longer, until a hilt wrapped in black leather rested comfortably in his grip. The tattoo was gone. Sunny found himself holding a lusterless greatsword. It was a menacing, formidable, foreboding odachi. Including the hilt, the odachi was as long as he was tall. It was surprisingly light for its length, but heavy enough to inflict truly devastating wounds. Almost invisible on the dark steel, and lifelike image of a coiling serpent was etched into its blade. He weighed the greatsword in his hands for a while, then smiled darkly. Truly, this is a weapon worthy of a shadow. It was still weak, though. If it was a memory, it would have been only a dormant one of the second tier. Sunny was going to have to put in some work to make the dark odachi really fearsome. With a sigh, he commanded the serpent to slither back onto his body, and then to disappear entirely. A few seconds later, his skin was clean and empty once again. What a bountiful harvest I had today. Sunny stared at the darkness for a few minutes, then sighed heavily. It was time to do something that he had dreaded doing ever since returning to the real world. He couldn't put it off any longer. Chapter 360 Broken. In a heavily guarded underground room, a young woman with silver hair was sleeping in a transparent machine that kept her body alive. Her face was pale and thin, painted by the ghostly glow of machine lights and deep, angular shadows. The room was peaceful and silent, the hum of machinery creating low background noise. From time to time, a piece of medical equipment produced a sound and grew quiet again. A blind girl with piercing blue eyes stood quietly near the sleeping pod, an empty expression written in the delicate lines of her beautiful face. If it wasn't for the fact that her hand rested on the hilt of an elegant rapier, a person would easily mistake her for one of the hollows that were cared for on another level of the hospital complex. The door of the room did not open, however, there was suddenly another presence inside. A young man with pale skin and dark, cruel eyes appeared out of the shadows and walked over to stand on the opposite side of the sleeping pod. His steps were soft and quiet. He lingered for a while, then looked down, at the young woman sleeping beneath the glass lid of the mechanical coffin. For a second, his face became contorted by a terrible grimace. Grief, anger, fear, and longing mixed in his eyes, then disappeared, hidden behind a mask of cold indifference. Sunny stared at Noctis for a long time, trying to get his emotions under control. He knew that seeing her like this, weak and helpless, would affect him. But he didn't know just how much it was going to hurt him. He also had not anticipated how dark the thoughts entering his mind would be. I can kill her right now. One strike of the moonlight shard, and I'll be free again. But no, he couldn't. Firstly, because there was no guarantee that Noctis would die if her body was destroyed. Just like there were hollows, people whose souls had been destroyed while leaving an empty body behind, there were lost, people whose bodies in the real world had died, leaving their souls wandering the dream realm. He suspected that this was the reason why the people who wanted Changing Star dead had sent Aster to kill her in the dream realm instead of infiltrating the academy. And secondly, and maybe more importantly, he simply could not bring himself to harm Noctis. Not again, not anymore, and not like this. Cassie, on the other hand. With a dark grimace, Sunny slowly moved his gaze to the blind girl. As if noticing it, she turned slightly and said, "Hello, Sunny." He stared at her, his eyes burning with fury. "What, you can see now?" Cassie lingered for a moment, then shook her head. "No. But, something like that." A wild grin appeared on his face. "Congratulations. Really, good for you. You won't be useless anymore, at least." He knew that his words were going to hurt her, and was glad to say them for that reason. The blind girl didn't react, and just continued staring into the emptiness, her eyes cold and distant. But he wasn't fooled. He knew her well enough to recognize the ocean of pain hiding behind that coldness. Good, suffer. You deserve this. Sunny opened his mouth, wishing to accuse her, but then forced himself to stop. He had to keep himself under control. Swallowing his angry words, Sunny gritted his teeth and spat. How? How did you even know? Cassie hesitated for a bit, then answered quietly. When you killed that spy from the castle. You said it out loud then. I saw it, in a vision. After that, the rest was not impossible to figure out. His eyes widened. Sunny remained silent for a long time, trying to deal with the shock that her words had caused him. Harper, when I killed Harper. The memory of that horrible day sent a shudder through his soul. He remembered it so vividly, the blood streaming down his hands as he held the pitiful young man down, murdering him, giving in to the agony of the flaw. And whispering in a hoarse, barely audible voice. Lost from light. I am. Lost. Lost from light. Standing in the underground room of the hospital complex, Sunny wanted to both laugh and cry. So this is it, this was what did me in, one mistake, I only made one mistake, and it was all it took to undo me. It was almost as if Harper had managed to avenge himself from beyond the grave. Well, he had never gotten a grave, really. Sunny just dumped his body in the ruins, for the nightmare creatures to feast on. A lot of good it did him, in the end. Piercing the blind girl with a burning look, he said through gritted teeth. So that was why you were waiting for me back then, why you gave me the eternal spring? You were ready to say goodbye. You knew? Cassie slowly faced him, then said in a steady, even tone. Yes. I did. Sunny looked down, clenching his fists. You knew, if you knew, then why didn't you try to change anything? Why, curse you? Cassie stared at him, her calm expression finally collapsing. Pain, sorrow, and anger contorted her face, and with a voice so hurt that it almost sounded as if she was bleeding, she answered. Didn't try? Of course, I tried. I tried everything I could to make the future I saw change. But no matter how much I tried, it never did. It always remained the same. Even worse, my attempts only made it appear even more inevitable. Turning away, she gritted her teeth and remained silent for a while, her hands trembling. I was the first one to understand what my vision of the Crimson Spire meant. Shadows devouring a dying angel. I understood it on that very day. Cassie closed her eyes for a moment, then spoke again, her voice quiet. Don't you remember? I even asked you to promise to always protect her. And what did you say? Sunny stared at her, remembering. Yes, at the very start, there had been a conversation like that. No. I said no. A fragile smile appeared on Cassie's face. Yes. You said no. And on that day, I knew that I had to make a choice. And I made it. I chose Neff. She shivered and hugged herself, as if dying of cold. I had to betray one of my best friends to save the other. And I did. I chose to sacrifice you to save Neff. Of course, I fooled myself for a while, telling myself that nothing bad would happen. That if I helped Neff, maybe both of you would survive. But deep down, I knew that it was just one of the possible outcomes, so what was the difference? I betrayed you. And you know what? A small, bitter laugh escaped from her lips. It was for nothing. I betrayed my best friend, and nothing still changed. I sacrificed you, but couldn't save anyone. Despite it all, I couldn't change fate. Sunny stared at her for a while, then snarled. That's it? That's your speech? That's what you have to say for yourself? What do you want me to do, pity you? A furious gleam appeared in his eyes. After everything I have done for you, after I saved your life countless times, took care of you as if you were my sister, this is how you chose to repay me? By giving my biggest secret to Neff, so that she could use it against me when the time came? Cassie remained silent, not saying anything. Do you even know what you've done? Do you even know what you've taken from me? She hesitated for a bit, then answered quietly. I didn't know why, or how my vision would come true. I only knew that it would happen in the spire. So I gave your secret to Nephis, hoping that she would survive thanks to it. Sunny laughed, then grew quiet. An oppressive silence settled between them and remained unbroken for several minutes. After a while, he finally said, I can understand. Rationally, I do. You were forced to make a terrible decision, with both choices being a betrayal. And you chose to help Neff, who was with you first. Who saved you when I would have just left you to die. But then, a cold gleam appeared in his eyes. But that doesn't mean that I can forgive it. You go to hell, Cassie. Go to hell and die there, for all I care. I hope that I will never see you again. With that, Sunny turned around to leave, but then stopped. He couldn't help but be cruel to her one last time. Oh, and that secret? It was the reason why she got stuck there all alone. So, in a sense, you have doomed both of your friends. As he spoke those words, Cassie flinched. A satisfied, vindictive smile appeared on Sunny's face. But why did it hurt him so much to say those words? So, congratulations. You've made it back, Cassie. Go back home, spend time with your family. Didn't you tell me that your mother makes the best eggs? Eat your fill. Try to enjoy them, knowing what you did. As the blind girl paled and turned away with a broken expression on his face, he smiled bitterly and dissolved into the shadows. Bonds of friendship were such a fragile thing. They were so hard to create, but so easy to break. All it took was a moment. Chapter 361 The Goal. Sitting with his back against the door of his room, Sunny stared ahead, his heart empty. He had lived most of his life alone. 1 year ago, he had entered the dream realm alone. And now, he was alone once again. But not having something was very different from losing it. Now that he knew how precious true friendship and affection were, existing without them felt like torture. It felt like there was a bleeding wound on his soul, left there after he had so cruelly severed the tether connecting him to Cassie. One of the very few people he cared for in this world. Hurting her felt good and justified, but instead of relief, it only brought him more pain. Nevertheless, he did not regret what he had done. Sometimes one had to endure suffering. Sometimes, pain was necessary. Now, Sunny was completely alone. So was Cassie. And somewhere in the dream realm, Nephis was alone, too. The three of them had done the impossible, but paid a heavy price for it. What a fiasco. Who would have thought that one day, he would not only escape the forgotten shore, but also become vastly more powerful than he had ever dreamed, only to sit on the floor in a dark room, feeling miserable? With a resentful grimace, Sunny shook his head and sighed. Enough of wallowing in self-pity. He had a lot of things to do. A lot of plans to make. The horrors of the forgotten shore were now behind him, but new threats already loomed in the distance. Firstly, he was now at the mercy of another person. Despite the fact that his master was lost in another world with very low chances of ever making it back, Sunny felt that they were fated to meet again. He didn't know how to feel about that. Or rather, he both desperately longed for Nephis to return and wished that she died. His emotions for her were intense, overwhelming, and an absolute mess. Despite all that, Sunny didn't think that she would die. Somehow, he was sure that Nephis would not perish in the dream realm and eventually make it back. Maybe in a few months, maybe in a few years, but she would achieve the impossible once again and return to the real world. The question was, how? Would she travel to the human territory through the Hollow Mountains, or head in another direction? They didn't know much about what surrounded the forgotten shore from the east, west, and north. He doubted that those places were better than the horrifying, misty mountains, though. That doubt was based on one simple fact: there was no information about them, which meant that no human had ever returned from those regions of the dream realm to tell the tale. Although deadly, hollow mountains were at least known to mankind. Chances were, Changing Star would choose to try her luck there instead of venturing into the unknown. Nothing was more dangerous than that you knew nothing about, after all. Unknown. Sunny frowned. That was another problem he had to face, or rather, an opportunity he would potentially be able to exploit. Due to his fated attribute, Sunny had stumbled onto the legacy of a creature named Weaver and got a glimpse into the secrets of the gods. What he saw there left him both terrified and breathless. There was a boundless mystery hiding in the ruined land of dreams and nightmares, a tapestry that connected the dead gods, the unknown, the demons, and the nightmare spell together. The former rulers of the dream realm were gone, but the spell remained, and humanity, including Sunny himself, had now become an unwilling part of that tapestry through it. Sunny's most ardent desire was to control his own fate, and he couldn't achieve it without knowledge. Now that he knew what to look for, he had to deepen his understanding of the fate of the gods and the origins of the spell. Who knew, maybe that was where the keys to his freedom were hidden. And then, there were the sovereigns. His face grew dark. Honestly, why is everything so complicated? Why couldn't he just open a memory store, become wealthy and fat, and live peacefully ever after? That was his plan all along. However, the recent revelations made Sunny doubt the validity of such plans. Judging from what Castor had said, there were some figures hiding in the shadows, ruling over the human world. And not only were they there, but Sunny was also, apparently, unwillingly doing their bidding. He still remembered the warning Nephis had given him once. She told them that there were words that could get him killed simply if he learned of their existence. Well, now he knew a lot of those words. Sovereigns, domains, lineage memories. Was he going to pretend to know nothing and hope that those powerful beings would not turn their gaze to him one day, or was he going to do something to prepare for the day they do? Did he even have a choice, knowing what he did, with his fate hopelessly entangled with that of Changing Star, who was embroiled in these clandestine machinations just by virtue of her birth? So bothersome. What was he supposed to do? What was the plan of action? Sunny sighed. Well, it was simple, really. Learn as much as he can about the sovereigns, but in a way that would never lead back to him. Explore the past of the dream realm to gain insight into the demons, the gods, and the unknown. But first and foremost, grow stronger. Much, much stronger. When Nephis returned, he had to be ready for the worst. Sunny didn't really think that Changing Star he knew would abuse her power over him. In fact, he was almost sure that she wouldn't. Not only because of the bond between them, but also because in Neph's warped mind, doing so would simply be beneath her. However, he wasn't going to let this sweet hope prevent him from creating contingencies. If she ever decided to truly make him a slave, one of them was going to die. Standing up, Sunny walked over to the desk and wrote on a piece of synthetic paper. 0/2000. Then, he summoned the runes, glanced at them, and added a second string of numbers. 2749/3000. However, the runes shimmered and changed before he was done writing. The number of soul essence grew bigger. Sunny stared at the runes for a few seconds, then corrected the number. Then, he put the pen down and looked at the piece of paper in front of him. 0/2000, 2773/3000. Alright. So, this was it. This was the plan. From now on, this was his life's goal. Chapter 362 Breakfast Invitation. The initial series of tests, the interview with the government specialists, the somber conversation with Cassie, and the hours Sunny had spent pondering about his past, present, and future took up almost an entire day. A new dawn was already bathing the world in soft sunlight, which Sunny knew because one of the walls in his underground room was made into a false window, with a vista of one of the parks in the academy being projected onto it from a remote camera. He was experiencing mild mental fatigue, but was not sleepy at all, at least not yet. Truly, the physique of an awakened was much more resilient than that of a mundane human. There were still a few things he had to do. In all the turmoil of the past 24 hours, he had not gotten a chance to take a proper look at his memories, for example. Sunny was about to summon the runes when, suddenly, there was a knock on his door. He flinched. What? Who can it be? For a moment, a mental picture of Effie and Kai appeared in his mind, but then he dismissed it. The two of them must have been as busy after their awakening as he was. Much more, most likely, considering that they probably had friends and families to deal with, too, on top of everything else. With them being in different facilities, coming to the academy just to pay him a visit was not a likely scenario. Certainly not that soon. Hiding one of the shadows on his body to appear like a normal person, Sunny walked to the door and opened it. Standing there was a striking, confident woman in her late 20s. Immediately, it seemed as though the temperature inside of the room dropped by a couple of degrees. She had short, raven-black hair and icy blue eyes. Her flawless skin was smooth, supple, and as white as snow. The woman was dressed in a dark blue uniform with silver epaulets and black leather boots. The jacket of the uniform was casually unbuttoned, revealing a tank top that was currently drawn taut against her full. Crap. What are you staring at, awakened Sunless? Sunny looked up with wide eyes. Master Jet. I was just, appreciating your fashion sense. Indeed, it was Soul Reaper Jet, the Ascended who worked for the government and had welcomed him back to the real world after the first nightmare. Sunny had sometimes thought about this beautiful woman during his journey into the dream realm. Not only because the 3 pieces of advice Master Jet had given him ended up saving his life on multiple occasions, but also because she was from the outskirts, just like him. Knowing that someone as unfortunate as that had managed to not only survive, but even thrive in the ruthless reality of the nightmare spell had given fuel to his determination, as well as providing vital perspective. But what was she doing at his door? Sunny studied Master Jet, suddenly full of doubt. She looked exactly as she had a year ago, the only difference being that her uniform had more wrinkles, and there were now dark circles under her eyes. As he watched, she grinned. My fashion sense? Why, thank you. If you want, I can introduce you to my tailors. You will have to sign a few thick contracts to receive a comfy suit such as this, though. Sunny forced out a smile. Ah, I see. Those tailors are slightly out of my price range, I'm afraid. But thanks for the offer. After a short pause, he cautiously asked. Master Jet? It is very nice to see you again, but, to what do I owe the pleasure? I am sure that you are too busy to visit every random returnee. She looked at him for a couple of seconds, then suddenly yawned and shook her head to chase away sleepiness. New novel chapters are published on freewebble.cm. Correct. But since there's some procedure you still have to go through and we already know each other, I thought that I'd do the honors. With that, she looked around the deserted corridor of the hospital complex with a dubious expression, lingered for a couple of seconds, and then asked. Wanna eat? Some time later, the two of them were walking through the ground level of the Academy Hospital. Sunny had thought that Master Jet would take him to the cafeteria there, but instead, she headed toward the exit. Where are we going? I thought that cafeteria was this way? She looked at him with confusion, then grimaced slightly. Hospital food? No thanks. Let me take you to the instructor's lounge. That's where they keep the really good stuff. Sunny coughed. But, Master Jet, you're not an instructor? She smiled, then pointed to the 3-star insignia on her left sleeve. Technically, I'm not. But the academy is a government facility, so I outrank most of the people here. What are they going to do? He blinked a couple of times, then shrugged. Indeed, what are they going to do? Tell a master to get out? Who would be that suicidal? As they exited the hospital complex and walked across the academy grounds, Sunny couldn't help but throw furtive glances at the confident young woman. Not because he was mesmerized by her, but because seeing her again was a strange experience. Back when they first met, he was just fresh from the first nightmare, barely accustomed to his new status as a sleeper. Being in the presence of a master was like standing in front of a legend. He remembered vividly how much fear and awe this beautiful stranger inspired in him. How acutely he felt the measure of ease with which she would be able to kill him, if she wished. All it would take was a flick of her finger. Now, slightly more than a year later, so much had changed. He was still pretty sure that he had no chance of taking her in a fight, a fair one at least, but the reverent fear was gone, replaced by simple respect. Sunny knew that he had it in himself to if not win, then at least survive a confrontation with someone like Jet. In a sense, he was now half a legend himself. As he thought about how different things had become, the two of them approached a small, picturesque building near the center of the academy. Without slowing down, Master Jet walked past a few people that were staring at her with a strange mix of regard and disdain, and entered the instructor's lodge. Oh, right. I remember Teacher Julius mentioning that she has a terrible reputation. To be exact, he described her as a murderous savage, barbarian, having a problematic personality, and psychopathic killer. No wonder people were giving them weird looks throughout the whole walk. For some reason, Sunny suddenly felt annoyed. Maybe because Jet was someone he knew, or maybe because she used to be an outskirt rat just like him, but he found himself feeling protective. Stare away, bastards, see if we give a damn. Master Jet clearly didn't, so why would he? Sunny looked at the next person to give her a dirty glance coldly, activating the murder math to its fullest potential. Immediately, the onlooker paled slightly and turned away. Sunny smiled. That's right, look away. Now, the most important part. Let's see what the instructors eat. 363 Citizen Sunny. At first glance, the interior of the instructor's lounge seemed simple and cozy. Most of the furniture was made out of wood, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Bright sunlight streamed through the tall windows, which were opened slightly to let in the chilly winter air. However, his eyes widened slightly when Sunny realized that all the wood around him was natural, not synthetic. Extravagant. Wasteful. Noticing his expression, Master Jet smiled slightly. Let me guess, you have never seen that much real wood in one place? Sunny hesitated, then gave her a nod. Only in the dream realm. The young woman grinned, moved a chair back with her foot, and sat down at one of the tables. Where do you think all this came from? He looked around, seeing the instructor's lounge of the academy from a completely new perspective, then silently sat down, lost for words. Master Jet summoned the menu, made a selection, then leaned back and tiredly rubbed her face. Believe it or not, the chair you're sitting on is made out of a dead titan. Sunny stared at her, shocked. Suddenly, he had a strong impulse to jump out of the chair. What? She chuckled and gestured around. All of this, actually. Back when Bastion was first established, it was surrounded by a vast, and very hungry, forest. The whole thing was one giant nightmare creature. Clan Valor spent decades at war with it, losing many knights. In the end, the forest was destroyed, leaving behind a lot of high-quality lumber. And here we are. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then cautiously knocked on the wooden table. The thing seemed dead, but he decided to remain alert, just in case. It had once been a part of a titan, after all. Soon, their food arrived. Sunny half expected for it to be delivered by an actual echo, but luckily, it was brought by a mundane automated server. Taking his plates off the motorized tray, Sunny stared at the feast in front of him with wild eyes. There were fried potatoes, baked beans, juicy roasted meat, a salad made out of real vegetables, a bowl of fragrant soup, several pieces of oven bread, butter, jam, and even chocolate pudding for dessert. It was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. It was also his first time seeing some of these things in real life. Suddenly, the position of a research assistant once promised to him by Teacher Julius did not seem so unattractive. Please excuse me. Master Jet waved at him and concentrated on her own food. Not wasting any time on manners, Sunny assaulted his breakfast with the same level of ferocity as when battling nightmare creatures. Some time later, with his belly on the verge to bursting open, he pushed away empty plates and leaned back with a satisfied smile on his face. This is life. Master Jet glanced at him with a dry smile. What did I tell you? This is where they hide the good stuff. Sunny looked at the empty plates with regret and sighed. Yeah. Although after a year of eating almost nothing except for monster meat, I would have been satisfied even by synth paste. Her smile dimmed at the mention of the most common food in the outskirts. As 2 glasses of beautiful dark tea steamed in front of them, Master Jet sighed, then took out something from the inner pocket of her uniform. It was a small metal box with a sensor on its lid. Placing the box on the table, she looked at Sunny and asked. You must be wondering why I visited you, right? Sunny tilted his head slightly, stared at the metal box for a few seconds, and then answered in a cautious tone. Yes. To be honest, I am very curious. She nodded, then smiled reassuringly. Don't be nervous. It's just a formality, and a very beneficial one, at that. Put your finger on the sensor. He hesitated, then did as she had told. The sensor buzzed for half a minute, and then a small green light ignited on the metal box. With a quiet click, it unlocked. Master Jet opened the box and took out several objects, a slick communicator made out of flexible glass, a memory chip with the government seal etched on its surface, and a small iron badge with 2 stars engraved into it. Pushing them toward Sunny, she lingered for a moment, and then said in a light tone. Congratulations, awakened Sunless. You are now officially a citizen. Of the 7th rank, no less. Her words struck Sunny like a hammer. Silent, he stared at the 3 objects in front of him, his face not betraying even a hint of emotion. A citizen. Back in the outskirts, people lived and died dreaming of becoming one of the true citizens. That simple word had so much meaning. Access to proper food, human rights, and better life. To all the things that none of them really had. To having a future. Very few of these people had ever gotten the chance to hear the word citizen in connection to their name. Being poor and lowly only led to becoming destitute and falling to the bottom. It rarely led to rising higher, let alone soaring to the peak. And here he was, not only becoming a citizen, but even jumping over all the steps and arriving at the very pinnacle of the social hierarchy in one go. Not just a citizen and not even one of high rank, but of the highest. 7th rank, there's literally nothing higher. Finally, his expression changed, becoming grim. Looking up at Master Jet, he asked in a somber tone. I get it that I would be made a citizen after awakening. But, 7th rank? Isn't that a little too much? Master Jet laughed. Sunless, you don't really know what you did, do you? Sunny looked at her without humor, then said. I'm pretty sure that I do, but please, enlighten me. She shook her head and sighed. Listen, of all the sleepers that had returned from the dream realm in the last few years, there are only 5 whose files were marked as SS. And you are one of them. Chapter 364 SS Class Sunless. Sunny stared at Master Jet, a strange expression frozen on his face. After a while, he asked. That's great, but, what the hell does SS mean? She smiled and sipped her tea, looking at him across the table. Placing the cup back down, she then shook her head slightly and said. The government, and the powerful legacy clans, of course, keeps track of every awakened in the world. That shouldn't be a surprise for you, right? Sunny slowly nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Master Jet shifted slightly, then continued. Firstly, because every awakened technically has a duty to respond when a gate opens near their location, that's what the special communicator is for. In exchange for all the privileges we receive, we have to protect this world from the nightmare creatures. A dark grimace appeared on her face. Of course, realistically, no one can force you to actually fulfill that duty, or at least no one is going to. Many awakened turn around and run as soon as they receive a gate crisis alert. Sunny grimaced. On one hand, he understood such a reaction perfectly. Why would they want to risk their lives for random strangers? Not every awakened was good in a fight, too. Not everyone was like the artisans of the Dark City, who had gone into battle side by side with those dreamers who possessed combat aspects. But on the other hand, the idea of running away while monsters were devouring mundane humans and wreaking havoc in the real world simply rubbed him the wrong way. It seemed as though Sunny had somehow developed a bit of pride in the past year. He didn't want to run from the nightmare creatures and capitulate to the spell. He might have even been infected with having morals. Better squish this lunacy fast. Oblivious to his thoughts, Master Jet continued. Secondly, newly awakened are monitored because everyone wants to recruit the best of them. Talents need to be nurtured, and for that, they need to be recognized first. So the most promising awakened receive a mark on their file. Usually, it's SA, or simply S. Do you know what that means? Sunny shook his head. She grinned. SA means strategic asset. There's not a lot of awakened who are considered to be important enough to be assigned that designation. Having one means that you are viewed as a person who can potentially be important to the very survival of humanity, or at least make an impact on the global scale. Simply put, it's either someone whose aspect can be extremely useful to society or someone who has a high chance of becoming a master, maybe even a saint. Master Jet took another sip of tea, then gestured lazily at herself. Like me. Not to brag, but people with the S designation are few and far between. That's why we usually receive a lot of attention and support from either the government or the legacy faction we decide to align with. But here comes the best part. She grinned. Currently, everyone is running around and foaming at their mouths because of you guys. All 100 of those who returned from the Forgotten Shore were marked as strategic assets. That is an unprecedented event in human history. A sudden appearance of 100 powerful awakened is not that important in the grand scheme of things. But if those awakened all have a very high chance of becoming masters, maybe even saint, that would be enough to completely shatter the current status quo. Sunny stared at her, thinking. Up until now, everything that he heard was in accordance with how he had imagined things to be. But I get it. However, what's that about me being marked as SS? What does SS stand for? Master Jet nodded. I was about to explain. Above those marked as strategic assets, there are those marked as special strategic assets. SSA, or SS for short. This designation is even rarer. Actually, very few people had ever gotten it. What it means is that you are considered to have a very high chance of becoming a saint. You know how rare transcendent are, right? So, of course, everyone now wants to be your friend. Including the government. Hence the 7th rank citizen status. She looked at him with an apologetic smile and added. Granted, out of the 5 people with the SS designation, you are the least outstanding. No offense. Sunny glanced at her and smiled slightly. None taken. Who are the other 4? Master Jet shrugged. 3 of them are the only ones who received true names from the spell after leaving the Forgotten Shore, Awakened Athena, Awakened Kai, and Awakened Kasha. The 4th one is Awakened Xianxia, who is, well, from one of the great clans. To be honest, your own achievements, while still incredible, pale in comparison to theirs. But someone had noted that you went from being the second to last in the academy rating to leading 100 sleepers to the gateway during the last leg of the journey. You are seen as someone with great growth potential, in short. He nodded, somewhat satisfied by that answer. It's not as bad as I thought. Actually, it was perfect. It was exactly the result he had hoped for, to be considered one of the best, but also the worst of the best. He needed status to receive all the best opportunities in this world. He needed to have value. Looking at the beautiful ascendant in front of him, Sunny took a sip of the tea, then smiled brightly. So, that really sounds great. A great honor, and so on. But what I really want to know is what exactly can I get thanks to being the 5th most incredible person of an entire generation? Master Jet laughed and glanced at him with approval. Good. Straight to the point. Well, that depends. What is it that you want the most? Sunny didn't hesitate before answering, his tone steady and firm. To be free. The smile disappeared from her face. Looking down at her tea, Master Jet lingered for a while, and then said wistfully. Then you're out of luck. I am sorry, but freedom is just a myth, Sunless. No one is free in this world. Mundane humans have to toil and struggle to remain alive. Even if they are fortunate enough to reach the height of success and acquire great wealth, their lives still belong to the awakened who protect them from the nightmare creatures. But the awakened, we are not free, too. Our lives belong to the spell. She paused, then added with slight sadness. If we want to survive its trials, we need to tether ourselves to others, be it powerful clans, or the government, or even just the members of our cohort. We have to depend on our allies and companions, and they in turn have to depend on us. All of us are chained to one another, Sunless, and that is the only way we can survive. So, think again about what you want. Think carefully. Sunny stared at her for a long time, his eyes full of a dark, deep, heavy emotion. After a while, he sighed slowly, then said. If that is the case, then I want to be strong. Chapter 365 Young Prospect. Master Jet looked at him for a while, then smiled. Perfect. That is a good goal to have, especially for people like us. She took a sip of tea, then closed her eyes for a few moments. All right. There are many ways to become strong, some more straightforward than others. Ideally, you would want a powerful organization backing you up, but that is not the only way. In fact, such a partnership is a double-edged sword. You gain a lot, but also have to give a lot in return. I'll provide you with the basic information, and you can decide for yourself. Sunny straightened a little and listened to her attentively. Master Jet thought for a few seconds, and then said. In this next few days, you will have to decide what citadel to go to. That is not the same as joining a faction, but closely tied to it. Usually, young awakened have to compete for the right to join a desirable faction and therefore be taken to the citadel it operates from. Your case is different, though. Everyone wants you, and I mean everyone. So you can pick any of the human citadels in the dream realm to call home. She paused, yawned, and then continued. As you should already know, there are 3 great human citadels in the dream realm, as well as many smaller ones. The primary citadels belong to the great clans, while the smaller ones can be either ruled by a lesser clan or remain independent. Regardless, all of them are situated around the 3 main human enclaves and tied to them in one form or another. No matter where you go, you'll be in the sphere of influence of one of the great clans, it's just that you can be either in its center, close to the center, or on the periphery. Sunny scratched his head. What about the government? Doesn't the government control many citadels? Master Jet shook her head. Out there in the dream realm, the government has less influence than the great clans. It does, however, maintain a presence in all the important citadels, which allows us to play a unique role. In the dream realm, we serve as a connective tissue between the 3 factions, I guess. That flexibility has its own benefits, if you ask me. She knocked lightly on the table and said. In any case, even if you decide to refuse the obvious choice of settling in one of the great citadels, you'll have to select one of the 3 territories. They are not connected, as some people think. In fact, there are deadly and extremely hazardous regions separating each of the human dominions from each other. So, that is going to be your first decision, which territory to choose. That made sense. If Sunny chose to go to Bastion, for example, he would have the opportunity to build a relationship with the great clan Vale, which ruled it, or any of the lesser clans in its sphere of influence. He would lose the opportunity to be recruited into the great clan Song, though, or any other clan that existed in a separate human territory. And so on. Master Jet finished her tea and looked at the empty cup with a solemn expression. Oh, yeah. This is where I was supposed to give you the recruitment speech and try to convince you to join the government forces. But I'm not going to, you are smart enough to figure out the pros and cons of that path by yourself. All I will say is that you will never be truly accepted as an equal by the members of the legacy clans, SS designation or not. Maybe they won't say it to your face, but you'll always be treated as someone, a tiny bit lesser. At best. Sunny's expression darkened. Castor's face suddenly appeared in his mind, eyes full of disdain. What had the proud scion called him, a mongrel? Well, that mongrel got to your throat. Who's laughing now? Master Jet had a similar kind of expression on her face. Had she experienced her own share of hardships because of her lowly background? Most likely. As Sunny was pondering what Master Jet's path to becoming an Ascended must have looked like, she sighed, then smiled with irony. Not that entering a legacy clan is a bad deal. Actually, it's a dream come true for many, most even. With your renown, Sunless, any clan would be happy to give you patronage. Some might even adopt you. Hell, with your looks, even marriage is not out of the question. As Sunny choked on his tea and did an actual spit take, Master Jet laughed. Marriage, what marriage? She shook her head. How do you think legacy clans recruit talents? There are patronage contracts, adoptions, and matrimony, the latter being the preferred method when it comes to true gems. Anything to enhance the bloodline, you know. As Sunny stared at her with wide eyes, Master Jet chuckled and continued. In any case, these are your options. You can go with the government, one of the 3 great clans, or a lesser clan. Each will provide you with plenty of incentives to join them instead of others. The most wealthy factions will even shower you with soul shards. You and I both know how important those are. Few people can refuse such an offer. She sighed wistfully, lingered for a bit, and then added. Of course, you can also remain independent. In that case, you won't have any special support outside the usual benefits of being a highly regarded awakened, be it in the form of training, resources, or access. But you also won't be tied down by any obligations, free to travel around the dream realm as you wish, making a living by hunting nightmare creatures or providing useful services to your citadel of choice. There are plenty of independent awakened out there, although few who are truly successful. It's a tough way to live. Sunny rubbed his face, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the cornucopia of choices in front of him. He had no need for soul shard, but being showered in them still seemed like a great experience. Master Jet grinned. So? What do you think? He hesitated for a while, then said. I don't know. That's a lot to take in. I'll have to think about many things before making a decision. She nodded, as though that was an expected answer. Good. Nothing good can come from rushing such a matter. With that, Master Jet took a small, secure plastic container out of her pocket and pushed it to Sunny. He took it and raised an eyebrow. What's that? She shrugged. A pack of military-grade stimulants to keep you awake for a while. Don't use more than 1 patch at a time. Wait, why am I explaining this to you? You're from the outskirts, so your knowledge of stimulant use must be extensive. In any case, with that, you'll be able to stay lucid for about a week. Contact me when you're ready to make a decision, and I'll arrange the rest. Oh, also feel free to call me if you have any questions, scratch that. Not any questions, just important ones. She stood up, stretched a little, and gave him a little smile. Well, it's been nice seeing you, awakened Sunless. You did well, staying alive out there. Warms my heart to know that another one of us did. I'll be off, then. Time waits for no one, and all that. She turned around to walk away, but Sunny stopped her. Master Jet? She glanced at him in confusion. Yeah? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then raised his newly issued, expensive, slick communicator. I don't have your contact? Master Jet stared at him for a while, then grinned. Want to get my number, huh? Feeling his ears turning slightly red, Sunny coughed, but then took hold of himself and said with an easy smile. Yes. How else am I going to call you when I've made a decision? The beautiful woman shook her head, then took his communicator and entered her contact information into it. Returning the communicator to Sunny, she looked at him and said. Can't wait to hear from you, awakened Sunless. See you later, then. With that, Master Jet walked away, leaving Sunny alone at the table. Looking around, he sat in silence for a while. Finally, he said quietly. I wonder, can I get another of everything I ate? That'd be great. Chapter 366 Lessons of History. Some time later, Sunny exited the instructor's lounge. The clear winter day welcomed him with chilly wind and tiny snowflakes dancing in the sunlight. Despite being dressed very lightly, his skin was covered only by the soft fabric of the simple training suit provided to him by the staff of the Academy Hospital complex. Sunny did not feel too cold. That's being awakened for you, I guess. If it had been a year and a few months ago, he would have been desperately searching for shelter, hoping that he would not freeze to death overnight or, even worse, get sick. But now, Sunny felt great. He wasn't even uncomfortable. Pulling down his sleeves to hide the serpent tattoo, he inhaled the cool, perfectly filtered air, smiled, and started walking. Decisions. The conversation with Master Jet had been useful, but left him with more questions than answers. Each of the choices presented to him had alluring benefits, but also very serious drawbacks. Great clans, lesser clans, government, or independent? Sunny tried to imagine himself as a legacy and silently shook his head. All that prestige, all that wealth, the admiration of the masses, being a legacy meant being a part of the nobility, the elite above all elites. It was the exact opposite of what Sunny had been all his life. But who said that he had to remain the same in the future? From a pauper to a prince, that would be a nice transformation. Lord Sunless, that had a nice ring to it, didn't it? There were serious disadvantages to making such a choice, of course. Working for the government offered its own advantages, but at the cost of not receiving as much funds and resources, while being tied down by too many obligations. Both times Sunny had met Master Jet, she seemed busy and overworked. He couldn't imagine pursuing his goals with such a schedule. One of the functions of the awakened forces in service to the government was hunting down rogue members of their own kind. Awakened were people, after all, and there were criminals among them, too. Especially because many were traumatized and driven to the edge of madness by their experiences in the nightmares and the dream realm. If Sunny could absorb the essence of those humans he killed like all the other awakened, that path could have offered him a faster track to saturating his cores. But as it was, he didn't see himself putting on the uniform, unless there were new gates opening every day, thus providing him with the endless supply of nightmare creatures to hunt. By the way, how many gates were opening in a given year, on average? Suddenly, Sunny realized that he had no idea. The propaganda never mentioned concrete numbers, only the fact that Valiant Awakened had the situation under control. Did they, really? The last option was to remain independent. That choice was seemingly in contradiction to his desire to acquire status and as many benefits as possible, but only on the surface. In fact, Sunny had already received most of what he wanted by becoming a high-ranking citizen and getting a free pick of any citadel. Of course, not having the vast resources of a legacy clan or the government would be a huge loss, but it would also provide the best chance he had to keep all his secrets to himself. All three options were worthy of being considered. In the end, it all came to the fact that he simply didn't have enough information to make a decision. So, getting information was his first priority. But, how? What was it called, a library? The Academy has to have one of those, right? Sunny, of course, had never been to a library, but he was familiar with the concept. There were similar types of public terminals in the outskirts, too, although using them cost credits. He had never had any to spare, so his visits were few and far between. And he went there for entertainment, not to study. Now that Sunny had himself a state-of-the-art communicator, he could access a lot of information from the network, but doing so would doubtlessly leave a digital trail behind. Considering that some of the topics he wanted to research were rather dangerous, he wanted to remain as anonymous as possible. A library it is. 10 minutes later, he approached a square white building. Like most of the Academy, its walls were made out of smooth, pristine alloy, with wide windows that could be covered at any moment with reinforced shutters. There weren't many people in sight, so Sunny assumed that the library was not a popular destination among the awakened. Why would it be, if most of the information stored there could be accessed remotely? He was the weirdo for coming here in person. Entering through an automatic door, Sunny looked around and blinked a couple of times. Everywhere he looked, tall shelves full of paper books stretched into the distance. Between them stood tables meant for study, with several young men and women reading behind them silently. Most of them were using terminals to take notes, but some were actually writing by hand. What the hell is that? All those books, of course, were printed on synthetic paper, but why have them printed at all? Wouldn't it be way more convenient to read from a terminal, like all normal people did? He had never seen a physical book in his life. The very idea of using one was mind-boggling. But then, it made sense. Digital data storage technology was highly advanced, but susceptible to various types of damage. During the dark times, which came before the even darker times of the nightmare spell, back when humanity had been consumed by an endless series of devastating wars and cataclysmic natural disasters, a lot of knowledge had been lost due to over-reliance on digital mediums. Whole layers of culture were irrevocably gone as the result. Paper was still the safest way to preserve knowledge. It's just Sunny had never thought about it before. Still weird. Trying to not show his confusion, Sunny furtively looked around and noticed a member of the library staff. It was a young man, no, wait, a young woman? A young person, with short black hair and intelligent brown eyes, who was currently reading a vintage-looking book. There was a badge on her chest, with the name written on it. At least Sunny thought that it was a name. Maybe it was some weird title among the librarians. Who knew what kind of strange customs they had here? Approaching the young librarian, he stopped a couple of meters away and waited patiently to be noticed. However, Ren continued to read, fully engrossed in whatever story the book told, eyes full of deep emotion. Curious, Sunny looked at the title on the cover. Free Fall, sounds familiar. Must be a really great book. Maybe I should read it someday. Hey. Can I get some directions? Ren lingered for a couple of seconds, then reluctantly put down the novel and looked at him with a neutral smile. Of course. How can I help you? He lingered for a bit, then said with uncertainty. How can I read about the dream realm and the current state of human expansion into its various regions? Ren blinked a couple of times, then asked politely. Can you be more specific? Sunny sighed. I want to see a map and a list of all the citadels out there, as well as learn who owns what and why. I guess. The librarian smiled brightly. Ah, you are a lover of history as well. Of course, of course. You have come to the right place. We have all the records you'll ever need here. Nickel. Sunny flinched. Nickel? What does nickel mean? What is happening? Suddenly, another young librarian appeared out of nowhere. This one was definitely a guy, wearing a wrinkled white shirt and a brown vest. He was tall and handsome, with slightly disheveled red hair, scruffy bristle on his chin, and a friendly face. There was a badge on his vest, too, with the word Nickel written on it. The two were a strange pair. Nickel, could you please escort this young man to the Dream Realm History section? The tall librarian glanced at Sunny and gave him a wide smile. Sure. Please, follow me. They headed into the depths of the library, leaving Ren behind. A few moments later, Sunny heard the rustle of paper pages coming from behind. The smaller librarian was once again engrossed in the book. Yeah, I should definitely check that novel out. A citizen of the 7th rank should be well read, right? Nickel led him through the library, asking a few questions to narrow down the search. Soon, they arrived in front of a particular set of shelves, full of books having to do with the dream realm and the history of humanity's slow exploration of it. The young man helped Sunny select a few, wished him luck, and disappeared as quietly and swiftly as he had appeared. Sunny looked at the spot where Nickel had been just a few moments ago, then slowly shook his head. A librarian, that guy could have been an assassin, instead. Well, maybe he was. Come to think about it, working in a library could be a perfect cover for clandestine operators. Maybe I should become a librarian, too. Making sure that no one was watching him, Sunny put his books on a nearby table and walked back to the shelves. There, he stared at a certain book that he had noticed a few minutes ago. Its title was simple. The Immortal Flame. Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then took the book off the shelf. He was pretty sure that the sovereigns were at least partially responsible for the fall of Nef's clan. If so, there had to be some hints of their identity in the history of the Immortal Flame. This has to be a good place to start looking for some answers, right? Chapter 367 Fog of Time. Sunny brought the book back to the table and sat down, looking at the plain cover with a complicated expression. Of course, he knew a few things about the Immortal Flame clan. Everybody did, considering how prominent the achievements of its members were. Even though Sunny missed out on receiving a proper education, the legendary figures of Changing Star's father and grandfather had long ago found their way from the pages of history into the popular culture. Their names were pretty much synonymous with heroism and the indomitable nature of the human spirit, famously painted with a tinge of tragedy. Immortal Flame was the first awakened to become a master, and Broken Sword, his son-in-law, was the first master to become a saint. Of course, they had not done so alone, each had a group of powerful companions to share the burden of challenging the spell. So, a more proper statement would have been that they were the leaders of the first cohorts to conquer the second and third nightmares. However, the names of their comrades were not as well known. Sunny was sure that kids learned about them in school, but a street rat like him only had a general impression of who they were. Mostly, he just remembered that some of them would go on to establish the great clans. But that was the thing about heroes. Sunny had once told Effie that one had to die to become a hero, and that was not a joke. A person could possess renown and respect for achieving something incredible, but it was the act of making the ultimate sacrifice that elevated one to heroic status. That's why the Immortal Flame clan was revered much more than the other great clans, not only because the leaders of those cohorts came from it, but also because it had a tragic end. Or had it? If Nefis did manage to return to the real world, the fame of her clan would burn bright once again, perhaps even brighter than ever before. The survivors of the Dreamer army already treated her like a deity. With a sudden frown, Sunny awkwardly opened the book and started reading. Accustomed to reading off a screen, he struggled for a bit with the printed text, but then quickly got used to it and engrossed himself in the illustrious history of the famed clan. The first part was dedicated to Immortal Flame himself, and although it was interesting, there was not a lot of information there that Sunny could use. He already knew that Nef's grandfather had been among the first wave of people infected by the nightmare spell, and that he fought against the nightmare creatures during the initial mayhem that followed its appearance. Back then, millions of people were suddenly thrust into the first nightmares and died, resulting in millions of nightmare creatures entering the real world. Of course, almost all of them were only of the dormant rank, but even that turned out to be too much for the armies of the already reeling humanity to handle. Whole nations were destroyed, and for a while, the planet was submerged into absolute chaos. It was only thanks to people like Immortal Flame, who had not earned his true name yet back then, of course, that the situation changed. There were those who had survived the first nightmare, then entered the dream realm and carved their path to gateways. After returning to the real world, they united and fought back against the tide of nightmare creatures, eventually establishing a new world order. The one that existed to this day. They were tough people. Becoming an awakened was hard enough even today, with all the accumulated knowledge about the spell being freely accessible to everyone. Back when it first appeared, people like Immortal Flame didn't know anything. They didn't know what an aspect was, how many ranks and classes of the nightmare creatures were there, what they meant, what the memories and echoes were, what a gateway was. Most important of all, they didn't even know if saving humanity was even possible. And yet, somehow, they learned and fought back. Sunny couldn't imagine how dark and hellish that time must have been. Truly, they deserved his respect. But, sadly, they didn't deserve his time. At least not now. He had much more pressing things on his plate, so Sunny just skimmed through the pages describing Immortal Flame's life, his eventual triumph over the second nightmare, and heroic death. The legendary master died defending the evacuating cities from the onslaught of terrible creatures that entered the real world through a Category 5 gate. That happened just a year or so before Sunny was born, and had cost humanity an entire continent. It was also the event that led to Nef's mother becoming hollow, although that tragedy was not described in the book in great detail. All that was said about it was that Smile of Heaven died during the disaster while protecting civilians. Sunny sighed, then concentrated on reading about Broken Sword. Nef's father was not a legacy by birth. In fact, he came from a very humble background, and rose from absolute obscurity to the very pinnacle of prominence thanks only to his talent and battle genius. He was a pauper who had won the heart of a princess and became the heir of the most venerated clan in human history. The narrative of the book framed the history in a way that suggested that Broken Sword had been heartbroken by the death of his wife, and that it was this loss that drove him to rise even higher and challenge the third nightmare. Miraculously, Broken Sword succeeded, becoming the first saint. There was no happy end to his story, though. Just a few years later, he perished in the Dream Realm while exploring a region that would later be categorized as a death zone. The book ended with a long-winded tribute to the two legendary heroes and an explanation of how important their contributions were to the survival and future prosperity of the human race. Sunny closed the book and shook his head. What a load of crap. He might not have been educated, but like most people in the outskirts, Sunny had the instinctive skill of recognizing propaganda and reading between the lines of official statements. And this was what the book was, an embellished, partially fictional version of events that the government liked to feed to people. The truth was hard to come by. There were several things about the supposed history of the Immortal Flame clan that didn't make a lot of sense to Sunny. The first one was the circumstances of Smile of Heaven's tragic death. On paper, everything seemed fine, but Sunny knew that she was not, in fact, dead, not in the traditional sense of the word, at least. She was hollow. But how could she become hollow? According to the book, at that point in time, Broken Sword had already become a master. The two of them were partners both in life and in battle, leading their cohort together. That would suggest that Smile of Heaven was a master, too. But masters traveled to the dream realm physically as opposed to in spirit, like sleepers and awakened did. There would have been no soulless body left behind if she had died there, so, how was it possible? The timeline doesn't add up. The second questionable point was Broken Sword's own death. Saints were extremely powerful beings, and killing one was not an easy task. Even when met with an overwhelming foe, a saint should have been able to at least escape. Saints simply did not die unless they had a reason to stand their ground and fight to the last breath. The only creatures that could kill them instantly were too powerful and rare to stumble on one randomly, even when exploring an unknown region of the dream realm. Would Broken Sword have been so reckless and stubborn, knowing that he had a daughter who needed his care and protection? The legendary swordsman didn't strike Sunny as someone who would allow himself to die easily, unless some other forces were involved. And finally, there were the other members of his cohort. Sunny whispered their names. Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven, Asterion, Qi-Song, Amdal of the Valor clan. Asterion, Qi-Song, Amdal of Valor. Aster, Song, Vale? Chapter 368 Aster, Song, Vale. Sunny spent several hours reading the book about the history of the Immortal Clan book, and now, finally, he was starting to feel sleepy. Not to the point of needing to use the stimulants provided to him by Master Jet, but enough to make it harder for him to concentrate. Rubbing his face, he mentally repeated the names of Broken Sword's companions, the brilliant warriors who had become the first saints of the human race. Asterion, Qi-Song, Amdal of the Valor clan. Were they the Aster, Song, and Vale? While not exactly the same, the names of the members of the legendary cohort were too similar to the 3 words that Nephis had once told him to never say out loud, among a couple of others, to be merely a coincidence. Let's see. What do I really know about all that stuff? Sunny knew that the 3 words held enough meaning to free Neph from the haze of the Soul Devourer's mind hex, at least partially. She had reacted to them very strongly, so much so that Sun had actually been afraid for his life for a bit there. She had also asked him a strange question. He repeated it mentally, careful to not say anything out loud. Which domain do you belong to? Sunny had no idea what a capital letter domain was back then, and he didn't know now. But he was, indeed, sure that there was a capital letter there. He also suspected that people who had been trying to kill Noctis for most of her life were connected to these mysterious domains. Which meant that Castor had been, too. From that, it wasn't hard to conclude that domains and sovereigns, who apparently willed the destruction of the immortal Flame clan, were tied together, or more likely the same. And all of it had something to do with lineage memories and the attributes they bestowed, like the fire attribute that was described as the lineage of the sun god. Or his own blood weave, which was apparently both incomplete and forbidden. Sunny massaged his temples and sighed. For a long time, he had no clue about what Aster, Song, and Vale meant. But after meeting Xianxia, an adopted daughter of the great clan Song, he began to suspect that they were the names of the 3 legacy clans responsible for the numerous attempts on Nef's life, and maybe even the deaths of her parents and the downfall of the immortal Flame clan. Not only because of his inherent dislike of legacies, but also because of how peculiar Changing Star had described her relationship with the handmaiden. Trusted? Not really, never, actually. Why would Noctis say that she would never, ever trust Xianxia? Maybe it was because Xianxia belonged to one of the clans responsible for the undoing of her family. That was a logical assumption. But now, Sunny saw that, maybe, he was wrong. Maybe Aster, Song, and Vale weren't the names of clans, maybe, these were the nicknames belonging to 3 people. Asterion, Song, and Anvil of Clan Valor. They were broken swords companions, and as such, Noctis had to have met them a lot before her father died. Neither Broken Sword himself nor his daughter would have been addressing them by their full names either. What would she call them? Uncle Aster? Auntie Song? Sunny looked down, a dark expression appearing on his face. If these were really the people that had later sent numerous assassins to hunt down the little girl who trusted them, then the hatred Noctis had for them would be easy to explain. It would also be easy to explain how a saint of Broken Sword's talent and might had died. Maybe he had been stabbed in the back by the people he trusted the most. Even though there was no proof, it all made too much sense. Sunny felt that he was on the right track. But how were Asterion, Song, and Anvil of Clan Valor connected to the mysterious sovereigns? Did they serve them, or? His eyes widened. A terrible suspicion entered his mind, not a suspicion. A certainty. It's them. They are the sovereigns. The revelation hit him like a hurricane squall, too vast to comprehend all at once. And the key to it was a simple sentence that Noctis had once told him while overwhelmed by intense emotions. How did he miss it? Back when they had their falling out in a deserted alley of the outer settlement, Nef said. You think Gunlog can stop me? You think a fallen terror can stop me? Those 3 ghouls can stop me? No, Sunny. Nothing will stop me. Anyone who dares will die. I'll kill them all. She had listed her enemies. She listed them in the order of magnitude. First Gunlog, then the Crimson Terror. And then, the Sovereigns. 3 ghouls. Aster, Song, and Vale. Just as he was trying to cope with that idea, another frightening realization appeared in Sunny's mind. He shuddered. Recalling another thing that Noctis had said, he then mumbled quietly. No, I won't be the first one to conquer the 4th nightmare. I will be the first one to conquer every nightmare. Back then, he had understood her as wishing to be the first one to beat the 4th nightmare, as well as all the rest. But her words could have been interpreted in a different way. Among the awakened, there was a general agreement that the names of the ranks were not coincidental. Many people thought that the words used by the spell described the ascent toward godhood, or the descent into profanity, as far as nightmare creatures were concerned. In many ways, these 2 paths were reflections of each other. A person of a 3rd rank was described as ascended, since they were rising above their human nature. A creature of the same rank was called fallen. This step had to do with ascension, or the opposite of it. A person of the fourth rank was described as transcendent, since they had transcended the mundane and assumed some qualities of the divine. A creature of the same rank was called corrupted. This step had to do with transformation. It was no coincidence that the aspect ability the saints received was called a transformation ability, after all. The next step also had a special meaning to it. It represented authority and reign. Be it supreme or great, beings of that level were meant to consolidate their power and exert it upon the world. The fifth step of the class hierarchy was much the same, allowing nightmare creatures to create and control armies of lesser minions. Such creatures were called tyrants. What would a human who had reached the supreme rank be called, then? Sunny trembled. A sovereign. Noctis had not meant that she would not only be the first human to conquer the fourth nightmare, but also all the rest. She had meant that she would be first to conquer the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. Because the fourth nightmare had already been conquered. Gods. Key of the great clan Song, Amdal of the great clan Valor, and a person called Asterion had conquered it. And Broken Sword of the immortal flame. Broken Sword had been mysteriously killed in the process. Aster, Song, and Vale had returned from the fourth nightmare wreathed in new authority, while Broken Sword perished. What was a domain? Possibly the expression of the fifth aspect ability they had received, a special one, just like the special transformation ability the saints possessed. And, for some reason, they had chosen to keep their accomplishment a secret, instead exerting their influence on humanity from the shadows. Wasn't it strange, that their names seemed to practically disappear from the pages of history after Broken Sword died? They, too, were the first to become saints, after all. Not if they had chosen to keep them hidden. Wasn't it strange that Castor of Hanli clan seemed so loyal to the mysterious sovereigns who had ordered him to kill the last daughter of the immortal flame clan? Not if they were the real power behind the great legacy clans, to which his own lesser clan was beholden. Wasn't it hard to believe that there were words that could kill just by becoming known to a person? Not if those words were the names of the three supreme rulers that preferred to remain nameless. Sunny moaned slightly, then covered his face's hands. Crap. 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 Why did I have to go and get myself involved in all this crap? He had a feeling that his life had just become much more complicated. Chapter 369 Hidden Forces. Sunny spent some time staring at the pile of books in front of him with a dark expression. After a while, he sighed heavily. So, there were hidden forces out there that exerted influence over the entire human race. The authority was as invisible as it was frightening. And now, he knew their names. The sovereigns were at least as powerful as the government, or maybe even more so. The exact relationship between these two hegemonic powers, one official, the other secretive, was not clear, but for now, knowing the full extent of the authority resting in the hands of the sovereigns was not that important. However, it was important to know that the world was not at all as he had imagined. It was much more dangerous. Why? Because if there was one thing that all wielders of authority shared, it was the animosity toward others encroaching on their power. That was just human nature. Among the strong, only one entity could be the strongest. And so, that entity was always apprehensive of others growing stronger. Bosses of criminal gangs in the outskirts were always paranoid of their lieutenants usurping them, and tended to violently get rid of those who were too successful. In the Dark City, Gunlog reigned with an iron fist, destroying anyone who dared to be strong without submitting to his rule. And sovereigns would be much the same. Since Sunny was already powerful beyond reason, for a person of his age at least, and had an even more frightening potential, the sovereigns would never allow him to exist outside their control. Luckily, they did not know the true extent of his strength yet. But since his main goal was to become stronger, as strong as he possibly could, as fast as he possibly could, to not fall behind Noctis, that was going to be a problem. Suddenly, some things about the awakened society became more clear. A long time ago, Sunny had learned that Master Jet had no chance of ever becoming a saint. Apparently, one had to have a team of outstanding companions and a lot of support to attempt conquering the third nightmare, and she lacked both due to her problematic personality. Would sovereigns allow someone outside their grasp to become a saint? Most resources and knowledge about the Dream Realm belonged to the legacy clans, especially when it came to anything having to do with higher ranks. And the clans were controlled by the sovereigns, which basically meant that they could prevent anyone from becoming a saint simply by refusing their support. How many talented masters like Jet were being suppressed from growing more powerful because they didn't serve one of the supremes? There were a couple of saints serving the government, at least. Whom were they really loyal to? Hate it. I hate it so much. Of course, Sunny knew that all of this was just his conjecture. And yet, one thing was certain, the choice presented to him by Master Jet was not as straightforward as he had thought. In truth, he wasn't deciding between the great clans, the lesser clans, the government, and independence. He was deciding between entering into the service to the sovereigns or refusing it. And that choice was strained even further by his connection to Changing Star. Damnation! With a sigh, Sunny stared at the bookshelves surrounding him, and then stood up. He had to get a few more books to read. Many hours later, he tiredly put the last one away and rubbed his face. Now that he had absorbed a lot of knowledge about the current geography and situation of the Dream Realm, a seed of a plan began to form in his mind. However, he still needed more information. He wouldn't be able to find it here, however. For that, he would have to visit an old acquaintance. One thing he did find, nevertheless, was a bit more information about the sovereigns. Asterion, Qisong, and Andal of Valor. The last one was possibly the most renowned. An heir of the great clan, he was mentioned many times in the texts describing the human expansion into the northern territories of the Dream Realm, as well as the history of Bastion, one of the 3 central human citadels in the Dream Realm. In fact, he had apparently been responsible for slaying the Titan whose remains were then used to create the chair Sunny was currently sitting on. Strong. Later, though, the traces of Saint Andal disappeared. There was no mention of his death, but the reins of Clan Valor were now in the hands of his cousins, at least officially. Qisong was only slightly less famous. Unlike Andal of Vale, she had come from one of the lesser legacy clans, and it was by her hand that it was elevated to the status of a great one. The stronghold of Clan Song, Ravenheart, was the second major human settlement in the Dream Realm. Its sphere of influence was separated from the other 2 territories by especially dreadful regions. The border with the Valor clan was especially deadly, but also rather thin. From what Sunny was able to learn, Qisong was still the ruler of her clan, although she rarely appeared in public. She was known as a benevolent and charitable person, but that was pretty much all the information he could find. It seemed that it was her adoptive daughters who mostly acted on her behalf. Saishan was one of them, although she was trapped on the Forgotten Shore for too long to be mentioned anywhere. And lastly, there was a man named Asterion. He was the most mysterious of the 3. No one seemed to know where he came from and where he went after the Broken Swords cohort was disbanded. In fact, there was barely any mention of him at all. Asterion was not connected to the 3rd Great Legacy clan, at least from the looks of it. Or any lesser clan, for that matter. Sunny couldn't even find out when and where he had been born, let alone if he was still alive. Even in the texts describing the deeds of Broken Sword and his companions, the name Asterion was only mentioned in passing, as though he had never made any important contributions. Sunny shook his head and scowled. Let me guess, he's the most terrifying of the 3. That was an easy conclusion to make, because it took one to know one. Sunny himself was barely mentioned and tended to hide his contributions. Ugh, my head hurts. The worst part was that this was only half of all the research he had to do. He had learned enough about the human position in the Dream Realm and the sovereigns. Now, he had to learn as much as he could about the gods, the demons, and the unknown. It was time to pay Teacher Julius a visit. Of course, Sunny couldn't visit his old instructor with empty hands. Pushing the books aside, he activated the terminal embedded into the table, lingered for a few moments, and then typed. All of the Forgotten Shore is separated into 3 parts, one of which. Chapter 370 Exploration Report. It took Sunny the rest of the night to compile all of the information he had gathered about the Forgotten Shore into a succinct, comprehensive report. Knowing how passionate teacher Julius was about researching the dream realm, Sunny tried not to miss any important detail. He had described the geography and environment of the region to the best of his ability, including all the notable landmarks he visited or heard about, as well as the peculiar nature of the Dark Sea and the Labyrinth. He also described most of the nightmare creatures he had seen, met, or fought, writing down everything he knew about their powers, behavior, and weaknesses, writing through the lens of his own experience where he could. When possible, he included the information received directly from the spell, complete with the descriptions of memories and echoes he knew about. Of course, he provided those texts both in the human tongue and in the runic language. Lastly, he had written down the results of his exploration and studies into the history of the Forgotten Shore, describing in detail every engraving, every mosaic, and every mural he had seen. He also added his theories about what had happened to the ancient civilization, as well as his observations on how the ancient people of the Forgotten Shore had lived before the fall. Of course, there were things that he had kept to himself. Sunny omitted anything having to do with the nest of the vile thieving bird, the Weaver, and the underground chamber beneath the ruined cathedral. He did not mention the stone saint, firstly because he wanted to keep her existence a secret, and secondly because she was connected to the unknown. He also avoided mentioning his battle against the coral golems and the banishment of the cursed sea, as well as the eventual fate of the Crimson Terror and the destruction of both the artificial sun and the spire itself. As far as everyone was concerned, Sunny had left through the gateway with the rest of the dreamers. No one had paid attention to his whereabouts in those last minutes, and he wanted to keep it that way. Well, no one except for Effie and Cassie, but he was reasonably sure that they would be discreet about certain things. And even if they failed to keep their lips sealed, Sunny had ways to explain his actions without revealing the truth. Finishing the report, Sunny leaned tiredly on the back of his chair and glanced at the screen. There, a long title was shown. Exploration Report on the Forgotten Shore, by Awakened Sunless. I think that's good enough. Sunny had no idea how to write an academic paper, or a proper field report, for that matter. So he had written and structured this document in a way that would have been the most helpful for his younger self a year ago, when he had entered the Forgotten Shore without knowing anything about it. A manual such as this would have made so many things easier. With a sigh, Sunny sent the report to his communicator, then turned off the terminal and stood up. Stretching his tired body, he swayed a little and yawned. It was already 2 days since his return to the real world, so the fatigue was slowly accumulating. Soon, he would have to start using the stimulants provided to him by Master Jet, but that moment had not come yet. Sunny walked away from the table, then hesitated a little and came back. Picking up several books from the orderly pile, he returned them to the proper shelves. After every book was back to its intended place, he nodded with satisfaction and finally left the library. What a fascinating place. I like it there. Looking back at the unassuming building, Sunny breathed in the cold winter air and remembered the description of Weaver's mask. Weaver believed that knowledge was the origin of power, and so always hid behind numerous lies. What would the demon of fate think about this place? It was, after all, a palace of knowledge. Sunny remembered the deceptive pages that presented a washed, polished version of history and smiled. Yeah, but it is also a palace of lies. It was weird returning to the sleeper compound. The low, fortified building was much like he remembered, only weighed down by more snow. Sunny had not spent a lot of time here, but those days before the winter solstice were some of the most memorable in his life. So much excitement, so much dread. Who knew that he would not see it again for more than a year? Entering the familiar hall, he looked around, half expecting to see a crowd of nervous sleepers. But, of course, there was no one around. Everyone had already left for their first venture into the dream realm, and it was too early for the next year's dreamers to arrive. Walking through the empty halls, he found his way to the lower levels of the compound and approached the wilderness survival classroom, which also served as Teacher Julius's office. Opening the door, he saw the spacious and tastefully decorated room where he had spent most of his short stay at the academy. Suddenly, Sunny was overwhelmed by a wave of nostalgia. Are you crazy? You're too young to be nostalgic about the good old days, His mentor was not at his usual place, sitting behind the wide wooden desk. Instead, the old man was standing in front of a glass case, studying the skull of a ferocious creature stored inside and taking notes. He hadn't changed at all. Teacher Julius was still old, with messy gray hair, absent-minded eyes, and a pair of bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. His posture and expression were full of quiet melancholy. However, as soon as he heard someone entering the classroom, his face changed, becoming lively and curious once again. Turning around, the old man stared at the visitor with confusion. Then, his face suddenly lit up with a bright, infectious smile. "Sonny, my boy." Chapter 371 Academic Achievement. Teacher Julius was just the same, but Sonny's perception of him had changed. Not only because of how instrumental the things he had learned from the old instructor turned out to be for his survival, but also because of the history books he had just read. How old is Teacher Julius, anyway? Sonny had never thought about it, but after learning more about Immortal Flame and the first generation of the Awakened, he couldn't help but see his mentor in a new light. Teacher Julius must have been if not of the same age as those legendary figures, then at least of the same generation. Those people had lived through much darker, much more violent times. They had survived the end of the world, and built a new one from the ruins. "Sonny, my boy." Before Sonny could react properly, he was subjected to a passionate hug. Then, Teacher Julius unceremoniously pushed him to the nearest chair. "Finally, you're back. I never doubted that you would return, not even for a moment. No student of mine would allow himself to die easily, you know." "Wait, what am I talking about? Of course, you know. You're one of my students yourself, after all." Sonny couldn't help but smile while listening to the excitement in the old man's voice. Before coming here, he was slightly worried that Teacher Julius would not even remember him. Despite the fact that his course was not the most popular at the academy, the eccentric instructor must have mentored thousands of sleepers throughout his career. What was one more? But, luckily, Sonny had been wrong. "But, my boy, a whole year. Did you like it in the dream realm so much that you didn't want to return? Did you not think that your old teacher would be worried sick? In the name of the gods, what happened?" Sonny hesitated a little, then said apologetically. "Well, Teacher Julius, you see. I ended up in an unexplored region of the dream realm. And the only gateway there was guarded by a fallen terror." The old man blinked. "Heavens! How horrible. So what did you do?" Sonny shrugged. Well. In short, I met two beautiful girls, escorted them to an ancient castle, spent a few months exploring a cursed city, went on a long and arduous quest to find a magic crown, killed a devil, helped a princess become a queen, participated in a war or two, climbed an evil tower, and finally ended up near the gateway. Basically, I survived. Just how you taught me to." Teacher Julius listened to him very carefully, then nodded a few times. "Great. You did great. Just as expected from one of my students. But, Sonny." The old man's eyes suddenly shone brightly, full of excitement. Did you say something about an unexplored region?" Sonny smiled, then activated his communicator. "I did. In fact, I have compiled a lengthy report about things I have seen, fought, and discovered there. Would you like to take a look? I can send it to you." Teacher Julius looked down with embarrassment. "A report? Oh, you shouldn't have, you must be so terribly busy right now." However, even while he was saying that, the old man was already opening the file. As soon as he started reading, his eyes widened, and a delighted smile appeared on his face. "Brilliant. This is brilliant. Wait, what's that? You even remembered to include citations in the original runic. That's my boy. Marvelous. Well-preserved ruins? A whole city? There is. Oh, my." It took Teacher Julius some time to skim through the report. Throughout the whole process, he continued to mumble under his nose in an increasingly excited tone. Some remarks Sunny understand, while some went completely over his head. Like, Greystone architecture, possible connections to the third wandering archon? Or, which era of the Babel script would that correspond to? Or, rats. That'll show that smug bastard Sando how wrong his universal origin of rituals ramblings were. The old man's eyes gradually grew wider and wider. Finally, he deactivated his communicator and looked at Sunny with an expression of profound exhilaration. You've done exceptionally well, Sunny. Of course, your report is rough around the edges and needs a lot of work to be published, but this is going to make so many people happy. I can name at least a dozen theories that can be expanded, confirmed, or refuted thanks to all the new data you provided. And that's just off the top of my head. Not to mention all the good that will come from the detailed descriptions of so many new types of nightmare creatures you included. Teacher Julius smiled proudly. You truly have a heart of an explorer, my boy. Very few people do, and out of those, even less have a keen mind such as yours. Not to mention the ability to venture into the deadly expanse of the dream realm and not only come back alive, but also remember to look at more than just what's in front of them. But it is thanks to such people that we can deepen out knowledge of the spell. He sighed. Most of the awakened only know how to hack and slash. They tend to look at us with very little regard, but it is only because of us that they know how to hack and where to slash. Luckily, there are few bright minds here and there. Sunny stared at his mentor with a bit of surprise. He had not expected such an intense reaction. He just wrote down his findings about the Forgotten Shore to please the old man, considering they shared a hobby. I'm sorry? Published? What do you mean by that, exactly? Teacher Julius glanced at him with a humorous spark in his eyes. Oh, don't worry. This old man is not going to rob his own student of the reward. I'll help you bring this paper to a proper state free of charge. I don't even need to be put down as a cother, although it would make me happy if you did. What do I need money for? I have more money than I could ever spend already. Sunny tilted his head, then blinked a couple of times. His heart was suddenly grasped by burning emotions. Excuse me, Teacher Julius. But... Did you say something about money? The old man stared at him with confusion. Yes, I did. Isn't it why you have compiled this marvelous report? To receive the contribution points from the government? Sunny lingered for a bit, then slowly shook his head. No? I just thought you would like to read it? I don't even know what these contribution points you mentioned are. Teacher Julius looked at him for a while, then burst out laughing. Oh my. What a good student I have. Ah, you really delighted me today, Sunny. Such pure dedication to the noble calling of an explorer. I wish more people were as selfless as you. Selfless? What do you mean selfless? There's not a single selfless bone in my body. Is there really money to be made from my stupid report? The old man shook his head and said. The government rewards those who enrich the base of knowledge we have about the spell, the dream realm, and the nightmare creatures quite generously. The more rare and more vital the information you submit is, the more contribution points you receive. These points can then be exchanged for a variety of useful things, or simply turned into credits. Considering that no one has ever explored the Forgotten Shore before, and how comprehensive your report is, I'd say you'll receive a pretty sizable sum. You really didn't know this? Sunny slowly shook his head. How sizable are we talking? Like if I want to rent an apartment, no, a house. If I want to rent a house in an area of the city with clean air, how many weeks would this reward buy? Teacher Julius gave him a strange look. Rent a house? What a strange example. Sunny, with how unique the data you contributed is, you don't need to rent a house. Wouldn't it be easier to just buy one? Sunny? Sunny couldn't respond immediately, though. He was in the process of falling out of his chair. Chapter 372 Names of the Gods plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 372 Names of the Gods. After a while, he regained enough composure to continue the conversation. Sunny and teacher Julius chatted for a while, discussing the exact process of publishing the report, what changes would have to be made, and how they would work together to bring the project to fruition. All of it, of course, was going to happen only after Sunny had settled in the dream realm and found a citadel to anchor himself to. Right now, he did not exactly have time to work on an academic paper. Teacher Julius also shared some of his knowledge about the human settlements in the dream realm and his views on how to decide on a proper citadel. All his advice, however, could be described in one sentence. Find one with good plumbing. Sunny wasn't sure what to make of it, but judging by the pained expression on the old man's face, it was indeed an important factor. Finally, he managed to turn the conversation toward the things he really wanted to learn about. Speaking of that, I am really unclear on one thing. While exploring the Dark City, I found a few places of worship. However, the deities they worshipped seemed to be different from the ones I heard about in my first nightmare. Did the native humans of the dream realm all have different gods? Teacher Julius looked at him and smiled. Ah. The gods. That is an interesting subject indeed. He thought for a few moments, then said. Yes and no. The gods worshipped in different regions had different names, but from what we can tell, those names all described the same entities. The current consensus is that the gods of the dream realm were, in fact, actual beings, perhaps creatures of the divine rank. Sunny nodded. Really? Then, where are they now? The old man sighed. That is the strange thing about the gods. They are dead, just like everything else in the dream realm is dead. They seem to have been alive in the time periods of many of the nightmares, but the ruins we have encountered and explored mostly describe them as being destroyed, by what or whom, we do not know. We also don't know if they existed before or after the nightmare spell itself appeared. He lingered for a bit, then added. But we do know a few things about the gods. For example, how many of them there were. Sunny smiled. Let me guess, 7? Teacher Julius chuckled. You would think that, right? But no, there were only 6 gods. Their most common names were Sun, War, Beast, Storm, Heart, and Shadow. Although those names don't do them justice, truth be told. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Really? How so? His mentor rubbed his chin, then said doubtfully. Well, a god is too vast of a being to be described with one word. Take the goddess of war. Oh, yes, their gender seems to be very mercurial. The war god is supposed to be the deity of warfare, and in a sense, he, or she, is. But he is also the god of life. What? How does it make any sense? The old man smiled. War is synonymous with struggle, and what is life if not a constant struggle for survival? So the goddess of war can also be called the goddess of life. She is also the goddess of progress, technology, craft, intellect, and through all of this, the patron goddess of humanity. Teacher Julius got engrossed in his favorite field and went on a small tangent. Or take the beast god. He is also often described as the goddess of the moon, as well as hunting, carnal desire, blood, beauty, and the cycle of birth and death. The sun god is also the lord of light, a manifestation of fire, passion, creation, and destruction. The storm god is also the god of the depths, of the oceans, of darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. And so on. Sunny coughed. What about shadow god? The eccentric instructor shrugged. I'm not too familiar with that one. As far as gods go, shadow is not very prominent. Well, as a shadow should be, I guess. He is sometimes called the god of peace, death, solace, and mysteries. That's about it, I think. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked carefully. I see. Hard to imagine that only 6 entities were responsible for all that. Were there perhaps any other divine beings? Teacher Julius thought for a few moments, then shrugged. There certainly were many beings that were either partially divine, or even almost as powerful as the gods themselves. We don't know much about them, though. Take demons, for example. Sunny held his breath. Demons were such mysterious creatures. They were described as having power almost equal to that of the gods, but of a different nature. They also seemed to have created themselves, or at least appeared out of nowhere. Almost nothing is known about them, except for the fact that there were 7 of them, one more terrible than the other. He raised an eyebrow. Terrible? Why were they terrible? The old man smiled. What can be more terrifying than a creature that came out of nowhere, wielding enough power to wage war against the heavens? Don't forget that what humans fear the most is the unknown. Perhaps the gods were much the same. Sunny hesitated for a long time, then finally asked. Teacher Julius, have you ever heard about the unknown? His mentor gave him a weird look, then laughed. What kind of a question is that? Haven't I dedicated my whole life to exploring the unknown? I think the lack of sleep is getting to you, my boy. Come, I have wasted enough of your time. A newly awakened like you should be running around, trying to find patronage or ingratiate themselves to a welcoming clan. I'll recommend you several books on the gods and divinity, to read once you have settled out there in the dream realm. Sunny smiled weakly, realizing that Teacher Julius did not know anything about the Weaver, the reasons for why the gods were dead, and the unknown. Strangely, he felt relieved. Chapter 373 Reunited. Leaving the sleeper compound, Sunny felt as though even the winter cold could not keep him from feeling sleepy anymore. Wondering what time it was, he looked up out of habit and glanced at the sun. The sun was all wrong. Suddenly, Sunny was wide awake, his hand instinctively outstretched to summon the midnight shard. It took him a few moments to recognize his error. Oh. The sun is normal. It's just not the same as on the Forgotten Shore. He also didn't have to measure time by observing the sky anymore. He had a communicator that could show him what time of day it was, up to the exact nanosecond. Shaking his head, Sunny headed back toward the hospital complex. He was late for a memorial. Of sorts. The survivors of the Dreamer Army were supposed to gather today to celebrate those who remained alive and remember those who had fallen. Entering the medical center, he headed toward the conference hall, but then lingered for a moment in front of a monitor attached to the wall. There, 100 names were shown, listing everyone who had made it back. And on the very top of it, there were 3 very special ones. Raised by Wolves. Nightingale. Song of the Fallen. Effie, Kai, and Cassie. Sunny stared at the 3 true names for some time, then slowly lowered his gaze. Right beneath was his own name. With a grim expression on his face, Sunny opened the doors and entered the hall. The former sleepers of the Forgotten Shore were all there, at least those who had awoken at the academy or could make it there for the memorial. He looked around the crowd, searching for familiar faces. It was strange to see all these people back in the real world. Especially without Noctis. Now that they were out of danger and had lost their leader, there wasn't a lot to keep them together, and so much to split them apart. Before, they were united by necessity and the irresistible will of changing star. Now, nothing remained to prevent the old grievances from pulling them apart. And yet, the 100 survivors seemed strangely united. Perhaps it was the shared trauma of their harrowing experience in the dream realm, or something else that Sunny couldn't quite understand, but there was no division between them. On the contrary, every awakened gathered in the hall seemed to share an invisible bond with all the others. Weird. Many people welcomed his arrival with warm greetings. Sunny smiled awkwardly and did his best to reciprocate their goodwill. After a few such encounters, he finally noticed Kai at the back of the crowd. Sunny stumbled and stared at his friend for a couple of seconds. I'll be damned. How could that guy become even more gorgeous? The awakening made Kai's slender figure even more graceful, his perfect face even more handsome, and his electric green eyes even more mesmerizing. His luscious dark auburn hair was now neatly cut and styled, his clothes were simple and exquisitely fashionable, and the several pieces of jewelry he wore somehow managed to enhance every one of those features by bringing it just the right amount of attention. Such injustice. With a resentful sigh, Sunny made his way through the crowd and approached his friend. Kai noticed him from afar, and then, the conference hall suddenly seemed to become much brighter due to his brilliant smile. Sunny. You are finally here. Sunny wanted to answer, but then froze for a second, noticing a stranger next to the charming young man. A sickly, terribly gaunt young woman was sitting in a wheelchair, staring at them with a tired expression. There was clearly something defective about her body. She was unhealthily thin, with pale skin stretching over brittle bones and a strange twist to her spine. Her legs seemed lifeless and weak, tucked awkwardly on the step of her wheelchair. Her neck was clearly struggling to support the weight of her head. It was only when the young woman smiled mischievously did he finally recognize her. What's the matter, doofus? You've been struck dumb by my beauty? With a giggle, Effie spun her wheelchair, as though giving him the chance to take a good look. Effie, that's Effie? Sunny stared at her for a couple of moments, trying to connect the image of the mighty huntress he knew, tall, strong, beautiful, and full of vigor, to this weak, gaunt young woman. He only spoke when the pain of the flaw pierced his mind. Not really. What the hell happened to you? Effie smiled and shrugged. Nothing. That's how I've always been, in the real world. Something moved in Sunny's memory. He remembered how the two of them sat on the support beam of the ruined cathedral, talking in whispers. For some of us, the real world was more of a hell than the dream realm. That was what Effie had said, back then. Noticing the strange expression on his face, she grinned. Ah, don't worry about it. At least now that I'm awakened, I can move my hands. Look at this. She grabbed the handles of the wheels, then balanced her chair at an angle and spun it around again. See? Ain't that the coolest thing you've ever seen? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then said quietly. Yes. One of the coolest, by far. Effie gave him a smile, then glanced at Kai. See, Knight? Your celebrity aura got nothing on my burning charisma. The young man looked at her, but didn't say anything. Instead, he suddenly took a step forward and gave Sunny a big hug. Sunny. Thank God you're alive. Sunny squirmed a little, but then surrendered to being embraced. With a resigned expression, he endured for as long as he could and then said through gritted teeth. Why shouldn't I be alive, fool? I wasn't the one whose unconscious, lanky body had to be dragged all the way to the gateway. Kai squeezed him even tighter, then finally released his hold on him. Taking a step back, the charming young man hesitated for a couple of seconds and sighed. Still. With your luck, I am surprised that the whole spire didn't just fall on your head. Sunny froze, then forced out a smile. Yeah. That would have been terrible, wouldn't it? Chapter 374 Dinner with Friends. Soon, several instructors appeared. In a solemn and sonorous atmosphere, each of them gave a small speech, congratulating the survivors of the Dreamer Army on overcoming the immeasurable hardships and returning to the real world alive. They also spoke about those who had fallen, and offered words of solace, saying that their sacrifice would not be forgotten by mankind. After all, mankind only continued to exist because of young men and women like them. To Sunny, those words rang hollow and empty, but they affected many people in the crowd. He saw a few people crying, the others trying to keep a brave face. Everyone had lost a friend, a companion, or a loved one during the tumultuous last days on the forgotten shore. Finally, Instructor Rock took the stage and spoke in length about the meaning of being an awakened, their duty to safeguard humanity, and what they should do and expect in the next few days. However, at some point, he was interrupted. Lady Nephice. Tell us what happened to her. A hum of voices rose above the crowd, everyone joining in that plea. Instructor Rock sighed. Calm down, Awakened. I'll tell you everything we know. The survivors of the Dreamer Army grew silent, staring at him with piercing intensity. The mighty man hesitated for a few seconds, then said. As all of you know by now, the gateway of the Forgotten Shore seemed to have been destroyed. Changing Star, who took it upon herself to distract the fallen terror to allow her people to escape, did not make it through in time. A heavy, tortured tension hung in the air. The young men and women gathered in the hall kept silent, but their faces betrayed the storm of painful emotions raging in their hearts. Instructor Rock continued. However, she is still alive out there, in the dream realm. Her vital signs and brain activity readings are all stable. It seems that Lady Niphice managed to escape the terror, at least. He didn't need to say the rest. Everyone understood what it meant. She was trapped in the dream realm, with no way to come back. Sunny glanced at the newly awakened around him, wondering what their reaction would be. Guilt? Sorrow? Fury? However, he was surprised by what he saw. A few moments later, a voice resounded from the crowd, full of adamant belief. She will return. If anything can do it, it's Lady Niphice. A wave of voices then joined that first one, all expressing their agreement. That's right. She is changing star of the immortal flame. She won't die. Who says that she escaped from the terror? I bet that Lady Niphice is currently roasting its meat, looking at a map and thinking where to find another gateway. Exactly. Immortal flame cannot be extinguished. There was no guilt, sorrow, or fury. Only hope. Only faith. Uncomfortable, Sunny turned to Effie and Kai. Both seemed to be a little bit sad, but strangely calm. What do you guys think? Effie hesitated for a few seconds, then shrugged. I sort of agree. If anyone can make it out alive from there, it's Princess. It sounds impossible, but... I mean, it's her. You know how she is. Kai remained silent for a bit, then nodded. That's what I believe, too. Or at least try to believe. Saying those words, he looked around with concern and said. But Cassie must be devastated. Have you seen her? Sunny stared at him grimly, then turned away. I did earlier. She is. Strangely, today the blind girl was nowhere to be found. To his relief. Kai sighed, then rubbed his face. I really want to sleep. It's tough, staying awake for that long. What about you, guys? Sunny shrugged. I'm fine for now. I also have a pack of military-grade stimulants to keep me awake for a few more days. Effie glanced at them and grinned. I am not sleepy at all. However, to be honest, I am dying from hunger. There has to be food here somewhere, right? Some time later, they were in the cafeteria of the hospital complex. Sunny and Kai were already done with their dinner, and observed with dark fascination as Effie was finishing her fourth serving. There was a small mountain of empty plates in front of her. Finally, the huntress was done with the food and leaned back tiredly in her wheelchair, full of satisfaction. Ah. That's life. Sunny, go bring me something to drink. He stared at her with a dark expression and asked. I already brought you the last 3 trays. Why don't you ask Kai? Effie grinned. Aren't you the youngest? Respect your elders, brat. Also, Kai and I are big shots now. Way out of your league. Why would I ask a valiant true name awakened to serve me food when there's a nameless gremlin like you loitering around? Sunny gritted his teeth, then obediently stood up and went to bring the young woman a few drinks. When he returned, Kai looked at him apologetically. Sorry about that, Sunny. Actually, I am really surprised that you didn't receive a true name as well. No one deserves it more than you, in my opinion. Really? Sunny shifted uncomfortably and said. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. I do deserve a true name, don't I? What a travesty. Effie giggled. Hey, Knight. What do you think Sunny's true name would be? Kai blinked a couple of times, though for a bit, then said with a smile. I'm not sure. Something like... Famous last words? He chuckled lightly, and then added. Or no really, that happened. What about you, Effie? What do you think? Effie glanced at Sunny, then smiled with mischief. Looks good in a dress. He stared at her with murder in his eyes. Hey! While the gaunt young woman was laughing, Sunny turned to Kai and frowned. Speaking of true names. Effie, I can understand, but... Nightingale? You were really named just like your band? What's up with that? Then, he looked at the charming archer with suspicion and said in a grave tone. Kai, tell me honestly, the spell is also one of your fangirls, right? His friend choked on his drink, then wiped his face awkwardly and gave Sunny a reproachful look. Finally, he looked down and sighed. If it is, then not in a good way. At best, it's a saying. Chapter 375 Separate Paths. Sunny smiled and leaned back on his chair, then looked at his friends with curiosity. There was a question he really wanted to ask, but tried not to up until now. What's your second ability, anyway? His words hung in the air for a few moments. Suddenly, Kai coughed with embarrassment and looked away. After a couple of seconds, he said in a strange tone. I, can see really far now, when I want to. Even when there's no light. I am also supposed to be able to see through illusions and all forms of obfuscation, whatever that means. And, I can also see through objects. Sunny and Effie stared at him and asked almost simultaneously. Like, through walls? Like, through clothes? Kai hid behind his glass, lingered for a bit, and then answered in a small voice. Yes. But I would never. While Sunny tried to imagine why would Kai refuse to look through walls, Effie laughed out loud. I see. What a great ability. She shook her head, then turned to Sunny and asked. Hey, doofus. I bet you often wanted to stab me with something sharp. Wanna try? He frowned in confusion, then raised an eyebrow. No. Why would I stab you? Effie looked at him with expectation clearly written on her face, then sighed in disappointment when he didn't move. That's a shame. I wanted to demonstrate my second ability to you. Basically, it makes my whole body invulnerable. Well, comparatively, of course. Skin of steel, that sort of deal. A very sweet comprehensive defense boost, if I do say so myself. Sunny blinked and looked at the gaunt young woman with a bit of awe. Indeed, that was a very powerful ability. Combined with Effie's previous one, it turned her into an exceedingly formidable presence on the battlefield. As if she had not been a real menace already. Effie glanced at him and asked curiously. Well, what about you? He shifted slightly. A very neat type of conditional short-distance teleportation. Kai can see through walls, I can go through walls, while you can just plow through them, I guess. In your usual barbarous fashion. Effie grinned. Plowing, huh? Interesting choice of words. I wonder if... Sunny hurriedly changed the subject. So, what are your plans, guys? What citadels are you going to? His sudden question changed the mood of the conversation. For a while, a strange silence settled among them. All three had contemplative, wistful expressions on their faces. This situation was inevitable, really, but they tried to avoid the discussion for as long as possible. Mostly because it was both slightly awkward and slightly sad. Back on the forgotten shore, the three of them had forged a bond, and now, depending on their choices, that bond would most likely either weaken or break. The future was going to lead each on their own path, perhaps in opposite directions. For better or worse, they were about to go their separate ways. Perhaps fate would bring them together again, one day, or perhaps not. After a while, Effie sighed. I don't know, really. I have received invitations from both Clan Valor and Clan Song, but, you know me. I don't do well with authority. Plus, none of them have moved a finger to help me when I really needed it. Only now that I am a hot commodity are they all suddenly kind and friendly. Rubs me the wrong way, to be honest. She looked at her wheelchair, then slumped in it tiredly. Anyway. I might take them up on the offer, or I might not. It depends on what the fastest way to get ready for the second nightmare would be. Maybe I'll have a better chance of becoming a master soon if I stay independent and don't have to compete against the actual heirs for resources and attention. After the second nightmare, one's spiritual body became their physical body. Reaching the rank of a master would free Effie from her terrible disability, so Sunny understood her motivation perfectly. Now he knew why she had said that for her, striving to conquer the second nightmare was the only way. Funnily enough, through no wish of his own, Sunny had ended up in a similar situation. Kai remained silent for a few moments. Then, he too sighed. As for me, my agency has secured me a very good position in Bastion. So I'll be going there soon. I won't have to fight another nightmare creature for a long, long time. I guess. Maybe even never. For someone who was speaking about being safe and comfortable for the rest of his life, he didn't sound too happy. There was a note of reluctance in his voice. Even shame. Sunny frowned. You drop that tone immediately, Kai. There's nothing wrong with living like a person should, not having to worry about being eaten every goddamn day. Don't even think about feeling bad about it. Got it? The charming young man smiled sadly and nodded. I do. Please forgive my ungratefulness. But what about you, Sunny? Sunny scratched the back of his head, then shrugged. Well, I am rich now. You won't believe it, guys, but as it turns out, scribbling a few words about the things you see in the dream realm can actually earn you money. And I think I can weasel my way into receiving a salary from the academy as a research assistant, whatever that means. So, actually, I haven't decided on a particular citadel yet. But I can pick pretty much any of them, since the government is being very friendly. Both Effie and Kai stared at him with incredulous expressions, clearly trying to imagine Sunny as an academic, or even an instructor. Then, both shook their heads simultaneously. Can't imagine. Yeah, sound wrong. About the citadels, though. So which one are you going to choose? He thought for a bit, then shrugged. Don't know yet. But I can tell you a secret, something that very few people know or think about. A very wise man told me to base my choice on it. Sunny lingered for a moment, then said seriously. Plumbing. The secret to a happy life is to find a citadel with great plumbing. Soon, it was time to say goodbye. Their parting was both warm and bittersweet. After seeing Kai and Effie off, Sunny lingered outside for a bit, and then returned to his room on one of the underground levels of the hospital complex. It was already evening, and his eyes were full of sand. With an irritated snarl, Sunny took one of the stimulant patches out of the pack and plastered it on his skin. Immediately, a cold fire flowed through his veins. His heart accelerated, and his mind cleared. Sunny felt refreshed, energized, and ready to chew on mountains. Of course, there was a price to pay for such a boost. It would be inevitably followed by a debilitating crash of the same magnitude. Unless he used another stimulant, that is, and then another, and another. Only with each new one, the duration of the effect would shorten, and the strain on his body would increase. If he was a mundane human, his heart would have probably exploded just from one of these unassuming patches. The government didn't joke around with its military tech. But he wasn't ready to make a decision just yet. He had to do a few more things. Like finally checking on his new memory. Chapter 376 Broken Oath. Summoning the runes, he glanced at a particular cluster. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Blossom, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Old, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath. The last one, Broken Oath, came from the twisted simulacrum of one of the 7 ancient heroes of the Forgotten Shore, the Lord. Even though the coral golem had turned out to be just an awakened monster, Sunny had high hopes for this memory. But before he concentrated on it, Sunny stared at the rest of his arsenal. 1, 2, 3. 12. After a year of constant battles and bloodshed, he only had 12 memories. Of course, he would have had much more if not for the need to feed Saint. The taciturn creature demanded a vast amount of resources to get her to the 200 shadow fragments, which was one of his goals. If not for that, he would have made a real windfall. Sunny already considered himself wealthy thanks to the contribution points teacher Julius was going to arrange for him. But if he had a dozen or two extra memories to sell, well, he would have been not just wealthy, but extravagantly so. Enough to buy several houses, if he wished to. Maybe he still could sell some. Looking at his trusty weapons and tools, Sunny hesitated. Now that he could use Shadow Step to blink from one place to another, he didn't need to enhance his mobility that much. So, Prowling Thorn and Darkwing were potential candidates to be auctioned off, maybe? They still had their uses, though. The rest he couldn't even imagine selling, at least not before finding better alternatives. Even the Silver Bell, which wasn't really all that useful, but had something of a sentimental value. The little bell was the first memory he had ever received, after all. And its description was, it touched something in his heart. Curses, I just used the stimulant. Why is my mind so scattered? With a frown, Sunny finally concentrated on his new memory. Memory, Broken Oath. Memory rank, Awakened. Memory tier, I. Memory type, Charm. His eyes widened slightly. Jackpot. Another charm, Such Luck. Excited, Sunny read further. Memory description, they made a terrible oath to destroy the curse, or be consumed by it. Those who have broken the oath were consumed by the curse, and those consumed by the curse have broken their oath. In the end, none could escape their promise. Morbid. I guess that's how the Carapace Legion was born? He looked at the next string of runes. Memory enchantments, Oathbreaker. Enchantment description, the broken oath erodes souls of all those who approach it. Sunny held his breath for a few moments. A soul attack. Both the nightmare creatures and the awakened had many ways to destroy their enemies. Kinetic damage, called physical for simplicity, was the most common, but there were many others. Among them, soul damage was the rarest and hardest to defend against. It was no coincidence that Soul Reaper Jet, whose aspect allowed her to strike directly at the soul, was so feared. And now, Sunny had a soul attack of his own in the arsenal. There was one problem, however. Wait, erodes souls of all who come near? Will it affect me then, as well? A deep scowl appeared on his face. Sunny hesitated for a while, then sighed, and summoned the memory into existence. Soon, a glistening gem made out of polished crimson coral appeared in his hand. A second later, he suddenly shuddered and groaned. As soon as the broken oath appeared, a sickening sensation permeated his entire being. It was as though someone was slowly draining the very life out of him. Not only that, but he also felt weaker. Looking down, Sunny saw his shadows ripple and react. The surly one stared at him with outrage and waved its hands in the air angrily, while the friendly one was hugging itself pitifully and pacing. Damnation! He had recognized the debilitating feeling that the gem produced. It was the same aura that had weakened him when he fought the coral golem. It was also the infinitely weaker version of the annihilating soul attack of the artificial sun. Gritting his teeth, Sunny dismissed the broken oath. Only when it disappeared completely could he breathe freely again. Crap. That was one serious side effect. How was he supposed to use his new charm if it would be slowly killing not only his enemies, but also Sunny himself? Drop it on the ground, use Shadow Step to blink away, and hope for the best? Sunny sat quietly for a while, thinking. Then, a tentative smile appeared on his face. Wait, that should work, right? Turning away from the runes describing the soul-destroying gem, he concentrated on the description of his loyal shadow demon. Shadow, Marble Saint. Shadow rank, Awakened. Shadow class, Demon. Shadow attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity. Shadow abilities, Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament. Shadow fragments, 80/200. Concentrating on the Underworld Armament ability, Sunny read. Shadow Saint's armor can accommodate a charm memory to inherit its enchantments. His smile widened. Good, that's the first part. Looking a bit higher, he found another string of runes. Attribute, Stalwart. Attribute description: the stone saint is highly resistant to all forms of damage, as well as being fully immune to mind and soul attacks. Fully immune to mind and soul attacks. Yes. Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. The broken oath was pretty useless by itself, but when combined with Saint's special ability and attributes, it would make his shadow even more lethal. That was because Saint was a very special kind of demon. One whose will couldn't be intruded upon or shaken. Both her mind and her soul, well, the shadow that inhabited her body instead of a soul, were utterly indomitable. He only had to make sure to not be anywhere near the living statue while she had the crimson gem set into her armor. Tricky, but doable. And speaking of armor, he was not done exploring his memories yet. In fact, he had left the best for last. Looking at the shimmering runes, Sunny concentrated on a particular string. One that looked broken and incomplete. Memory, old. Now that he was awakened, he could finally restore the broken onyx armor he had bought from Steph for a measly handful of soul shards. The ascended suit of armor of the 6th tier, the most powerful memory he owned. Or seen, even. Summoning the old, Sunny strained his muscles and, with some effort, managed to place it on the floor in front of him. Even now that he was unawakened, the weight of the stone memory was not something he could endure easily without using both of his shadows or wasting essence to enhance his strength. Breathing a bit heavily, Sunny studied the damaged memory. The suit of ancient plate armor was jet black in color. Its design was intricate and solemn, radiating a feeling of dark resolve and stalwart, adamantine grace. Its glossy surface seemed to absorb and devour any light that fell on it. All parts of the armor were perfectly fitted to one another, creating an almost seamless barrier of impenetrable steel. Well, not steel, yet. Stone. The ancient armor looked extremely similar to the one Stone Saint had worn, and now that the shadow was a demon, they were even more alike. The onyx armor in front of Sunny was still more impressive, though. More regal. As if created for a being of a higher status. And just like the armor worn by the saint, it would only transform from actual stone into the miraculous stone-like alloy if risen from its passive state. It couldn't be done yet, though, because its spellweave was damaged. To repair it, the self-restoring properties of the broken memory had to be activated by an infusion of essence. Which no one back on the Forgotten Shore could do. Now, however, things were different. Now, Sunny was unawakened. Not only could he control the flow of shadow essence inside his body, he even had the soul serpent to help him guide it. Placing his hands on the cold surface of the onyx breastplate, Sunny closed his eyes. And sent the essence into the onyx armor. Chapter 377 Mantle of the Underworld Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 377 Mantle of the Underworld. The shadow essence flowed through the coils of the soul serpent into his left hand, then surged into the cold black onyx. There was no resistance that Sunny had to overcome to transfer it from his body into the stone armor. After all, the armor was his memory, and as such, could be considered to be a part of his soul. The surge of energy rushed through the ancient armament, then returned to his body through his right hand. Soon, a stable cycle was established, with a constant current of shadow essence circulating through both Sunny himself and the onyx armor. It was a strange feeling. As if there was an ethereal river flowing through him, moving endlessly in a circle. Thanks to the shadow guide, attribute of the soul serpent, its current was especially swift and powerful. Soon, the onyx armor became saturated by shadow essence. As Sunny watched, it slowly began to change. This was the fundamental trait of both Saint and her armaments, with which the memory shared a common origin. Both were made out of a strange living stone. When imbued with soul energy, the taciturn demon's body turned from stone to bizarre stone-like flesh, while her weapons turned to stone-like steel. Sunny knew this because he had seen the remains of both the original Stone Saint and her fellow Stone Warrior after they had been defeated by the monstrous iron spiders. After being destroyed, the living statues had turned back into inanimate stone. The memory was transforming right in front of his eyes. Soon, its glossy black surface felt different to the touch. Colder, lighter, more resilient, closer to metal than stone. The living armament had assumed its true form. And now, the most important part. Sunny gazed through the dark metal and peered at the ethereal weave hiding beneath it. The pattern of the diamond string was much more complex and vast than any that he had ever seen, with the exception of the weaver's mask. But then, nothing could compare to that miraculous memory. There were 6 bright embers serving as anchors for the countless threads of light inside the onyx armor. However, the weave was damaged and chaotic. Thousands of strings were torn and disconnected from the rest of the pattern, breaking its flow and logic. Because of that, the armor couldn't repair itself before. It needed to be imbued with essence and turn from dead stone to enchanted metal for the self-repairing properties that all memories possessed to come into effect. And now, it was. With an expression of wonder on his face, Sunny observed as the spell weave started to repair itself. The diamond string moved against the invisible winds that had been playing with them before. The torn ends turned whole again, the separated threads became connected to the rest of the pattern once more. Thousands upon thousands of ethereal strings moved in unison, their motions full of strange symmetry and grace. Watching the beautiful weave restore itself filled Sunny with a deep feeling of satisfaction. He smiled. This feels right. He continued to pour essence into the ancient armor and watched as it slowly returned to its intended state. And then, it was finally whole once again. With a content sigh, Sunny removed his hands from the breastplate of the onyx armor and retrieved the shadow essence back into his body. After the memory turned back into stone, he dismissed it. After that, not wasting any time, Sunny dove into the soul sea, walked to stand between the 2 shadow cores, and summoned the memory down. As soon as the silhouette of the ancient armor appeared from the sphere of light, he glanced at the runes surrounding it. Come on, be good, be great. I've waited for this moment for so long. He read the first string of runes. Memory, Mantle of the Underworld. Whoa, sounds awesome. But, Underworld? That word again. One of Saint's abilities was called Underworld Armament. Her own runes also described the creator of the living statues as residing in the cavernous halls of a dark domain, as well as being the last child of the unknown. Was Saint made by the ruler of the underworld, or something? Sunny shivered slightly, then glanced at the intricate black armor with a solemn expression. Well, if her creator was indeed one of the 7 demons and a sibling to Weaver, the demon of fate, then ruling the underworld might not have been out of the question. Shaking his head, Sunny returned to reading the runes. Memory rank, ascended. Memory tier, 6. Memory type, armor. Memory description, vowing to never look upon the gods of the black skies again, the prideful demon retreated into the darkness beneath an unassailable mountain chain. He wasn't the first to lead his army against the gods. However, he was the first to shed their blood, as well as learn the secrets of his own. Lead an army against the gods? When teacher Julius mentioned that demons had enough power to wage war against the heavens, Sunny had thought of it as a figure of speech. But maybe it was not? Perhaps a few of them had really tried. And what was that about the secrets of the blood? Endless questions, like always. Shaking his head again, Sunny turned away from the description and continued to read. Memory enchantments, living stone, feather of truth, stalwart, underworld armament, prince of the underworld. Sunny stared at the long list of enchantments for a while, his heart beating wildly in his chest. Can't be. Living stone, attribute description, this armor can repair itself while being worn. Feather of truth, attribute description, the weight of this armor can be changed at will. Stalwart, attribute description, this armor provides extremely high protection against physical attacks, high protection against elemental attacks, and a moderate amount of protection against mind and soul attacks. Underworld armament, attribute description, this armor can accommodate a charm memory to inherit and enhance its enchantments. Prince of the Underworld, attribute description, this armor grows stronger according to the amount of opponents its wielder defeats. Vanquished foes, 1213/6000. Sunny remained silent for a while. His dark room, which was situated deep underground, was silent for a long time. After a while, he shifted slightly and said in a low voice. "Well, I'll be damned." Chapter 378, A New Beginning. Sunny sat in the darkness for a while, thinking. At first, he wanted to immediately put on his new magnificent onyx armor, but then dismissed that idea. There would be time later. For now, he was too tired. The effects of the stimulant were slowly wearing off, and he had spent too much shadow essence already. He did, however, note a few things about the mantle of the Underworld. The first fact he noticed was that it shared 2 enchantments with Saint. However, there were subtle, but important differences between the versions of Stalwart and Underworld armament possessed by the onyx armor and the taciturn demon. The memory offered better protection against physical and elemental attacks, but lacked the complete immunity to mind and soul attacks, possessing a moderate amount of protection against those rare and fearsome types of damage instead. Overall, this was an advantageous trade-off, since most nightmare creatures relied on more common ways of destroying awakened. Unless they didn't. The more interesting difference, however, was hidden in the description of the Underworld armament. While Saint's armor could accommodate a charm memory to inherit its enchantments, the mantle of the Underworld could both inherit and enhance them. Just one word made for so much difference. Sunny couldn't wait to explore this subtle trait of his new memory. Living Stone and Feather of Truth, meanwhile, were pretty obvious. That didn't mean, however, that these enchantments did not have a lot to offer. He could already see many interesting ways to apply both in battle. The downside was that both were active enchantments, and as such, would require a constant flow of essence to function. What's worse, the armor couldn't even be used without activating the first one. But the most interesting enchantment was, without a doubt, Prince of the Underworld. A growing memory. Pondering about that strange and miraculous enchantment, Sunny couldn't help but think about the first Lord of the Bright Castle, who had supposedly been the first master of the Mantle of the Underworld. What tier and rank was the onyx armor when he had first found it? How many of the vanquished foes had been defeated by his hand? Was the Mantle of the Underworld one of the reasons for his legendary achievements? For the longest time, Sunny had wondered about how an ascended memory of the 6th tier had ended up in the hands of humans in the Dark City. It had to have come from destroying a fallen terror, or so he had thought. Now, there were other possibilities. But all these questions were doomed to be left unanswered. Sadly, the First Lord and his companions had taken the answers with them to the grave. Remembering the lonely cairn in the Hollow Mountains, Sunny sighed. Then, his thoughts wandered to something else. The goddess of the black skies. Storm God? Teacher Julius had described Storm God as being the deity of the depths, of the oceans, of darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. He also said that the gender of the gods was subject to change. Stars, darkness, and storms were somewhat related to black skies. Frowning, Sunny remembered the runes describing the mantle of the Underworld. Indeed, black skies could also be translated as skies covered by storm clouds, or the night sky. Interesting. Translating the runes reminded him of something. Opening his communicator, Sunny found a note he made during his conversation with Effie and Kai. There, their true names were written down in runic language. Nightingale. Kai's true name was pretty simple to understand, but the spell chose to interpret it rather creatively. Even though Sunny had no idea if the dream realm had actual nightingales, the runes described a pretty similar bird, probably. Translated literally, they meant sings beautifully from the night skies. Which could mean either enchanting siren of the night, or simply a nocturnal bird. Huh. Effie's true name was more straightforward, but also far more morbid. Raised by wolves could mean just that, but a more direct translation had a different meaning. Born from wolves, or born from being eaten alive. Sunny shivered, then deactivated the communicator and closed his eyes for a second. There was one more thing he could do. Summoning the runes once again, he found the description of Weaver's mask and read. Memory enchantments, Mantle of Lies, simple trick. Now that he was an awakened, he could try to activate the mysterious enchantment marked by 3 question marks. Even if all of his essence would be only enough to keep it working for a split second, he could. But he was reluctant to. Sunny knew nothing about the enchantment, but from the boundless, inconceivable pattern of the mask's weave, he got a feeling that it was somehow connected to eyes, vision, and sight. He suspected that the vile thieving bird was a cursed devil, at least, and it had been driven mad by just one glance at the reflection in the weaver's eye. Would something similar happen to him? There were things, after all, that humans weren't meant to see. Even God struggled with looking at some truths, it seemed. No. Not now. Sunny was somewhat willing to risk it, but doing so right now would have been really unwise. What if he passed out from shock? That would transport him to a random spot in the dream realm, and knowing his luck, that spot would be populated by horrors beyond imagination. With a sigh, he dismissed the runes and took out another stimulant patch. Some other day, when I am much, much stronger. With that, he removed the old patch and put another one in its place. Time to put all I learned together and make the final decision. What should I choose? Stability or danger? Safer road, or an unknown path? 2 days later, Sunny was sitting on a bench opposite the entrance to the Academy Hospital complex with a cup of bitter dark coffee in his hand. In his other hand, he was holding a slick communicator. Taking a sip of the terrible drink, Sunny grimaced, then lingered for a few moments and sighed. Finally, he pressed the call button to contact Master Jet. She answered after a couple of seconds. Her voice sounded a little tense, and there were strange, barely audible whispers mixing with the background noise of the call. Ah. Awakened Sunless. What? Wait, give me a second. Something crackled violently, and in the next moment, the background noise was gone. Much better. So, have you decided? Sunny took another sip of coffee and said. Yeah. He hesitated for a bit, then added. As far as joining the legacy clans or the government, I've decided against it. I don't know enough and have no leverage to ensure a good deal. Plus, that option will remain open for me in the future even if I stay independent for now. The reverse, however, won't necessarily be true. In any case, it's a serious matter, one that should not be decided upon in a span of just a few days, while suffering from sleep deprivation and stimulant abuse, to boot. Master Jet turned on the video function of the call and smiled. The smile was bright and beautiful, but Sunny couldn't help but notice that right behind her, something was currently on fire. Makes sense. So then, which citadel? That was the real question. While Sunny decided to remain independent for now, while leaving himself an opportunity to join a powerful faction later, his choice of an anchor was going to limit which factions he would be able to interact with later on. He was silent for a bit, then said. Clan Valor territory. Master Jet nodded. Solid choice. Bastion? Or a smaller citadel? Sunny drank some more coffee, then spoke the name of the citadel he had chosen into the communicator. Jet's eyes widened slightly. She didn't say anything for a while, then asked with a bit of surprise in her voice. Are you absolutely sure? He nodded. Yeah. I thought about it long and hard. Master Jet stared at him with a slight frown for a few moments, then shrugged. Well, okay then. But, that might take a couple of days to arrange. The place is too far north, and there's not a lot of saints in those parts. But I'll find a way. Sunny smiled. Thanks. I really owe you one. She smiled in response and then winked at him. Be careful with what you say, Sunless. I might just take you up on the offer and come knocking on your door one day, asking for a favor. He took a sip of coffee and shrugged. Sure. No problem. Oh, and call me Sunny, please. Everyone does. Master Jet blinked a couple of times, then grinned. All right. Turning away from the camera, she quickly glanced at something beyond the screen, and then added. Chain dials, huh? Good luck, Sunny. I hear it's a real hell. Chapter 379 Chained Lsles. In the vast empty darkness, myriads of distant stars were shimmering with ethereal light. The vista of the night sky was boundless and stark, full of promise and mystery. Above it was another sky. This one blue and bright, full of sunlight and gentle winds. White clouds flowed across it, telling enchanting stories with their movement and shapes. Between the bright sky and the dark sky, an island floated in the air. It was surrounded by freely levitating pieces of rock and ancient masonry, its surface awash in the soft radiance of the sun, its underbelly veiled by impenetrable darkness. Several gargantuan chains stretched away from the island, cracking thunderously as it slowly rose and fell. The clangor of iron was almost loud enough to drown Sunny's voice, almost. Arg! Drop dead, bastard! Damn you! Crap! Sunny had a good reason to be screaming bloody murder, because he was seconds away from being eaten alive. Near the edge of the flying island, where the forest covering its surface made way for a narrow expanse of patchy grass, a massive wolf-like beast was currently trying to swallow him whole. The nightmare creature was the size of a small truck, with fur as tough as steel wire and a long, terrifying muzzle. Its jaws were wide enough to bite a human in half, and strong enough to crush both bones and armor into dust. Currently, those jaws were trying to close on Sunny, and the only thing preventing them from doing so were his hands. He held the upper jaw of the beast with one, and the lower jaw with another, trying with all his strength to keep them open. His muscles felt as though they were about to explode. The abomination was also trying to bite down on the hateful human with all of its tremendous might, but for the moment, neither of them could overpower the other. It was just a matter of time, though. Sunny was burning through his essence to augment his physical strength, and those reserves were not endless. When the well of power ran dry, he would lose this contest. Not good. About 2 months had passed after he had chosen to come to this place, and now, Sunny was starting to seriously doubt his decision. Why didn't he just go to Bastion? He would be safe and sound behind its walls right now. Maybe even in the embrace of a beautiful. As though trying to add insult to injury, the nightmare creature interrupted his thought by leading out a deafening growl and doubling its efforts to devour him. Sunny felt a putrid wind brush past his face and grimaced miserably. The stench coming out of the beast's maw was unbearable. Just, don't faint. His hands trembled, and the terrible fangs of the beast came a few centimeters closer to sinking into his flesh. Sunny gritted his teeth, and then yelled. Saint! A little help here, damn it. But the taciturn demon was nowhere to be seen. She was a good couple 100 meters away, standing atop a low hill. Sunny groaned and tried to push the jaws of the abomination away, but it was useless. The damn creature was just too strong. A few seconds later, though, something hissed past his shoulders, and 2 menacing black arrows sunk into the feral eyes of the beast. They arrived almost simultaneously. Thanks. Using the momentary shudder that ran through the wolf's body, Sunny pushed the jaws sideways, allowed them to close with a loud crack, and poured as much essence as he could into a vicious throw. The massive body of the nightmare creature flew for good 10 meters and crashed into a trunk of an ancient oak, plowing straight through and turning it into splinters. Sunny fell to his knees and drew in a shaky breath. Then, he quickly glanced back. Far in the distance, a graceful dark silhouette was outlined against the bright sky. Saint held a powerful memory bow in her hands, its limbs made out of horn and polished black wood. 2 ruby eyes burned behind the visor of her helmet, and a crimson coral gem was set into the center of her obsidian breastplate. Nice shots. She wouldn't be able to help him any further, though, at least not for a dozen seconds. Sunny was pretty sure that the shadow had spent all of her arrows while they were fighting with the pack, and now, she had to dismiss and summon them anew. At least the leader of the monstrous wolves was now blind, probably. Not that it was going to stop the bastard. The nightmare creature was already rising from the ground, howling furiously. Curse you! Panting, Sunny crawled a few steps and picked up the midnight shard. The austere Tachi was as sharp and deadly as ever. The problem was that the last remaining abomination was clearly of the fallen rank, so the stalwart blade was having trouble breaking through its hide. Still, Sunny had to work with what he had. Making sure that the sun was behind him, he stood up and leaned on his sword, watching tiredly as the massive beast turned its ugly head and faced him. The dreadful wolf lowered its muzzle to the ground, then growled with murderous rage. Bits of saliva flew from its maw and fell to the ground. Then, pushing with its mighty hind legs, the nightmare creature lunged at Sunny. Covering the distance between them in an instant, the beast brought its terrible jaws on the tiny human once again, and bit on emptiness. In the place where Sunny stood just a moment ago, there was now nothing but air, light, and shadows. Appearing from the nightmare creature's own shadow, Sunny dove between its hind legs and thrust the midnight shard upward, aiming at the soft belly of the fearsome beast. The Tachi pierced the pale skin without much problem and sunk into the flesh of the abomination. As blood poured to the ground, the creature staggered and fell. A low whine escaped from its mouth. Very soon, it was all over. Falling onto the ground in complete exhaustion, Sunny tried to catch his breath and listen to the silence. Soon, he heard the sweet sound of the spell whispering. "You have slain a fallen monster, dread wolf. Your shadow grows stronger." Chapter 380 Above and Below. Sunny lay still for a while, then summoned the runes and looked at the dreadful number. Shadow fragments, 197/2000. He sighed. The task of pursuing power had turned out to be much more difficult than he had anticipated, and for one simple reason: after becoming an awakened, he now received fewer fragments from killing nightmare creatures. If before he could get 2 by slaying an awakened monster, now it was 1. If before he could receive 4 by slaying a fallen monster, now it was 2. What's worse, his hopes of growing strong by hunting down scores of dormant creatures had been mercilessly crushed, because he didn't receive any fragments from killing those weaker than him at all. Which was a real disappointment. Who didn't love punching down? Sunny was at the very bottom of the power structure for most of his life, so he had been really looking forward to having an opportunity to bully something weaker than him, for a change. Alas, it had turned out to be a waste of his time. Of course, Sunny had also become tremendously more powerful. He could handle himself in a fight with fallen beasts, and even monsters, especially with the help of Saint. That was the only reason why he had not fallen off behind Noctis, who was still alive somewhere in the dream realm, and growing more powerful with each day. He had not managed to diminish the gap between them by a lot, but at least he was not worse off than at the start of this. Thinking of changing star, Sunny looked into the distance. A somber expression appeared on his face. Think about something else. There was only one bright side to all of this. While dormant creatures did not bring him any shadow fragments, they did bring him memories. And those memories could be fed to Saint. Her own counter now showed. Shadow fragments, 157/200. Not bad. A low, eerie sound of giant iron links scraping against each other interrupted his thoughts. The island Sunny was currently on seemed to have entered the ascending phase, so his time here was running short. Standing up with a sigh, Sunny summoned the moonlight shard and walked over to the corpse of the dread wolf. He had to retrieve the soul shards before it was too late. The Chained Isles were a strange place. Situated at the very north of the territories claimed by humans, they bordered the Hollow Mountains. That was one of the reasons why Sunny had chosen that region as his hunting grounds. But it wasn't the only one. The whole region consisted of numerous islands that somehow floated in the air, connected to each other by gargantuan iron chains. It was mostly unexplored, and the awakened population here was not very large. Notably, there were not a lot of masters and saints here, especially those associated with the legacy clans, be it great or lesser. What the Chained Island had in abundance, instead, were the nightmare creatures of all kinds, from dormant ones, to awakened, fallen, and terrifying corrupted abominations. Each island had its own menagerie of horrors, and the level of threat differed from one to another. Most were utterly deadly, though. Much more deadly than an average awakened was supposed to be able to handle. But Sunny was not an average awakened. To him, this was a perfect hunting ground, a place where he could sharpen his blade without being seen by those who served the sovereigns. Or at least he had thought that way, at the start, right now, he was starting to suspect that it was more of a place where he could die terribly without being seen by anyone who would have been able to help. Just like Master Jet said, the Chained Islands were a hellish land. And not only because of the nightmare creatures. The place itself was capable of killing a person, or, rather, its sky could. High above the floating island, there was the usual sky with the sun, the moon, and beautiful stars that shined brightly at night. However, there was another sky in this strange land, the one that was below the islands. It was always dark, and the ethereal lights burning at an unimaginable distance in its vast expanse only looked like the stars. No one really knew what they were. The only thing that humans knew was that the sky below was seemingly endless. On his first day on the Isles, Sunny had asked what was down there. The answer he received was simple. Nothing. Descending into the below was not immediately dangerous, but there was nothing there. Some crazy daredevil had once fought his way through the hunting grounds of nightmare creatures that dwelled beneath the islands and spent a whole week flying straight down. He had to turn back, eventually, because out there in the boundless darkness, his mind began to show signs of breaking apart. Even the winged echo he used to descend into the below had almost gone insane. But other than being absolutely empty, the sky below did not seem to pose a threat. Flying above the Chained Isles, however, was rather deadly. The higher one went, the more crushing their weight would become, until they would either fall down, or their body would simply implode. That was why every human on the Chained Isles knew to pay attention to the sound of rattling chains. Every island in the region went through cycles of ascending and descending, and as they rose too high, the pressure on their surface grew tremendously, to the point where it was impossible to move, or breathe. Ideally, Sunny had to get off the ascending island before that happened. He should not have been lingering to retrieve the soul shards from the corpses of the monstrous wolves he and Saint had killed, really. But his eyes glistened with avarice. Soul shards meant money, and if there was one thing Sunny really enjoyed, it was making money. No amount was ever enough. An independent awakened like him had a lot of expenses. Fine. It's fine. I'll be off this thing in no time. He quickly cut the dead beasts apart and fished out the soul shards from inside their bodies. Hiding the beautiful crystals in his pack, Sunny hesitated for a little, then sent his essence flowing and tossed the first corpse off the edge of the island. He was planning to come back here soon, and leaving so much meat lying around could make the future visit rather problematic. Sunny only had one more carcass to dispose of when he suddenly noticed a swift silhouette descending from the skies. Commanding Saint to hide herself in the shadows, he summoned the midnight shard and looked up tensely. What the hell? Surrounded by a halo of sunlight, a majestic griffin was quickly approaching the island. At first, Sunny assumed that it was a nightmare creature, but then noticed a human figure on the monster's back. A human rider meant that the magnificent griffin was an echo. Sunny's face grew dim. Very few people could have such an echo on the Chained Isles. And out of those, he was pretty sure that he knew the identity of the unwelcomed visitor. Chapter 381 Roan of White Feather Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 381 Roan of White Feather. The griffin folded its white wings and dove down, then opened them up near the ground to slow its fall. Sunny raised his hand to cover his eyes from the dust that was sent into the air by the powerful gust of wind. Strong. The mighty beast shone with ethereal light and disintegrated into a rain of sparks, letting the rider land nimbly on the ground. He regained his balance swiftly and straightened, then turned to Sunny. The man in front of him was tall and had broad, powerful shoulders. He was wearing a light armor crafted from the adamantine scales of an unknown monster, with a blue scarf wrapped carelessly around his neck. His hair was the color of straw, as was his manly beard. The stranger's eyes were bright blue, and dangerously attentive. Sunny stared at the man for a moment, then bowed respectfully, hiding his face in the process. Master Roan. Indeed, the man in front of him was none other than Ascended Roan of the White Feather clan, one of the only 3 masters on the Chained Isles. Well, there were probably only 3. Unlike the Forgotten Shore, this region of the Dream Realm had several gateways. 2 were found, conquered, and turned into citadels by humans. Both Sunny and Master Roan, as well as pretty much everyone else on the Chained Isles, belonged to one of them, the Sanctuary of Noctis. That citadel was ruled by the White Feather clan, which was one of the vassal clans to the great clan Valor. The second citadel was rather mysterious. It was situated at the very edge of the region, near the dreaded Hollow Mountains, and belonged to Valor itself. Only those in direct service to the great clan were anchored at its gateway, so Sunny had no idea what went on there, and how powerful the Awakened stationed at the citadel were. He did, however, know a bit about Master Roan. The man was married to the only saint on the Chained Isles, after all. Roan looked Sunny up and down, then gave him a friendly smile. "Do we know each other?" Sunny shook his head. "No, sir, we haven't met before. I have just awakened a couple of months ago, so, I am new to the Chained Isles." The strapping master nodded and then glanced at the carcass of a fallen wolf that Sunny had failed to throw over the edge of the island in time. When Roan turned to him again, there was a measured look in his piercing blue eyes. "Did you kill that beast?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. "Yeah. Well, I can be very lucky, on occasion." The tall man shook his head. "This is a fallen beast, ah. You must be Sunless, then. From the Forgotten Shore." Sunny smiled. "Curses. He knows my name." He had nothing against the older man, but preferred to remain unknown and underestimated. Especially when dealing with legacies. "Yeah. That's me." Master Roan nodded, as though everything suddenly made sense, and then briefly looked at the sky. "You should know that it is dangerous to remain on an ascending island, right? Why are you still here?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. "I was just about to leave and escape to the next one over when you appeared, sir." The tall man sighed. "Yeah, that's what I figured. You spent all your luck on that beast, though, it seems. All three of the island connected to this one are also ascending. You wouldn't have been able to escape even if you left on time." Sunny stared at him for a while, a sour expression appearing on his face. "Damn it. What about that beautiful griffin of yours, sir? Surely, it can bring us both away to safety?" Roan grinned. "He is rather beautiful, ain't he? Well, not that it matters. In theory, we can dive below the islands and escape through the sky below, but believe me, you wouldn't want to meet the things that dwell on the dark side of the Isles. Even I prefer to avoid those things." Sunny blinked. "Then what do we do?" The tall man laughed. "I guess you're about to experience your first crushing, Sunless. Don't worry, though. The chains of this island are on the shorter side, so it won't ascend too high, well, most likely. And I'll be here to bring you back to the citadel if you pass out. Provided that we survive, of course." Great. This wasn't Sunny's first crushing, actually. And that was exactly why he didn't want to experience it again. But there was no other choice, it seemed. With a sigh, he dismissed Saint, who had been hiding in the shadows all along, and took off his pack. Then Sunny found a soft-looking patch of grass and placed it on the ground. Behind him, Master Roan dismissed his scale armor and unwrapped his scarf, then tied it around his waist. The less weight was on the human body during the crushing, the easier it was to endure, and the more chances of survival there were. However, the puppeteer's shroud was made mostly out of soft fabric, so Sunny left it on. He also wanted to neither reveal nor dismiss the soul serpent. As the giant chains groaned and rang thunderously, and the island rose higher and higher, the two of them lay on the grass and prepared to be crushed. Master Roan stared at Sunny's slender physique, then at his own mighty muscles, and sighed with envy. The Chained Isles was one of the very few places in the dream realm where being small and light was an advantage. If you feel like passing out, turn your head to the side. Wouldn't want to suffocate on your own spit or vomit, right? Sorry for being crass, kid. Sunny grimaced and thanked the older man in a suppressed voice. He was already feeling an invisible force pushing him into the ground. This is going to suck. As if answering his thoughts, the invisible force suddenly grew stronger, crashing into him like a giant hammer. Chapter 382 The Crushing. Laying on the soft grass, Sunny felt his body grow heavier, and heavier still. The island continued to rise into the sunlit sky, and with each minute, the crushing pressure became slightly more unbearable. The ancient forest covering its surface bent, a rain of leaves falling to the ground. The mighty trees lowered their branches, almost as if trying to touch the ground. With a loud crack, a few weaker ones broke and plunged down, showering everything around with sharp splinters. Sunny grimaced, feeling his whole body struggle under the strain. He could still move and breathe without too much trouble, at least, for now. Soon, the island would rise high enough to make any kind of movement almost impossible. And if he was especially unlucky, it would continue to ascend, eventually making it hard to even inhale. Hopefully, the chains would draw taut long before that. The skies above the chained isles were beautiful, but also forbidden. Nothing could survive their crushing embrace, neither humans, nor nightmare creatures. Nor anything else. Well, except for one thing. Shifting his gaze, Sunny looked straight up and found the shape of the ivory tower drifting high above the world, wrapped in a veil of clouds. The ivory tower was the only thing that seemed to be capable of withstanding the deadly pressure of the forbidden sky. It was a tall, magnificent pagoda built out of flawlessly white material that was neither stone nor wood. The island on which it stood was very small, barely wider than the base of the tower itself, and surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered marble. 7 broken chains hung from the soil of the island, swaying as it moved. The ivory tower was visible in the sky both during the day, bathed in sunlight, and at night, glowing beautifully with the reflected radiance of the moon. No one knew what the mysterious structure was and why it remained untouched by the obliterating force that destroyed everything else that dared to rise above the chained isles, since no one had ever managed to withstand the ever-growing crushing to get anywhere near it. Many even believed it to be a mirage. Crap. The island on which Sunny had the misfortune of getting stuck had finally reached the highest point of its ascent and shook violently as the chains connecting it to other isles drew taut. The pressure at this height was torturous, but not deadly. His bones were not breaking under the assault of the crushing, and he could still breathe, even if with great effort. It would have been better if Sunny could wrap the second shadow around his body, but he didn't want to appear too strong in front of Master Roan. Speaking of the devil. The mighty rider chose that exact moment to speak. His voice sounded a little strained. "Hey, Sunless. Can you breathe all right?" Sunny gritted his teeth and struggled to speak. In the end, all he could manage was an affirmative grunt. Good, good. This is actually not that rough, as far as crushing goes. If we rose by another 100 meters, though, even I would be having a bad time. Good to know. At this point, Sunny was regretting that they had not climbed on the griffin and dove into the sky below. The Chained Isles was a dangerous place, and the nightmare creatures living on them were fearsome and powerful beyond belief. However, the creatures living under the islands were much, much worse. Sunny had seen them from afar a couple of times, and the mere memory of those horrors was enough to send a shudder running through his entire body. Still, they could have fought their way through, probably. It would have been better than this diabolical torture, for sure. Arg. But there was nothing he could do now except grit his teeth and endure. Minute after minute, hour after hour. Sunny couldn't even think properly because of how terrible the pressure of the boundless skies was. All he could do was suffer silently and stare at the ivory tower. His shadow, on the other hand, was having a great time. It didn't move, reluctant to get noticed by Master Roan, but he could feel it stare at him gloatingly. Bastard. I'm going to wrap you around the ordinary rock and make it scream without rest for 24 hours straight. Let's see who's going to be gloating then. The shadow hesitated for a bit, then awkwardly pretended to be interested in something else and looked away. Yeah, that's right. Somewhere in the forest, another tree exploded with a loud crack. Sunny tried to turn his head to look in that direction, but it demanded too much effort. He didn't have to worry about being attacked by nightmare creatures in this helpless state, anyway. They were currently hiding in their lairs, enduring the crushing the same way he was. Who could fight under this hellish pressure? Sunny felt as if there was a mountain on his chest. Every breath demanded his utmost effort to make. His whole being ached, and his vision had become blurry. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and circulated the shadow essence through the coils of the soul serpent to keep his slowly breaking body going. Damn it. I'll be late to wake up, won't I? When were they going to call, in the morning? Such an important call, and I'm about to miss it. He was starting to feel really hurt when the blessed sound of rattling chains finally reached his ears once again. Oh, thank gods. After about 4 hours, the island had finally begun to move again, entering its descent phase. Little by little, the crushing pressure began to grow weaker. Master Roan sighed with relief by his side. The worst part is over. Just wait a little bit more, kid. You're almost there. Sunny glanced at the older man and sighed. He used to hate it when people called him kid, but not anymore, at least not as much. He just felt a little wistful. He didn't feel like a kid. Not for a long time now, not since coming back from the forgotten shore. A dozen long and torturous minutes later, the island descended enough for them to move, and then slowly stand up. The crushing was over. Chapter 383 Cowardly Researcher. Sunny slowly rolled on his stomach, then rose to his knees. He was breathing heavily, and his whole body felt as if it had just gone through a meat grinder. Master Roan, on the other hand, looked almost unperturbed. The rider was already on his feet, tying the blue scarf around his neck with a relaxed expression on his face. The forest around them let out an almost human sigh of relief. The ancient trees creaked and cracked, rising their branches back toward the sun. Those that had broken remained on the ground, adding to the nearly impenetrable layer of deadfall. Sunny glanced at the older man with a bit of envy, then stood up and tried to shake off his exhaustion. After spending a few minutes resting and drinking greedily from the endless spring, he almost felt alive again. Glancing at the tall man, he asked, "How are you able to fly up there on your griffin? I mean, no offense, but that seems like something only a crazy person would do." Roan laughed. "I don't rise too high unless I really have to. Usually, you can fly above the descending islands without experiencing too much pressure. After a while, you develop a sense of how much your body can handle, and for how long." He massaged his broad shoulders and added, a note of pride in his voice. "Plus, I am a master, after all. I can withstand much more than an awakened would." "You did exceptionally well, however. To be honest, I was pretty sure that I would have to abandon my patrol to bring your bleeding body back to the sanctuary at full speed, then throw it into the gateway. I guess it's true what they say about you forgotten shore kids." Sunny blinked a couple of times and asked cautiously, "What do they say?" The older man smiled. "Tough as nails, disturbingly indifferent to pain and fear, strong, almost scary." "Scary children," that was the exact phrase I heard. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then scoffed. "Indifferent to pain and fear? What nonsense. I pride myself on being a coward, as one should. What's wrong with being a coward? Fear keeps people alive, while bravery gets them killed. As for pain, no thank you. I have been beaten, burned, crushed, drowned, cut, stabbed, pierced, bitten, chewed, and gutted enough times for several lifetimes already." As Master Roan gave him a strange look, Sunny raised an eyebrow. What?" The tall man shook his head, then scratched his chin and said in a wondering tone, "No, nothing. It's just, if that is true, Sunless, then what are you doing here on the Shen's Isles? Shouldn't you be having a nice time in a safe place like Bastion?" Sunny looked away in embarrassment, then coughed. There are several reasons for that, actually. Not the least of which is that." He looked side to side, then lowered his voice and said in a gravely serious tone, "Ro. You won't believe it, but the government actually pays you money for writing down things about the Dream Realm. And since the Chained Isles are largely unexplored, they pay me premium for going around dusty ruins here and scribbling down a thing or two. I am technically a contracted researcher, believe it or not." He grinned and watched as Master Roan stared at him with an incredulous expression. After a while, the older man said, "You are a strange fellow, you know that?" Sunny shrugged. "Huh? Everyone knows that, I think. Anyway, don't tell anyone about what I've just said. I don't want the competition." The tall man blinked a couple of times, then smiled. "No problem. Do you need me to take you back to the sanctuary? Or will you be fine returning on your own?" Sunny thought for a bit, then said, "I'll be fine. It's not that far, anyway. If I make haste, I'll be back before morning and go straight back to the real world. I have business to attend to there, actually." Master Roan nodded and patted Sunny on the shoulder. "All right. Then I'll be on my way. It's been nice meeting you, Sunless. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to find me in the sanctuary." With that, he summoned his echo. A sea of white sparks appeared out of thin air and swirled, slowly turning into the figure of a mighty griffin. The winged beast towered above Sunny like a gargantuan mix between a lion, an eagle, and a pure nightmare. Slowly, it lowered its head, staring at him with two beautiful, inhuman eyes. Its beak looked about as fearsome and terrifying as that of a spire messenger. Sunny tensed a little and took a couple of steps back, prepared to dissipate into the shadows at any moment. He didn't really think that Master Roan would suddenly attack him, but being paranoid was better than being dead. The tall man summoned his armor, then easily jumped on the griffin's back and raised a fist to bid Sunny farewell. In the next moment, the echo stretched its wings and pushed itself off the ground, sending a squall of hurricane wind in all directions. Sunny struggled to remain on his feet, and then looked as the griffin flew into the distance. Slowly, a friendly expression disappeared from his face. "Well, what do you know?" The famed master had turned out to be a rather pleasant person. Granted, he was a legacy by marriage, and not by birth, still, Sunny had expected to be treated with a lot more disdain and contempt, at best hidden behind a mask of false courtesy. Come to think of it, the saint governing the Chained Isles herself was pretty down to earth, if a bit cold. Not that Sunny had a lot of opportunities to interact with her after that first day when she had brought him to the sanctuary. With a sigh, he walked over to the carcass of the monstrous wolf and sent it flying over the edge of the island with a frustrated push. The corpse of the abominable beast plummeted down and soon disappeared into the darkness of the sky below. Making sure that nothing appeared from beneath the island to snatch it, Sunny lingered on the edge for a couple of minutes, then sighed. And jumped into the bottomless abyss himself. Chapter 384 Traversing the lslands. Falling through the boundless blue skies with the wind whistling in his ears, Sunny threw his hands to the sides and summoned the dark wing. As the translucent memory weaved itself from light behind his back, he shifted his weight and allowed the air resistance to push him off course, effectively turning left. A few seconds after that, he activated the enchantment of his cloak and slowed down his fall, simultaneously turning the downward momentum into a forward push. In these past 2 months, Sunny had become somewhat proficient in navigating the sky. Cutting a smooth arc in the air, he swiftly approached one of the gargantuan chains connecting the forest island to another, flew above it for a few minutes, and landed nimbly on one of the massive links. The giant chain swayed lightly beneath his feet. Somewhere behind him, it rose and merged with the soil of the island. In front of him, there was a vast expanse of empty heavens. Here on the border to the sky below, it was currently twilight. The chain stretched into the distance, disappearing into the darkness of the void a few hundred meters away. As the dark wing turned from a blur back into a transparent cloak, Sunny sighed and walked forward. Each link of the heavenly chain was as wide as a road, so he didn't need to be afraid of falling off. Approaching the connection between 2 links, Sunny either jumped down or glided up to the next one. Walking across the length of the chain that was drawn between the bottomless abyss below and the boundless sky above, he soon left the light of the sun behind and entered into the eternal darkness of the below. Here, there was no wind and no sound, only silence. If not for the swaying of the chain, Sunny would have thought that he had entered a completely new world. A myriad of ghostly lights were burning somewhere far below, pretending to be stars. Making sure that no one was watching him, Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then dove into the iron surface of the chain. His body turned into an incorporeal shadow and merged with the darkness enshrouding it. Here in the sky below, he was in his natural element, after all. Sunny couldn't travel through the empty darkness itself, but the chains were covered by an impenetrable veil of shadows. He could swim through them for as long as he had essence to spare, safe from the terrible creatures that lived on the dark side of the chained isles. Rushing forward with terrible speed, Sunny slid over the surface of the chain and flew through the darkness like a ghost. He went faster and then faster still, circling around the chain several times and leaving the forest island far behind. Covering the distance to the next isle in mere minutes, he escaped from the shadows the moment the sunlight touched the iron chain once again and shot upward in a spin. The dark wing turned into a blur, pushing him even further up. Sunny soared above the floating island and then glided smoothly to its surface, landing on solid ground with a light step. This one was much different from the one where he had fought the monstrous wolves. Instead of a forest of twisted trees, the isle was covered by jagged rocks, with an ancient ruin standing lonesomely in its center. Sunny had explored the massive structure already, and wasn't interested in visiting it again. Jumping from one shadow to another, he avoided the nightmare creatures populating the island and soon approached its other edge. Technically, from here, he only needed to cross 2 more isles to reach the sanctuary. However, one of those isles was home to a dreadful and utterly terrifying corrupted monster, so he was going to have to make a big detour. Sunny looked at the sun, and then jumped off the edge once again. Just like that, he traveled from one island to another for a few hours. When possible, Sunny turned into a shadow and rushed along the lengths of heavenly chains, then emerged from the darkness and traversed the islands themselves on foot. Each island was different from another. Some were desolate and bleak, some covered by grass and vegetation. One was full of beautiful white flowers, while another hid a clear, tranquil lake. A few were covered by ash and flames, while several were covered by the ruins that some ancient civilization had left behind. If there was one thing that united all of them, it was that each was dangerous in its own way. The desolate islands were home to swarms of monstrous, gluttonous ants. The grass covered the maws of giant abominations that hid beneath, waiting for prey to step into their trap. The vegetation was predatory and deadly if one wasn't careful to not get too close. The beautiful white flowers could put a person to sleep from which they would never wake up. The tranquil lake was home to a creature so terrifying that Sunny did not even dare to approach its clear waters. And these ones were on the safer side, as far as the chained isles went. Due to their proximity to the sanctuary, they were well explored, and anything dangerous enough to pose threat to the citadel had long been destroyed by Saint Tyrus herself. Sunny had been to these islands already, too, so he knew his way around them. Each was either descending or ascending. The former were easier to cross, while the latter forced him to walk while suffering from the early stages of the crushing. If an island he wanted to use was too high, Sunny had to change his plan and seek out another way. After a while, his reserve of shadow essence became dangerously low. Knowing that he will have to make a stop, Sunny chose a relatively safe island and headed toward it. Gliding to the surface, Sunny tiredly dismissed the dark wing tiredly and looked around. The island he was currently standing on was rather close to the sanctuary, and usually empty of any nightmare creatures. However, it was wise to make sure. Sending his shadows in different directions to scout for potential danger, Sunny sat on the ground and summoned the endless spring. When his thirst was satiated, he crossed his legs, put his hands on his knees, and closed his eyes, concentrating on the coils of the soul serpent. With a part of his mind observing the world through the shadows and another concentrated on hastening the accumulation of shadow essence, he meditated for a while, and then suddenly opened his eyes. One of the shadows had noticed something interesting. Chapter 385 Roan lsland. The island Sunny was resting on was a strange one. It was rather large and covered in soft grass, with ancient stone columns protruding from the ground here and there. Most of them had long toppled and been shattered to pieces by some unknown disaster. The ground itself was full of depressions and generally uneven, as if it had served as a battlefield for giants once. The reason why Sunny had come up with such a metaphor was not coincidental. The main feature of the island was situated at its center, and appeared to be a giant, rusty metal hand. Hence, the isle was unimaginatively called the Iron Hand Island. It was well known to the awakened anchored in the sanctuary because very few nightmare creatures ever came here, and thus, many humans used it to rest during their journeys. However, today, Sunny wasn't the only visitor to the peaceful island. A rather ugly monstrosity lay dead in the shadow of the giant iron hand, its blood forming a large pool. It had a body like that of a snake, two powerful hands protruding from a human-like torso, a head with a long and toothy muzzle, and two leathery wings. From the looks of it, the creature had landed on the island due to heavy injuries, and then succumbed to the most recent crushing. Its body seemed broken and flattened, with sharp bone splinters protruding from the torn scales. Sunny's interest was naturally piqued, because it wasn't every day that he stumbled on free soul shards. Additionally, and more intriguing, the shadow had noticed something glinting on the ground near one of the abomination's hands. Huh. Standing up, Sunny looked around, and then headed to the center of the island. Soon, he reached the rusty metal arm and dove into the shadows, emerging on top of it. Standing a good 10 meters above the ground, he stared at the carcass of the dead nightmare creature to make sure that the shadow didn't miss anything. Everything seemed to be fine. With a shrug, Sunny jumped down and landed softly on the grass near the massive monster. Walking around it, he approached the spot where the abomination's hand lay on the ground, its 5 long fingers ending in terrifying claws. Gee. You were a scary one, weren't you? He didn't need to wonder about who had done the monster in. On the chained isles, nightmare creatures constantly fought each other. Winged ones like this one were often caught by the inhabitants of the dark side, torn to pieces, and devoured. This one had been relatively lucky, all things considered. Bending down, Sunny picked up the small object that seemed to have fallen out of the creature's hand and stared at it with a dubious expression. A coin? Indeed, he was holding a heavy golden coin. Which didn't make any sense. Nightmare creatures were not exactly known for participating in commerce, and humans did not use coins. If they needed to trade, they either bartered with suitable items or used credits. Of course, credits didn't exist in the dream realm, but the transaction would be honored when both parties returned to the real world. So where could a gold coin come from? Sunny stared at the coin for a while, then turned it around. There was a depiction of an archaic ship on one of its sides, with a tall mast that had an actual tree growing around it. A beautiful human face stared at him from the other side, a carefree smile on its lips. The person had high cheekbones, long hair, and exquisite features. Sunny couldn't say if they were a man or a woman, just that they seemed rather charming. There was a crescent moon drawn on their forehead, and, well, that was about it. Sunny studied the coin some more, and then thought despondently. That thing is definitely cursed, right? It just had to be. What else was he supposed to think after finding a mysterious coin near the corpse of a monster that had died a violent death? But it didn't seem to be cursed. Sunny had a rather good intuition about these things. He also had the sight of a person who had inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Looking under the surface of the coin, Sunny expected to see a malevolent spell weave, or at least something strange, but there was nothing. From the looks of it, the coins, was just a coin. The only strangeness about it was that it seemed a little bit warm to the touch. Huh. Teacher Julius would have been delighted if he brought him a sketch of a genuine Dream Realm coin. Cultural artifacts like this were few and far between. It wouldn't result in Sunny receiving any contribution points, but the old man was easy to please. With a shrug, Sunny shoved the coin into his pack and turned to the dead monster. Let's see how many shards you're hiding, ugly lizard. He summoned the moonlight shard, enhanced it with 2 shadows, and cut into the tough hide of the nightmare creature. For a while, luck was on his side. He quickly retrieved 2 bright soul shards, so quickly, in fact, that Sunny grew sure that there had to be a third one inside the carcass. A demon, huh? That was where his luck ended. The body of the demon was too heavily damaged, so when he tried to fish out the third crystal, its stomach burst open and spilled its contents all over the ground. Arg! Curses! Sunny was so disgusted by the idea of being doused in the putrid slimy mass that he instinctively teleported a few meters away. Then, he tilted his head and stared down. Covered in repulsive, acidic liquid, 3 more coins, as well as something that resembled a piece of a wooden chest, lay in the quickly melting grass. Did this guy try to eat a treasure chest? Sunny shook his head, walked around the disgusting mess, and quickly retrieved the last soul shard. Since golden coins were rather useless to him and he already had one to sketch, he had no intention of retrieving the rest. No thank you. By that time, he had recovered enough shadow essence to return to the sanctuary, so nothing was holding him on the island anymore. Throwing one last look at the giant metal hand and wondering what terrible strike could have separated it from the rest of the theoretical giant, he turned away and walked toward the edge of the island. The sun was already setting, so he didn't have a lot of time left to return to the citadel and use the gateway before the morning came. Chapter 386 Sanctuary of Noctis. Soon, Sunny was walking on the last chain he had to traverse as he approached the Sanctuary of Noctis. By then, it was already night. Up above, the pale disk of the crescent moon shone softly, its light reflecting off the white walls of the ivory tower. Countless stars shimmered on the dark velvet tapestry of the night sky. Without the light pollution that the giant city where Sunny had grown up produced, they were beautiful and bright. There had not been any stars on the forgotten shore, as well, so this sight was still new and breathtaking to him. Now that it was night, the border between the sky above and the sky below was almost invisible. The empty void beneath the isles had stars of its own, so it seemed like the reflection of the real sky during these hours. The only difference between them was that it lacked both the moon and the ethereal silhouette of a graceful white tower floating through the clouds. The chain swayed lightly as Sunny walked. He felt reluctant to use shadow step this close to the sanctuary and enjoyed the sight of the night sky, the smell of clean air, and the cool embrace of the wind. So he tended to complete this last part of the return journey on foot. Even hell could be beautiful, sometimes. A few minutes later, Sunny heard the murmur of flowing water and knew that the sanctuary was already close. The citadel that served most awakened of the chained isles as the home was situated on a tiny island of its own. That island, however, was rather anomalous. Unlike all others, it never rose and never fell, always remaining at a stable height, away from the torturous pressure of the crushing. There was a grass field, and in its center, massive menhirs stood in a perfect circle, which encompassed another, smaller one. This larger circle formed the outer wall of the citadel, while the smaller one formed the inner. Inside the circle, there was a tranquil park with a pool of clear water in its middle. A path of stones led to a small island at the center of the pool, where, in the shade of an ancient tree, an altar cut from a solid piece of white marble stood. The altar had 3 special things about it. The first one was an obsidian knife that lay on its surface. The knife did not seem very special, with the exception of the fact that no one, not even saints, was able to lift it even by a centimeter from the altar's surface. The second special thing about the altar was that it appeared to be, itself, the gateway. One simply had to touch it to be transported back to the real world. Once anchored to it, the awakened would appear near the altar when they fell asleep in reality. The third thing was that a seemingly endless stream of water flowed from the altar, feeding the pool that surrounded it. No one knew where the water came from or why the altar produced it, just that it was cold, sweet, and safe to drink. 7 streams flowed out of the pool and eventually fell over the edges of the small island, turning into water dust in the wind. On a bright day, the whole sanctuary was surrounded by rainbows. It was the murmur of these waterfalls that Sunny had heard as he approached the citadel. Using the dark wing to glide upward and land on the soft grass of the island, he walked over to a stone post that stood nearby and rang the bronze bell that hung on it. This was to let the watchman know that he was a human and not a nightmare creature that needed to be destroyed. Soon, a whistle came out of the darkness, and Sunny walked forward on a path that led to the towering menhirs. A few minutes later, he had walked between 2 massive stones and entered the sanctuary of Noctis. No one really knew who Noctis was, and why this place was called in their honor, if that name even belonged to a living creature. It was just what the spell called this place, so humans followed suit. In any case, the space between the two rings of menhirs had been made into a place for the awakened to rest and recuperate between their ventures into the wild expanse of the Chained Isles. The White Feather clan had built walls to close the spaces between the standing stones, and recruited several people with useful utility aspects to make living conditions better for those who chose to come here or were sent to this region by the spell. Currently, there were about 200 awakened populating the sanctuary, which was enough to keep it functioning and safe. This late at night, most people were either sleeping, resting, or had already returned to the real world, so Sunny did not meet anyone as he headed toward his assigned living quarters. Like everybody else here, he was assigned a small room after becoming anchored to the sanctuary. It was situated near one of two entrances, so he didn't have to walk for a long time. Entering the room, Sunny quickly took off his pack and placed his trophies, a scattering of soul shards, a few weird-looking fruits, and the golden coin, into a chest standing near the bed. Then he threw the pack on the floor, lingered for a few moments, and left. Usually, he would have stayed until the morning and went to either the kitchens or the improvised marketplace at the park to trade the shards for memories or credits, chat with other awakened to learn the latest news and important information about the Isles, or simply relax, but today, he had to hurry to the real world. Entering the park, Sunny approached the deep pool of clear water and stepped onto the first stone of the path that led to the altar island. Soon, he was standing in front of the white altar, surrounded by the tranquil sound of rustling leaves and running water. Glancing at the obsidian dagger, Sunny resisted the urge to try and lift it. He had already done so many times before, all with no result whatsoever. Maybe one day. With a sigh, he took a step forward and placed his hand on the altar. The marble felt cool to the touch. In the next moment, the darkness of the night was momentarily illuminated by a flash of ethereal blue light. When it dissipated, there was no one standing under the branches of the ancient tree. Sunny had left the dream realm and returned to the real world. Chapter 387 Withered Flowers. Sunny opened his eyes in the cool cradle of the sleeping pod. The lid was already sliding away, and the lights in the room were gradually turning brighter. The panoramic wall in front of him opened to a view of one of the academy parks. The eastern horizon was already painted lilac by the rising sun, but the world was still shrouded in darkness. Made it. With a sigh, he rose from the pod and lowered his feet to the cold floor. These first moments after leaving the dream realm were still strange to him. It just seemed weird to be able to escape it so easily, without having to fight through a sea of monsters and struggle against terror, desperation, and pain. How could something so meaningful be so simple? And yet, it was. In the past 2 months, coming and going from the dream realm had almost become a routine for him. Not that he had done it as often as most awakened did. Standing up, Sunny grimaced, then massaged his shoulders and glanced at the sleeping pod darkly. Now that he was an awakened, the academy had granted him a personal living space in one of the dormitories. These quarters were much the same as the room he had lived in during his preparations to enter the dream realm for the first time, but with one significant difference. There was a smaller room adjacent to the main one, housing a humble meditation space and an individual sleeping pod. The problem was, that pod was not at all as advanced and state-of-the-art as the ones used for the sleepers. It did its job fine as long as an awakened remained in the dream realm for about 8 to 12 hours, as most of them did. However, Sunny was in the habit of spending much more time there. His recent adventure, for example, had lasted 3 whole days. He had to work hard to not fall behind, after all. As a result, his muscles felt sore and heavy. Circulating essence through his body to chase away the remnants of sleep, Sunny walked to the bathroom and got into the shower. As streams of water caressed his skin and flowed down the scales of the black serpent coiling around his lithe body, he sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. At least his mind felt refreshed. Visiting the dream realm was not exactly equal to good sleep, but it was somewhat similar. Mental fatigue still accumulated little by little, but it was easy to remove by meditating or actually sleeping on the other side of the gateway. Few awakened ever did, however, since no place there was really completely safe. Exiting the shower sometime later, Sunny finally felt wide awake and full of energy. He dressed himself, sat at the table, and quickly compiled a report about his recent exploration. Then, he picked up the communicator and checked its log. No missed calls, a few messages from Effie with photos of all the delicious food she was eating and several mimetic jokes of questionable nature, and a few more from Kai, describing his experiences in Bastion. Sunny waited for a bit, then sighed and put the communicator down. Time for breakfast. Commanding one of the shadows to wrap itself around his body so that he appeared like a normal person, Sunny left his room and headed out. On the way to the cafeteria, he met a few other awakened. No one paid him too much attention, though. In recent months, the images and true names of Cassie, Kai, and especially Effie had been plastered all over the media, but luckily, he had avoided becoming a poster boy for the government's insatiable propaganda machine. As the result, random strangers had no idea who he was, which suited Sunny just fine. Entering the cafeteria, he got himself a full tray of food, sat at one of the tables, and placed the communicator on its surface. The call was supposed to come any minute now. He enjoyed a decadently delicious breakfast in peace and quiet, glancing at the communicator from time to time. No one bothered him, and there was no danger to be worried about. A content smile found its way to his lips. Ah. Life is good. Finally, the communicator rang. Sunny answered the call and listened to the respectful voice on the other side of it. Everything is ready? Wonderful. So, when can I— Oh, really? Well, great. Then I will be there at noon? Right. See you later, then. Finishing the call, he put the communicator down and stared into the distance for a long time, a strange look on his face. After receiving the contribution points for his forgotten shore report and making some money by selling soul shards to other awakened on the Chained Isles, Sunny had done something that he had never thought that he would be able to do in this life. He had bought a home. A nice, beautiful home in the district of the city with clean air and green lawns. And now, after several long weeks of waiting, everything was finally ready for him to move in. Looking down at his cantankerous shadow, Sunny lingered for a few moments, and then smiled. I think we've made it, buddy. We really, really did. The person in charge of renovating his home and bringing it to the desired specifications was going to meet him there at noon, so Sunny had a few hours of free time to kill. He wandered around the parks for a bit. Now that the spring had come, the air was warm and pleasant. The melodic drip-drop of melting snow disturbed the peaceful silence of the early morning, making Sunny feel balanced and relaxed. Even the shadow seemed to enjoy this tranquil landscape. Eventually, he visited one of the kiosks scattered around the academy and spent a bit of credits to buy a bouquet of fresh flowers. Then, Sunny found himself standing in front of the hospital complex. With a sigh, he lowered his head and walked through the automatic doors. Using an elevator to reach one of the lowest levels, he passed several increasingly strict security checks and approached an unremarkable white door. Inside, it was cool and dark. Changing the withered flowers with fresh ones, he lingered for a bit, then sat on a chair that stood near the softly glowing sleeping pod. Entombed within, a young woman with silver hair was dreaming soundly, her face pale and unmoving. Hey, Noctis. How have you been? Chapter 388 Vigil. There was no one in the room besides the two of them. Well, Noctis wasn't really there, either. In a sense, Sunny was alone. In more senses than one, really. There were two small tables standing on both sides of the sleeping pod, each bearing a vase with fresh flowers. Sunny only ever changed flowers in one of the vases, while Cassie tended to the other. They had yet to bump into each other while visiting Neff after that first fateful day, though, which suited Sunny fine. He didn't really want to see the blind girl now, or ever again. Glancing at Changing Star, Sunny sighed and kept his mouth shut. He didn't know what kinds of recording equipment were installed in the room, so his one-sided conversations with Noctis had to happen in the safety of his mind. I've just returned from the Dream Realm. Spent a whole 3 days there, exploring ruins and hunting down a few nightmare creatures. My shadow fragments, well, you already know. I've been working hard to not let you leave me completely in the dust. Oh. I met a master from the White Feather clan yesterday. He seems like a nice enough guy. You would have liked him, I think. He paused for a few moments and wondered if this was considered crazy behavior, talking to a person that wasn't really there, pretending that they were. Maybe it was. But despite how much Sunny hated to admit it, he wasn't as fine and stable as he pretended to be. He was angry, guilt-ridden, and lonely. He missed Noctis much more than he had ever expected. Out there on the forgotten shore, she had somehow become a fundamental part of his life. It was strange to exist without her occupying a place in the same world as him. Painful. He missed Cassie, too. Or rather, the version of her that had lived in his mind before everything they had turned to ashes. He missed their friendship, their camaraderie, their trust in each other, things that had been broken and lost. Sunny sighed. You know, these days I often think about the time we spent in the labyrinth. The three of us. It was a simpler time, don't you think? A wonderful time. It seemed so terrible back then, but now, I miss it a lot. I wonder if you do, too. He grimaced, then looked away. Anyway, what else? Oh. That house I bought is ready. Kai and Effie are doing fine. They are both very busy, though. I hear that Cass is doing well, too. She had become the leader of those forgotten shore awakened who remained independent. People are calling them the Fire Keepers. Funny, right? Sunny lingered for a while, gathering his thoughts. I have visited your mom, by the way. I remember that you didn't like the thought of her being alone, so I went to see her. She is fine, too. Well. I mean, you know. For a hollow. Oh, and the funniest part. He looked around, then thought. Do you remember how you told us that you wanted to dye your hair? You won't believe it, but I actually bought a little memory that allows me to change the color of my hair at will. Not because of you, it's just something that I needed for a thing I'm about to do. Still, I think that it's sort of hilarious. Noctis remained still and absent, her ivory face looking lifeless in the white glow of the sleeping pod. He gritted his teeth. Where are you? How are you doing? Are you hurt? Are you fucking happy? I imagine that you would be, free of everything, with nothing to do but slaughter nightmare creatures and battle against the thing you hate the most. Sunny looked down and clenched his fists, then remained still for a long time. Are you coming back? There was no answer. He sat by Changing Star's side for a while, staring at her still face. Then, he nodded heavily and stood up. All right. Figures. I'll see you later, then. With that, Sunny turned around and left. Exiting the academy, Sunny lingered for a bit, then turned around and looked back. The massive red gates looked very different from how they used to, back when he and Noctis walked through them 16 months ago. The space in front of them had been empty then, but now, it was filled with tens of thousands of burning candles. These candles were an altar to Changing Star. After the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had returned to the real world, their story spread like wildfire and captured humanity's attention for a few weeks. Both the independent media and the government propaganda machine added fuel to the fire, spinning it as an inspirational epic of human resilience, heroism, and sacrifice. And Noctis, of course, was the protagonist of that epic. Most of the Forgotten Shore awakened were her willing apostles, after all. In their hearts, she was their savior. They were also under the impression that Changing Star had become trapped in the dream realm in order to give them a chance to escape. Their voices fell into fertile soil. Noctis already had the established mythos of the immortal Flame clan to raise her into the spotlight of glory, and with her extraordinary accomplishments on the Forgotten Shore, it only grew brighter. The thing that really elevated and exalted her, however, was something else. It was martyrdom. People loved nothing more than a martyr. Just like Sunny had said, a person had to die to become a true hero. Changing Star, however, had done something strange. She was now, somehow, neither dead nor alive, which only made the whole thing more gripping and emotional. Noctis had become a martyr without actually dying. Which was, coincidentally, very fitting, considering her clan's name. All of humanity was now entranced by the story of the last daughter of the legendary Immortal Flame clan, the heiress to two most prominent warriors in human history, who had been thrust into hell, stormed the citadel of a fallen terror that ruled it, and fought the creature off long enough for 100 sleepers to escape back to the real world, staying behind to ensure their survival. From the outside, she seemed like a paragon of humanity. Sunny didn't know who came up with the idea of placing candles near the gates of the academy, but it was rather ingenious. People seemed to believe that the immortal flame would not be extinguished as long as at least one candle continued to burn for Changing Star. So the academy had unexpectedly become a place of pilgrimage for thousands of humans who wished for her to do the impossible once again and return alive. The idea was so poignant that even Sunny himself had felt compelled to light a candle a couple of times. Zealots. With a dismissive shake of his head, he turned around and walked away, leaving the sea of candles behind. None of them really knew Noctis. Only he did. She didn't need their candles to escape the dream realm. Perhaps it was the dream realm that needed help escaping from her. Chapter 389 A place to call his own plus, turn off reset. Chapter 389 A place to call his own. Sunny spent some time in a crowded carriage of a public train. Since personal transport vehicles were rare, expensive, and demanded a special government license to purchase, most people in the city used public transportation to move around. Magnetic trains, usually simply called trams, were the cheapest and most popular form of it. During his time in the outskirts, Sunny rarely had a reason to use one, but when he did, people didn't pay him any attention. Sometimes they even went out of their way to not notice him. But now, things seemed to have changed. Sunny had his eyes closed, observing the carriage through the shadow in case there was danger. There wasn't, however. He was surprised to notice that people, especially young women, threw curious glances at him from time to time. Is the soul serpent showing? But no, his sleeves hid the coils of the shadow completely. Strange. Must be the clothes, then. Sunny had not ventured out of the academy a lot during the past 2 months, but on one of those expeditions, he had bought himself some unassuming, but pricey civilian clothes. According to Kai, they were understated and stylish, whatever that meant. Sunny basically just went for the only comfortable thing the store had in dark colors. He sighed. That just shows how shallow people are. A simple change of wardrobe, and suddenly, I'm at the center of attention. Why are girls so materialistic? To be fair, many guys stared at him, too. By the time Sunny reached his stop, he was a bit flustered. Leaving the crowded train behind, he sighed with relief, hid his hands in his pockets, and walked out of the familiar tram terminal. The part of town he came to was somewhat near its center, as far removed from the outskirts as one could imagine. It was peaceful, quiet, and green. The air was almost as fresh as that of the dream realm. The houses in this district were also the opposite of the human hive Sunny was accustomed to. Weirdly, they were all very low, no more than 2 or 3 stories high. The ground itself rose and fell in artificial tiers, each street existing on its own wide terrace. Out here, the snow was already gone, revealing beautiful lawns and greenery. The whole district looked like a garden. Obviously, not everyone could allow themselves to live here. Most of the locals were either reasonably wealthy or worked for the government. However, as far as citizens went, they were not of the highest ranks. There were other, much more affluent districts in the city, and the real elites, as well as most awakened, lived there. But that was one of the things Sunny liked about this place. He could do without being around other awakened all day, every day. Or anyone, really. It took him around 15 minutes to walk from the terminal to the desired address. Of course, Sunny could have reached it much faster by jumping through the shadows, but he preferred to not use his abilities outside of the dream realm and the academy. It made him feel more human. Finally, he stopped in front of the home that was going to be his, and stared at it for a few minutes. The house in front of him was 2 stories high, with gray walls and a slanting tile roof. It had a synthwood porch, a lawn, and a big window opening to the view of a spacious living room. There was even a garage for a PTV, and a hedge fence to separate it from the neighboring homes. It was like something out of a fairy tale. Extravagant. Ahem. Awakened Sunless? Sir? New novels chapters are published in. Sunny was aware, of course, that a PTV had just parked nearby and that a man got out of it, approaching him from behind. He was just too consumed by the weight of the moment to show it. Turning around, he glanced at the person who called out for him. It was a short, overweight man wearing a very expensive tailored suit and an antique luxury watch. Despite his outward appearance, the man was full of confidence and had a wide, polished, professional smile plastered to his face. Sunny stared at him with a dubious expression, then said, "Leonard, right?" The man, who was the representative of the agency responsible for outfitting Sunny's new home, nodded with enthusiasm. "That's me." "Ah, the fact that you have remembered my name is very flattering, sir." "Really?" With that, he gestured to the home and smiled. "How do you like it?" Sunny hesitated, then feigned indifference and shrugged. "It's fine, I guess." Leonard lingered for a moment, then smiled even wider. "Of course, a person of your caliber must be accustomed to much more luxurious accommodations. But I can assure you, you won't be disappointed by our work. This home might not be as high class as what you're used to, but we did everything per your specifications. Although, I must admit, your choice of location gave us a challenge, especially with the need to keep the exact nature of the modifications discreet." Sunny kept a straight face and tried to understand what the hell Leonard was talking about, and who he thought Sunny was. To be honest, when he had decided to buy a home, he just contacted Master Jet, told her where he wanted the house to be located and a couple of things he hoped to fit inside, and instead of giving him advice on how to proceed, she simply arranged everything with a couple of phone calls. And now, here he was. Meanwhile, Leonard glanced at him with a bit of curiosity, hesitated for a couple of moments, and then asked cautiously. "By the way, if you don't mind me asking, sir, how does this beautiful house stack against your previous place of residence? I am interested from a purely professional standpoint, of course. Think of it as a client survey." Sunny looked at the cozy gray home, thought for a bit, and then answered honestly. "Well, my previous place was about 100 times bigger, built mostly out of natural stone and marble, with antique wooden furniture and a very special secret dungeon. Oh, and security was taken care of by a fallen devil." Leonard stared at him for a while with the same wide smile. His face, however, had slowly turned gray. After a while, he coughed a couple of times and said hoarsely, "Wonderful, that's wonderful, ahem. Shall we take a look inside?" Chapter 390 My Castle. The interior of the home was tasteful and minimalist, governed by a design philosophy that seemed stylish, spacious, and a little bit empty. The first floor contained a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, a pantry, a bathroom, and a guest bedroom. Everything was furnished and fully stocked, including a refrigerator that was stuffed with all kinds of expensive food. Leonard looked around with a sense of pride and went on a long tirade about all the hidden security features the unassuming house actually possessed. There were thick plates of armored alloy hiding behind the siding panels, the wide windows were outfitted with titanium shutters that could come down at a moment's notice, and both air and water filters could withstand not only the usual environmental toxins, but also most known forms of biochemical threats. Such extensive security measures might have seemed like overkill, but in fact, even mundane humans strived to turn their homes into compact fortresses. No one knew when the next gate would open, and how close to them it would be. Even though most homeowners were never going to use these protective features, having them made for a big quality of life difference. Leonard spent a weirdly long amount of time describing all the lighting fixtures his agency had installed, his voice bursting with enthusiasm. It seemed that the man had a thing about designer lamps. Sunny didn't have the heart to tell him that he would not be using any of them, most of the time. He could see perfectly well in the dark, after all. The house is connected to the city electrical grid, but there's obviously an autonomous energy source for emergencies. Spell tech, of course. Power units are easily accessible for purchase and last for a very long time. By spell tech, he meant that the autonomous generator was built by combining modern technology with awakened powers. The power units it required had to be either recharged or created by someone with a suitable utility aspect. Devices such as this were considered to be a luxury for the commoners, but in fact, a very large part of the city's infrastructure functioned on spell tech. Not everything in the world was created by the awakened, but almost all industries required their participation in one way or another. Even the air filtration systems Sunny's mother used to assemble in an underground factory on the outskirts contained fiber grown by one of the nightmare spell carriers. That was why, while utility aspects were often useless in a fight, people who possessed them were so valued by society. Sunny asked a couple of questions about the entertainment system built into the living room, scratched the back of his head after receiving the answers, and expressed his desire to see the second floor. The second floor contained the master bedroom and two smaller ones, each with its own bathroom, and a brightly lit home office. There was also the latch to the storage space in the attic. Leonard described a few things about the furniture they chose, and then mentioned the soundproofing of the master bedroom several times, for some unknown reason. Sunny frowned and gave him a strange look. I mean, sleeping in peace and quiet is nice, but he does know that I can't sleep in the real world, right? What a strange man. Finally, they descended into the basement, which was situated deep underground, as well as being the most heavily fortified and well-protected part of the house. In a sense, this was the heart of the unassuming gray home. The whole basement was one large space, with walls, floor, and ceiling covered by heavy plates of armored ceramic alloy. This was done so that an awakened could train here without worrying about destroying their own home or alerting the neighbors. Sunny paid extra to make sure that every piece of training equipment here could survive his spars with Saint. He still remembered and mourned all the beautiful things he had lost during their previous duels. Like his favorite table, or his comfortable chair, or his pride. The basement could be isolated from the rest of the house and from the outside world, turning into a heavily fortified, impenetrable alloy box. The reason for this level of additional security stood in a small alcove at the far end of it. It was a state-of-the-art, beautiful, incredibly expensive sleeping pod, the best money could buy. Sunny walked over to it and stared at the softly illuminated, luxurious cradle for a while, then smiled. No more sore muscles. In its closed state, the pod looked like a steel monolith. As far as high-tech coffins went, this armored one was a real beauty. Sunny couldn't even call it a coffin, really. That thing was a whole sarcophagus. With its help, he would be able to spend entire months in the dream realm without subjecting his physical body to any damage. He wasn't planning on getting lost in the spell for so long, of course, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Leonard chuckled. I am not going to lie, every time I find myself in such an environment, I can't help but feel a little scared. Have you ever heard about Dracula, sir? Sunny glanced at him, then shrugged. Not really. What is that? The short man shivered. Just a legend, thankfully. Dracula was a fiend that fed on human blood and slept in a coffin underground. Hence the... Sunny smiled. Oh, a vampire? Yes, I've met one or two. Leonard grew pale, remained silent for a while, then squeaked. Met? Not paying him any attention, Sunny turned to the second pod that stood near the first one. This device looked similar enough to a sleeping pod to be mistaken for one, but had nothing to do with sleeping. Well, not technically. It also had a cradle and a heavy lid, but unlike Sunny's new sarcophagus, it wasn't designed to accommodate a human body for long periods of time. In fact, there was a plaque on the inside of the lid advising people against overusing the equipment and asking them to behave responsibly. It was the best available Dreamscape pod, allowing one to enter the advanced virtual reality simulation that existed on the edge between technology and magic. Sunny had big plans for that thing. Chapter 391 Dreamscape. Dreamscape was a place that was neither real nor a part of the dream realm, but instead existed somewhere in between. It was created and maintained by a combination of advanced modern technology and a very special aspect ability that a certain master, now already a saint, possessed. Their power had to do with illusions, and so, that was what Dreamscape was. A massive illusion that countless people could share. However, that illusion was not entirely malleable, and functioned according to a set of absolute rules. It reflected reality instead of being a complete replacement for it. As the result, a person entering it was bound by the same laws that existed in the real world. And since one of those laws was the nightmare spell, a person's aspect, abilities, memories, and echoes would function in the illusion the same way they functioned outside of it, with one important difference. One couldn't be hurt, wounded, or killed in the dreamscape. Neither memories nor echoes could be destroyed. Which meant that awakened were able to battle each other there without having to risk their lives and keep the destructive force of their duels out of the real world. This application was the primary use of the dreamscape, well, in a sense. At the dawn of it, the dreamscape was mostly used by the legacy clans and the government to train elite awakened that served them, but it was quickly deemed as only being marginally useful. While such training could facilitate safe duels between the human carriers of the spell, its simulation of the nightmare creatures was not that close to reality. The illusory monsters lacked the will and mind of actual abominations, after all. So, the dreamscape had failed to become a successful training tool and was thus largely abandoned. It had, however, unexpectedly found incredible success in the entertainment segment. Those awakened that were not part of elite strike forces deemed it to be very engaging, useful, and fun. The duels in the dreamscape became very popular, and that popularity simply exploded once the company behind it came up with the idea to integrate a broadcast function into the simulation pods, thus making these duels available to a much broader audience, the mundane humans. Today, Dreamscape was a whole industry with both amateur and professional leagues, famous celebrities, and passionate fan clubs. There was even a version of it for non-awakened, with its own set of environments and adventures that allowed people to experience a facsimile of what it meant to travel across the dream realm while battling nightmare creatures. Sunny, however, wasn't interested in the fame, glory, and money that becoming a renowned Dreamscape champion could bring him. No matter how lucrative, it was just a toy, at the end of the day. He was, nevertheless, extremely interested in that toy for three very important reasons. The first reason was the anonymity that Dreamscape offered. It was all but impossible to track a person entering the illusion if they didn't wish to be tracked, which was very much to his liking. The second reason was Shadow Dance. Sunny needed to fight against a multitude of opponents skilled in wielding different weapons and using various styles to sharpen his battle art and make it, as well as the soul serpent, stronger. In a sense, he needed to create a library of mirrored styles to enrich his own. Was there a better place to find thousands upon thousands of awakened who were willing and ready to cross blades with him? All without having to risk his life, to boot. The third reason was rather unexpected. In fact, Sunny had stumbled upon it by pure accident. Back when he had just arrived on the Chained Isles, he secretly tested the Mantle of the Underworld in battles against several nightmare creatures. The onyx armor had turned out to be even more remarkable than he had anticipated, so he easily hunted down several abominations. And yet, one creature had managed to escape from him after being thoroughly defeated, mostly because of the approaching crushing. That was when he discovered how the Prince of the Underworld enchantment really worked. Its description said that the onyx armor grew stronger according to the number of opponents its wielder defeated, and it did exactly that. The enchantment didn't care whether the opponent lived or died, all that mattered to it was that the enemy lost. After the nightmare creature Sunny had beaten escaped, the counter of the enchantment still changed from 1215/6000 to 1216/6000. He tested it in a battle with another abomination, bringing it to the door of death and then walking away without delivering the last blow. The counter went to 1217/6000. So, Sunny hoped to kill two birds with one stone in the dreamscape, to both elevate his technique and satiate the requirements of the Prince of the Underworld, with a constant stream of victories. Now that he had finally bought his own home and gained access to a sufficiently secure simulation pod, the chance to do so was finally in his grasp. But first, he needed to send Leonard away. The two of them returned to the ground floor. The short man looked around and asked with a somewhat forced smile. I hope that everything was to your liking, sir? Trying not to show how weird it was for him to be addressed as sir, still, Sunny gave him a curt nod and answered evenly. Yes. It will do. Leonard hesitated for a few moments, then said. Good. Great. Ahem, would you like to subscribe to our active security service? Many awakened find it beneficial to have a dedicated security team guarding, The short man started to give him an obviously practiced sales pitch, but under Sunny's indifferent gaze, his voice grew quieter and quieter, until eventually disappearing completely. Sunny smiled slightly. I would not, Leonard. Do you really presume to be able to guard me? Leonard gulped, then shook his head. Ha. Ha ha. No, of course not. What I was thinking about, even? Please forgive me, sir. He looked away, then hurried to change the subject. In any case, as you can see, the interior is rather empty. We left space for you to fit your, things. If you don't mind me asking, when are the movers arriving? Sunny stared at him, then shrugged. They're not. I don't own a lot of things. By which he meant that the clothes on his back and the stuff in his pockets were the total sum of his worldly possessions. Leonard sighed, then nodded. How profound. Indeed, people these days are too preoccupied with material possessions. They define themselves through the ownership of things, not noticing that those things actually own them. I envy your wisdom, sir. What on earth is that guy going on about? Sunny stared at Leonard's tailored suit and antique watch with hidden envy. Those had to be expensive. The short man caught the direction of his gaze, and blushed with embarrassment. Anyway. If no one is coming, then we can conclude the deal right here and now. I wouldn't want to take too much of your precious time. They signed a few documents. All payments had been made in advance, so this was just a formality, but, despite that, completing this meaningless ritual made Sunny feel a deep and powerful emotion. In a few minutes, Leonard was gone, leaving him alone in his new home. The first home he had in many, many years. Chapter 392 Birth of a Legend Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 392 Birth of a Legend. For a while, Sunny stood motionlessly in the living room. Then, he slowly wandered around the house, looking at its walls and tastefully furnished rooms. Finally, he found himself near the refrigerator and took out a glass bottle full of clear, pure water. With it in hand, Sunny walked outside and sat down on the porch. The terrace district was quiet and peaceful. The air was still cold, but the sunlight was already full of warmth, promising a vibrant spring. The wind rustled the leaves gently, and streams of meltwater murmured softly as they ran down the pavement. Sunny stared at the piece of land that he now owned and opened the glass bottle. He spent quite a while there, sipping water and looking at nothing in particular. As hours passed, several PTVs drove by. He saw a few people in clean and warm clothes. A bit later, droves of children and teenagers in school uniforms walked past, on their way home from their studies. After that, he sighed, retrieved his shadows, and went back inside. Bringing the empty bottle back to the refrigerator, he stared at it for a few moments. Inside, there was food, so much food. Enough food to last him for a month. All easily accessible, delicious, and well within his means. Before Sunny knew it, his fist slammed into the door of the refrigerator, easily piercing the thin metal sheets and turning the vegetables stored on the other side into vapor. Pieces of metal and plastic flew in the air, and the whole house trembled slightly. The refrigerator itself cracked and deformed, nearly bursting apart from the force of the impact. Sunny stared at his hand in shock, then awkwardly retrieved it from inside the devastating device and looked at the broken thing with dismay. Crap. Now he was going to have to buy a new one. And replace all the food. And clean up all the mess, What the hell is wrong with me? Shaking his head, he put the empty glass bottle on the counter, sighed, and went to find a mop. Some time later, Sunny returned to the basement and approached the Dreamscape pod. He looked at it for a while, then turned around and paced around the armored dojo, frowning. Come on now, you've been preparing for this for a long, long time. As he paced, his whole presence slowly changed. The way Sunny walked, the way he held himself, the way his hands moved all became slightly different. There are 6 gods. The War God, also known as the God of Life. The Beast God, also known as the Goddess of the Moon. The Sun God. As he recited the names of the gods and their various aspects, the manner in which he spoke also changed. The difference was subtle, but noticeable. One after another, Sunny changed every little bit of behavioral traits that could be traced back to him. He had spent a lot of time training for this moment, using the physical malleability of a shadow dance practitioner to make himself unrecognizable. Surprisingly, the task had turned out much easier than he had thought. It was basically his specialty, anyway. Weaver's mask could protect his identity from all who would wish to learn it through magic, but he had to deal with mundane forms of identification on his own. After a while, when he was ready, Sunny undressed, approached the simulation pod, and climbed into its cradle. As the polished mask of black wood appeared on his face, the lid closed. A string of shimmering letters appeared in front of him. Enter Dreamscape? Yes, no. He sighed, then concentrated on the yes. A few moments later, his vision darkened. Sunny found himself standing in a boundless, black void. All around him, countless stars burned with ethereal light, an inconceivably complex weave of strings connecting them together. There was, however, no logic or sense in the pattern. He didn't feel any meaning hidden in the beautiful weave of the strings of light. It was just a pretty backdrop, and nothing more. A fake. Other than that, though, the simulation was pretty realistic. He looked down and saw his naked body, the soul serpent coiling around his arms and torso. The Dreamscape recreated his appearance to the SMA, in great detail. Huh. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Sunny summoned the Mantle of the Underworld. It weaved itself from black threads and covered his body. As soon as it did, a pleasant voice resounded in the darkness. Challenger. Welcome to the Dreamscape. Sunny summoned the Autumn Leaf, a small charm that allowed him to change the color of his hair. After a short hesitation, he made them appear white. What next? How do I fight people? The pleasant voice promptly responded. Before proceeding further, please choose an alias. He blinked a couple of times, then scratched the back of his head. Oh, right. An alias. After some though, Sunny remembered the legend of Odysseus that Neff liked to talk about, and smiled. Nobody. That would be a good alias. He could already imagine how funny it would be, to hear something like nobody has defeated the enemy, or nobody has won. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by the voice of the Dreamscape. Alias nobody is taken. Please choose another. He did not expect that. What would be a better? Alias is taken. Please choose another. What? No, wait. Alias what? No, wait, is taken. Please choose another. Sunny shut his mouth, then thought for a while. His alias had to not only sound nice, but also be the opposite of what he would ever call himself in real life. Just like his movement and speech patterns, it had to be a part of the disguise. That's why coming up with one was not that easy. In the next few minutes, he tried a dozen different aliases, all to the same result. The level of coolness of the aliases he could come up with rapidly dropped, while the level of his irritation quickly rose. He felt as if the damn simulation was mocking him. Finally, Sunny growled in frustration and said the first word that came to his mind. Mongrel. The Dreamscape was silent for a while. Then, it said. Welcome, Mongrel. Please, choose a dream of your liking. Really? Mongrel? Well, mission accomplished, I guess. This is indeed the last thing I would want to be known as. Oh, the irony. As Sunny huffed and puffed from frustration, several images appeared in front of him. All contained depictions of different environments, although most looked like an arena of some sorts. From his research, Sunny knew that the choice of an arena decided what type of opponents he would get to fight against. Some were available to everyone, some required a certain number of victories to be accessed. Professional duelists all spent their time in those elite dreams. Dreams, what a stupid name. If I was dreaming, I would be on the Chained Islands right now, wouldn't I? His body was, indeed, awake right now. It's just that his mind was inside of an illusion. Regardless, what he needed was a place where he could fight sufficiently skilled amateurs without drawing too much attention. He knew just the place. Pointing at one of the images, Sunny said, "There." A moment later, the black void disappeared, and he was suddenly somewhere else. A loud voice thundered from somewhere above. Challenger Mongrel has entered the Colosseum. Chapter 393 Mongrel. Sunny was standing on the floor of a vast oval arena. It was covered by sand, which had long ago turned red from all the blood spilled between these ancient walls. The merciless sun burned in the incandescent sky, and the smell of sweat, blood, and death assaulted his nostrils. How realistic. A little disturbed, Sunny looked around and saw tall amphitheater stands rising high above the blood-soaked arena. Those were the spectator seats. A crowd was cheering from them, their voices full of macabre fascination, cruelty, and glee. Both men and women were dressed in archaic robes that left their arms and shoulders bare. With bloodthirsty smiles contorting their features, they looked like a horde of lustful demons. Well, not all of them. Here and there, a strangely clothed person could be seen, observing the fights with a less barbaric expression. The people in archaic clothes were illusions, while the rest were actual observers. One didn't have to be connected to the Dreamscape to spectate the duels, but some quirky fans preferred to be there in person to achieve the feeling of maximum immersion. Lunatics. Those damn simulation pods are too costly to use them for spectating. Even though Sunny wasn't poor anymore, seeing such extravagance still pained him. Shaking his head, he finally turned his attention to the arena itself. Obviously, this illusory environment wasn't very original, but on the other hand, it was a classic. More advanced dreams had vastly different decorations, ranging from realistic to completely fantastical, but for this low-level one, the company running Dreamscape chose a pretty basic narrative. It was an ancient Colosseum, a place where slaves had once fought to entertain their masters, often to the death. Sunny didn't like it one bit. The Colosseum was based on a historical structure, but was much larger. Hundreds upon hundreds of warriors roamed the sand of the battle arena, some engaged in fights, some searching for an opponent. Out here in the Colosseum, most of the participants were awakened of high enough skill to be considered the elite among the amateurs, but not skillful enough to enter the professional leagues. Just what Sunny was looking for, maybe. Overall, while many of the duelists in the Dreamscape were talented fighters, at the end of the day, there were very few true masters among them. Real elites spilled blood in the dream realm, not in an illusion that had been conjured for the purpose of entertainment. So the level of competency of these people remained to be seen. Commanding the Soul Serpent to assume the form of the fearsome Odachi, Sunny put the blade of the great sword on his shoulder and waited to be challenged. Due to his menacing black armor and fearsome mask, however, people seemed to be reluctant to approach. At least for a while. Soon, a young swordsman in a striking blood-red armor approached, a long and graceful espadon resting on his shoulder. With a smile, he looked at Sunny and said, "Haven't seen you around before. Mongrel? Are you new to the Colosseum?" Sunny tilted his head and studied the letters that appeared around the swordsman. Paradise in red. Victories, 157. Defeats, 103. Good enough. Lowering the Odachi, he answered in an even tone. "I was born in the Colosseum." The swordsman smiled, then stepped forward. "Let me welcome you back, then." The voice of the Dreamscape immediately spoke, announcing the start of the fight. Paradise in Red has challenged Mongrel. They clashed on the bloodied sand, moving with enough speed to cause the wind to howl through their armor. Sunny had left one of his shadows on the ground, and wrapped another one around the autumn leaf, where it could do him no good. He didn't want to be too strong, so that his opponents were not completely outmatched and could properly showcase their styles. As for himself, he had completely abandoned both the flowing style that Noctis had taught him and the grounded technique that he had learned from Saint, relying only on his ability to shadow the enemy's movements. Paradise in Red was not a master of swordsmanship, but his skill level was not bad. Still, the young man wasn't a match for Sunny, even though he had to forego his practiced techniques and wasn't used to wielding the great blade of the Odachi. The material form of the Shadow Serpent was truly formidable, but due to its size and nature, using it required a lot of adjustment. It was potentially far more devastating than any shorter blade could ever hope to be, but at the same time, demanded much more skill and strategy to be wielded efficiently. Any strike it delivered was potentially deadly, but so was every mistake made in the process. Sunny prolonged the fight for as long as he could, learning as much as possible from how his opponent moved and wielded the sword. In the end, however, the strain of the duel turned out to be too much for the other fighter. He wasn't very strategic at how he spent his soul essence, so after 5 minutes or so, his speed and strength decreased sharply. Sunny sighed and ended the duel with one precise slash of the soul serpent. The great sword flashed across the enemy's neck, sending his head flying into the air. The beheaded corpse fell to the ground in a rain of blood, then disappeared in a stream of sparks. The voice of the Dreamscape thundered from above. Mongrel has won. Too bad. 5 minutes was not enough to truly learn the essence of a battle style. However, Sunny was certain that he would face another practitioner of this battle art eventually. There were not that many popular styles among the amateurs, after all. A few days or weeks later, he was bound to fight against someone with a similar technique again. Attracted by his flashy victory, a few more challengers approached. Sunny flourished the soul serpent, then stopped it abruptly midair. Drops of blood flew to the sand, leaving the dark blade perfectly clean. Under the mask, he grinned. Ah, so cool. Good thing that I learned this trick from Saint, too. Arg. Are you even human? Another awakened fell to the sand, blood flowing from his mouth. Sunny took a step forward and slashed down with the Shadow Serpent, easily cutting through the opponent's light armor and splitting his body in half. The great sword he wielded was truly devastating. As the corpse disappeared, he cleaned the curved blade of the Odachi with a swift flourish and answered with a dejected lie. Human? I am not, and have never been, a human. By that time, a small crowd of awakened had gathered around to spectate the fights and wait for their turn to challenge him. Hearing his words, one of them laughed. If you are not human, then what are you? Sunny glanced at him, then shrugged. A mongrel. Internally, though, he was thinking. What the heck? In the past several hours, he had fought 27 people. And out of them, 25 had been using the same battle style. It was a practical, but rather simplistic art that relied on straightforward, efficient movements and attacks that were optimal in terms of lethality and energy expenditure, but for the same reason very predictable. In the hands of a master, the style could have been a real menace, but with these talented amateurs, it was useless against anyone with a tiny bit of clarity. Several of the aspects the challengers possessed had thrown him for a loop, but in the end, he had defeated them all one after another, gaining a solid grasp of the essence of their style by the 20th practitioner he fought. These people were not exactly untalented, but Sunny felt the difference between them and himself sharply. He had to remind himself that, unlike him, they had not spent a whole year fighting for their lives in the hell of the Forgotten Shore. Most of these young men and women had probably only experienced a handful of real battles in their entire lives, a few in the first nightmare, and a few on their way to the gateway. After that, they lived in well-protected citadels and only ventured outside the walls in large cohorts, if ever. Disappointing. Although the counter of the Prince of the Underworld had grown by 27 victories, Sunny was slightly irritated. This was not what he had hoped for. Variety, he needed variety. He needed to create a truly versatile library of styles to allow Shadow Dance to be more efficient in the future. The more basic styles he learned, the easier it would be for him to shadow a truly unique technique if he needed to. As he was thinking that today was a complete bust, a sudden wave of whispers ran both through the crowd of the awakened fighters and the human spectators observing them from the stands. A dozen or so meters behind Sunny, a tall figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. When people saw the new arrival, their eyes widened. Chapter 394 One Strike. Leo Striker appeared on the Colosseum and looked around with a bit of nostalgia. A few years ago, at the very start of his career, he had been a frequent visitor of this arena. This was where it all had started for him. Times had changed, of course. Using the few moments before he was recognized, Leo smiled widely and said, Well. Did you really think that I would forget about the public Mondays, guys? Of course not. This is a sacred tradition. Sacred, guys. Some of the Strike Force veterans might remember how I started in the amateur arenas, and now that I am a brilliant, famous, and incredibly handsome celebrity, I have to return here from time to time. To, stay humble. There were currently around 20,000 people watching his broadcast, and pretty much all of them immediately exploded with a flood of mocking messages. Glancing at the broadcaster interface that Dreamscape provided to popular duelists like him, he grinned and winked, humored by some of the good-natured jabs thrown his way. Leo Striker was not the most extraordinary fighter in the Dreamscape, but over these past few years, he had gathered a rather large following thanks to his skill, flair, and boisterous personality. He was so popular, in fact, that thousands of younger awakened became enamored with the battle style he and a few of his duelist buddies practiced. As the result, the Roaring Lion Strike style had become all the rage among the amateur duelists, and his old mentor was now flooded by a deluge of new pupils. That fact really warmed Leo's heart. He was glad to be able to repay the old man for all his patience. Leo spent most of his days participating in top-level duels on the professional league arenas, but on Mondays, he liked to visit a public dream or two, chat with fans, fight a few amateurs and provide them with pointers as a way to give back to the community. Today was one such Monday. Looking around the Colosseum, Leo noticed a small gathering a dozen or so meters away from him and headed over. As he walked, he heard excited voices. Hey, isn't that Leo Striker? No way, wait. It's him. I can recognize that gorgeous armor with my eyes closed. Leo. Love you, man. Keeping it real like always. Strike Force Roar. I've been watching your broadcasts for 2 years, Leo. A friendly smile appeared on his face. Waving at several fans, he approached the crowd of challengers and glanced at the lone figure standing in the empty space in the middle. Whoa. This dude has style. The man in the middle of the crowd wore a beautiful onyx armor that radiated a sense of solemn, dark menace. His face was hidden behind a fearsome black mask, with 3 twisting horns rising from it like a jagged crown. His hair was stark white, and there were 2 pools of impenetrable darkness in the place where his eyes were supposed to be. His weapon of choice was a long, curved odachi forged of lusterless black steel. It rested on his shoulder, seemingly devouring the bright light of the illusory sun. The stranger looked more like a demon than a human being. Leo let out an approving whistle. Is he also a broadcaster? Huh, I don't recognize those memories. He checked the stats of the demonic warrior. Mongrel. Victories, 27. Defeats, 0. A newbie, but a talented one. A perfect KDA, what a rarity. In any case, that guy was incredibly photogenic. A duel with him was not going to be interesting due to the gap in their skill, but it would definitely look stunning. Leo felt a little ashamed to break Mongrel's perfect streak, but this talented amateur would receive useful advice in return, which was far more useful. Who knows, they might meet again in the professional arena one day. Looking at the invisible camera, Leo raised an eyebrow and asked. What do you say, Strike Force? Should we challenge that dark and handsome guy over there? As the viewers expressed their approval, he approached Mongrel and gave him a friendly smile. "Hey there, friend. That's a big sword you got there. Do you even know how to use it?" Teasing the opponent was another sacred tradition of the Dreamscape, and Leo was rather good at it. Mongrel shifted slightly and faced him. The disturbing mask stared at Leo, making him shiver slightly for no apparent reason. "No." Leo laughed. "No? You don't know how to use your sword? Well, would you like me to teach you?" The demonic warrior stared at him and didn't even move. "No. What's up with that dude? Does he not know other words? Come on, work with me here, buddy. I am dying here, trying to make this duel entertaining." With a sigh, Leo stepped forward and unsheathed his own blade. The viewers once again exploded with a flood of messages, and at the same time, the voice of the Dreamscape announced. "Leo Striker has challenged Mongrel." God damn it. Sunny stared at the young man in a beautiful azure armor, cursing his luck. Why can't he get a hint? Even though Sunny couldn't say a word of truth while wearing Weaver's mask, he tried to communicate his reluctance to fight this guy, to no result whatsoever. He didn't have anything against the new challenger. What did the Dreamscape call him, Leo? But there was one problem. Just from the way the young man walked, Sunny could tell that he practiced the same damned battle style that everyone else here seemed to practice. And Sunny had more than enough of it for one day. Ugh. His time in the real world was limited, so he really hoped to experience a more diverse collection of opponents before it ran out. Maybe there's still hope. Maybe the next one is going to be different. It was better to finish this fight quickly, then. Sending the happy shadow from the autumn leaf to his body, Sunny lowered the shadow serpent and took a step forward. His opponent, meanwhile, smiled. "Let me teach you the first lesson. You should always wear a helmet into the battle, fool." Dashing forward, Sunny easily deflected Leo's blow and pierced his head clean through by continuing the same motion. As the corpse of the eloquent young man fell down and disintegrated into a rain of sparks, he flourished the odachi to clean it from blood, returned to his previous spot, and indifferently put it on his shoulder. "I swear to gods. The next person to challenge me better be using a different style. Otherwise, I might get angry." Leo Striker found himself standing in a boundless black void, his mouth agape. His viewers, too, were uncharacteristically silent. One strike, one strike. He killed me in one strike? He lingered for a few moments, then turned to the invisible camera and forced out an awkward smile. That was really unexpected, right guys? Then, his smile grew wide and sincere. That, strike force, is what people call finding a diamond in a pile of, dung. Incredible luck. Yeah, definitely a stroke of luck. Oh, by the way, has anyone clipped it? Chapter 395 Roaring Lion Hidden Dragon. Leo sent the clip to a couple of his buddies and waited in the dark void, chatting with the viewers and laughing about his terrible performance in the duel against the demonic newbie. That Mongrel, there's something about him. Just as he had expected, his friends joined him in the Dreamscape almost immediately after receiving the message. Yes, his defeat was rather embarrassing, but there was an opportunity in every disaster. This was going to be a very special broadcast. A rare and bombastic, crossover episode. Answering the invitations, two figures joined him in the black void. The viewers grew silent for a moment, and then sent so many reactions that the broadcast interface almost crashed. Well, as expected. Both guests Leo had invited were very prominent duelists, at least as popular as he was himself, or perhaps even more. One wore a heavy plate armor. There was a castle engraved on its breastplate, and 4 dragons depicted on his pauldrons and vambraces. This was Daoist Safer, a renowned swordsman who possessed a powerful aspect that allowed him to control fire. The other was a taciturn warrior in a grey silken robe. His alias in the Dreamscape was the Fool, and he was known to be one of the most peculiar and persistent duelists in the professional league. Leo grinned. Hey there, Safer. Hey there, Fool. Long time no see. Safer scoffed, then pointed at him. Leo, my friend. What the hell was that? You got killed by an amateur, in one strike. The fool simply shook his head and remained silent. Leo coughed in embarrassment and looked down. Yeah, well, it's not like the two of you never tasted a piece of humble pie, is it? If I remember correctly, Queen Bee decimated both of you just last week. Safer grinned. I am ready to be killed by our noble queen every day. But a newbie? Come on. Leo shrugged, then pointed to his sword. Alright. But there's a reason the two of you arrived so quickly, right? You saw it too? The two duelists glanced at each other, then slowly nodded. Leo turned to the camera and smiled brilliantly. What? None of you battle geniuses have noticed it? Well. It's this rare moment when I get to mock my dear viewers and their insufferable expert advice. He gestured to his friends, then continued. For those Strike Force veterans who still remember the early days of my broadcasting, as you might know, these two distinguished gentlemen are actually not only my colleagues, but also disciples of the same cranky old man who taught me swordsmanship. Basically, the three of us are childhood friends, and we practice the same ingenious battle style. The roaring lion strike style. He paused, and then sighed mysteriously. And while it hurts my pride a little to have been defeated by an unknown novice, the real reason why I was so shocked by our duel is... You won't believe it. Oh yeah, before we do this, I should mention the sponsor of today's. Safer rolled his eyes and interrupted him. Cut it, Leo. What he was going to say is that the masked guy used the roaring lion strike style to defeat that dolt. And while there are many, lots and lots, really, people who can beat that loud nuisance in a heartbeat, the fact that someone done so while using our own style is very interesting. Leo glanced at his friend with vitriol, but then gave up on the ad break and nodded. Indeed. So, the three of us are going to go and see who that mongrel really is, and what is he really capable of. Sunny felt that something weird was going on in the Colosseum after he dispatched the young man in azure armor. The other awakened seemed to stare at him with a bit of confusion, shock, even. The same went for the human spectators in the amphitheater. Many had changed seats to get closer to him. What's the matter with all these people? Did I go overboard and move too fast? But no, he had measured his dash to not appear too powerful. Maybe they just liked the spectacle? Sunny was, indeed, giving them a good show. Not that doing so was his intention. Anyway, why is no one challenging me? Stop wasting my time, people. I'm on a tight schedule. Indeed, no one in the small crowd of awakened that had been waiting for their turn to fight him seemed willing to step forward now. Sunny stared at them in boredom for a few minutes, trying to understand what was going on. They had been very eager just a few moments ago, no? Then, someone finally walked toward him, unsheathing a formidable-looking sword. The guy was wearing plate armor, with an intricate engraving of a castle and 4 dragons decorating its polished surface. He looked strong, noble, and experienced. You must be kidding me. The same style, he was obviously practicing the same damn style. As Sunny's eyes narrowed, the voice of the Dreamscape announced. Daoist Safer has challenged Mongrel. Before the guy in plate armor could even attack, Sunny unceremoniously bashed him in the face with the pommel of the odachi, swiped his foot, and then viciously thrust the tip of the great sword into the narrow crack of his visor. As blood flowed from the steel helmet, the voice of the Dreamscape thundered once again. Mongrel has won. The faces in the crowd grew a bit pale. What the hell is wrong with these people? Is there no one here who knows a different style? Before Sunny could even clean the blade of the Shadow Serpent, a new challenger approached. This one was wearing a gray silken robe. The fool has challenged Mongrel. The bastard was wielding a heavy saber, and using the same cursed battle art. Sunny let out a low growl and dashed forward. The fool turned out to be more nimble and aware than the last two fighters. He managed to sidestep the attack. Sadly, it had turned out to be just a feint. Before he could correct his footing, the Odachi pierced his chest and exited from his back. Sunny tore the great sword out of the enemy's body and stepped back in frustration. The man in the gray silken robe swayed and stared at the growing red patch on his silk garment. Looking up at Sunny, he silently gave him a thumbs up, then collapsed to the sand in a rain of sparks. Mongrel has won. Curse it all. Do I need to go to a professional arena to find a proper opponent? These people were not, exactly, bad fighters, the three last ones especially, but why on earth were all of them so similar to each other? Sunny looked around and noticed that the Colosseum was deathly silent. Everyone was staring at him with strange expressions. Wait, don't tell me. He scowled behind the mask, a terrible suspicion entering his mind. Is this whole arena meant for practitioners of a single style? Was I breaking some unspoken taboo this whole time? That would be a bastard move. No, wait, that doesn't make any sense. I was using the same style as them. Suddenly, a familiar face approached him from the crowd. It was the young man in the azure armor. Lion beater, or whatever. No, oh gods, please no. I don't want to fight him again. The young man stopped a few meters away from Sunny, hesitated for a few moments, then smiled and asked in a light tone. Mongrel, my friend, if you don't mind me asking, what are you even doing here, in this amateur arena? Sunny rolled his eyes behind the mask. The answer was really simple, he was here to learn. But he couldn't say that, of course. He was also too frustrated to come up with a creative lie. Staring at the young man, he allowed the soul serpent to disappear and become a tattoo again, then said somberly. I am here to unlearn. Lion beater blinked a couple of times, then shifted his weight slightly, clearly intending to unsheath his sword. Enough of this. With an irritated huff, Sunny commanded the Dreamscape to eject him from the arena and disappeared from the Colosseum in a shower of white sparks. Climbing out of the simulation pod, he stared at it with resentment, then suddenly flinched and grabbed his hand with another. No, we don't want the refrigerator accident to happen again, not to this beautiful, shiny, extremely expensive pod, right? Right. I should probably go and get some fresh air, try it again next time on a more challenging arena. With that, he threw the last glance at the high-tech device, and walked away. What Sunny did not see, though, was the crowd of awakened back in the Colosseum, all staring at the empty space where he had stood a minute ago. Leo Stryker stared at it, too, a thoughtful expression on his face. A few seconds later, he said quietly. To unlearn? Huh. Chapter 396 Spiral Sensation. Sunny salvaged some food from the destroyed fridge, had a very late supper, and went down to the basement again, this time to travel to the Chained Isles. By then, all shadow essence he had spent during the duels and to keep the mantle of the Underworld from turning back to stone had already been restored. Wearing the onyx armor required a constant flow of essence to maintain the leaving stone enchantment active, and with the soul serpent assuming its weapon form, Sunny couldn't use the shadow to keep the expenditure to a minimum. Wearing the mantle for prolonged periods of time was rather draining, however, it was also a perfect way to train himself on how to manage essence most efficiently. He had no complaints. It was funny, though, that the Dreamscape required a person to expend real essence despite being just an illusion. Oh well. Climbing into his new, state-of-the-art sleeping pod, Sunny lay comfortably in the soft cradle and smiled. No more sore muscles. Finally. With that, he closed his eyes, and very quickly fell asleep. While his soul wandered the dream realm and his body slept, locked in an underground bunker behind multiple layers of protection, though, several things happened in the real world. The clip of his short duel against Leo Stryker had unexpectedly gone viral. All around the planet, countless people watched it with a wide range of reactions. Some found it funny, some fascinating, while some simply scrolled past it as they watched their feeds. Even those who did not have any interest in the awakened duels found it striking, though. The image of an infernal wraith clad in black onyx armor defeating a charming, noble human warrior with one swift and ruthless strike was, indeed, very cinematic, just how Leo had predicted. Even if, to his dismay, the roles had ended up being switched. What's more, even though Sunny had not even known that their fight was being broadcasted, he accidentally looked directly at the invisible camera right after cruelly putting the tip of his odachi through the opponent's eye. The image of the fearsome black mask staring emotionlessly directly at them, two pools of darkness hiding the eyes of the human being behind it, sent shivers down the spines of people watching the clip. It was chilling, arresting, and strangely hypnotic. Many of them had the same question after watching the clip on repeat several times. Was there even a human there, behind the scary mask? People who followed the Dreamscape leagues, however, had an entirely different reaction. Although they, too, appreciated the undeniable aesthetic value of the short and striking duel, they paid more attention to the actual meaning of it. How could a completely unknown novice defeat an established and well-regarded duelist, someone as famous as Leo Stryker, in just one strike? The exact moment when Sunny delivered the deadly blow was analyzed, disassembled, and put under the microscope. Was it skill or pure luck? Was it intentional or accidental? Did Leo make a mistake, or was his mysterious adversary just that much better? The answer was rather confusing. No one had the slightest idea. Obviously, once people became curious, they didn't stop on just that one viral clip. Rather swiftly, every fight and every word that Sunny had uttered during his infuriating visit to the Dreamscape were found and published for everyone to see. Once people saw the contents of those recordings, the whole duelist circle was violently shaken. One shock was followed by another, and then by yet another, still. The first thing that people found during their investigation was two more short clips. One showed Mongrel killing Daoist Safer in the span of a single second. The other showed Mongrel killing the Fool, once again, with a single ruthless strike. All in all, it took him less than a minute to easily crush three of the most renowned young duelists in the world. They weren't the absolute elite, but still some of the best the Dreamscape had to offer. The conclusion was obvious: his victory over Leo Stryker was neither lucky nor accidental. Mongrel was, indeed, just that much better. But how could that be? Was he some other famous duelist in disguise? People continued to dig, coming to a bewildering conclusion: the man who called himself Mongrel had never entered Dreamscape before that day. His profile showed only two pieces of information. Victories, 30. Defeats, 0. And status, offline. After that, many theories appeared postulating that Mongrel was, in fact, a master who had visited the Dreamscape to have fun. There weren't that many masters in the world, and all of them had much more crucial things to do than spend their time having illusory duels. Even if they did, however, those duels transpired in private arenas that were created specifically for the occasion, away from the public eye. Still, if Mongrel was a master, that would explain it all. He was just much stronger. But he wasn't. That theory was debunked when the recordings of his other 27 duels were unearthed. After watching them, the investigating enthusiasts became truly shaken, and for a very strange reason. It was because those recordings showed Mongrel actually struggling against much weaker opponents. Now wait a minute, what the hell did that mean? How could a man struggle against novices, fighting them for an average of 5 to 10 minutes, and then kill 3 experienced professionals in 3 seconds? The answer was simply mind-boggling. While people who did not know much about combat techniques assumed that Mongrel had been just pretending to be weak, more knowledgeable experts came to a stunning conclusion. Mongrel only used the styles of his opponents to fight against them. He came into the Colosseum not knowing anything about the popular Roaring Lion strike style, and mastered it in the span of a single evening to such degree that even the Fool, Daoist Safer, and Leo Stryker himself, the 3 fighters who had popularized the style in the first place, couldn't resist him even for a couple of seconds. Now, it was the experts' turn to shiver. Ironically, after understanding what exactly had transpired, they were left with the same question that the people who knew knowing about awakened duels had after watching the viral clip. Was the being wearing the black wooden mask even human? And all of them, regardless of their interests and level of knowledge about battle arts, were now wondering the same. Who the hell is Mongrel? Chapter 397: Mongrel's Wisdom. At his every action and every word, trying to find some hint to his identity, background, and standing. Although there was not much to learn, they gradually came to perceive his sayings as rather meaningful. In fact, people ended up finding too much meaning in them, even though there was none. It was all just awkward lies Sunny had come up with on the spot to fulfill the requirements of the simple trick. He had never, ever intended to say something profound. But when had good intentions ever stopped people from overcomplicating things? Without Sunny knowing anything about it, Mongrel had gained a philosophy. Are you new to the Colosseum? I was born in the Colosseum. Sitting in a school cafeteria, two students stared at a cheap communicator, their eyes burning with enthusiasm. One of the boys frowned, then asked in confusion. I don't get it, what does he mean? Isn't the Colosseum just a Dreamscape arena? How could a person be born there? His friend shook his head with disdain. Idiot. Don't you get it? Mongrel doesn't mean that he was born in the Dreamscape. He means that he was born in battle. Those ancient gladiators were slaves forced to fight to the death against their will. Aren't awakened the same? They are infected by the spell and have no choice but to battle nightmare creatures to survive. In a sense, all awakened were born in the Colosseum. Somewhere in the outskirts, several workers had gathered together during their short break. Are you even human? What is a human? I am not, and have never been, a human. One of the workers shivered. Scary, do you think that Mongrel is actually a nightmare creature that infiltrated the real world? Another shook his head. No, of course not. The first sighed. Then why would he say that he's not human? The second worker looked at the dirty tunnel of the industrial air filter exhaust they were cleaning, then at his own calloused hands. What the hell does it even mean, to be a human? Do you think that you and I are really humans? No, you fool. That mongrel has more brains than you, I swear. He at least understands that just having 2 legs and 2 hands does not make you a human. He gets how it is. The third listened to their conversation and grimaced. So what? Yeah, he gets it, but I don't see him complaining. That guy took the hand he was dealt and turned himself into a damned sword demon. What have you done? That's the lesson he is trying to teach us, I think. No one will treat you as a human unless you behave like one. Far away, in the sleeper compound of the academy, a group of young men and women were looking at a screen. That's a big sword you got there. Do you even know how to use it? No. No? You don't know how to use your sword? Well, would you like me to teach you? No. One of the sleepers scratched the back of his head, then asked. I don't get it. Why did Mongrel lie about not knowing how to use a sword? He is obviously a very experienced fighter. Maybe even a legacy. Was he trying to trick Leo into underestimating him? A girl standing near him chuckled. He didn't lie. Why would Mongrel need to trick Leo? He would win against him fair and square, regardless. No, there's a deeper meaning in his words. The other sleeper raised an eyebrow. What meaning? The girl smiled knowingly. Only a boastful duelist like Leo Stryker would claim to know his way around a sword. A true master, one who battles nightmare creatures in the dream realm instead of playing games with pampered awakened in the dreamscape, would know that they have infinitely more yet to learn than they already know. That's what Mongrel meant. No matter how good he is, he understands that in the grand scheme of things, his skill and power are like that of an infant. Her friend was quiet for a while, then asked. If that's the case, then why did he say that he doesn't want to learn more? The girl shook her head. He didn't say that he doesn't want to learn. He said that he doesn't want Leo to teach him. The true enemy of an awakened is the spell, not other humans. That's why Mongrel doesn't want to be taught by battling humans, even if he has to. And also, if someone is strong like Mongrel, they can end a fight with one strike. But true strength is not needing to strike at all. Maybe that's what Mongrel wants. To become powerful enough so that he never has to bear his sword again. And just a few hundred meters away from them, on her way to the Academy Hospital complex, a young woman in a wheelchair was staring at her communicator with an amused expression on her face. "What are you doing here, in this amateur arena?" "I am here to unlearn." This quote, especially, had become a topic of heated discussion across the network. Among the duelists, it caused a whole philosophical storm. Countless awakened were passionately debating its meaning. No one knew what exactly Mongrel meant, but everyone had at least a theory. The only thing everyone agreed on was that his short statement had profound, fundamental wisdom about the nature of combat and ways to become a master of it. Not Effie, though. Looking at her communicator, she shook her head and said, "To unlearn? Huh, that guy must have hit his head one too many times. What a dimwit." Then, she looked at the image once again, and added, "And also, what's up with that armor? It looks so familiar. For a moment, I thought that Sunny's echo has run wild." "Huh, what a fun idea, the look on his face would have been priceless." With that, she shook her head, deactivated the communicator, and continued on her way. Effie had more important things to do than waste her time thinking about mongrels. The rest of the world, though, apparently did not. Chapter 398 Master of his Trade Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 398 Master of his Trade. Blissfully oblivious to the storm his visit to the Dreamscape was causing back in the real world, Sunny opened his eyes on the altar island of the sanctuary. Because of how much time he had spent fruitlessly searching for worthy opponents on the Colosseum, he arrived on the Chained Isles much later than he usually would. The sunset was still a few hours away, and the sky was clear and bright. He was welcomed by the familiar murmur of flowing water, the rustling of leaves, and a cool breeze. Sunny flinched slightly and threw a resentful glance at the deep pool of clean water surrounding the small piece of land on which the altar and the ancient tree stood. During his first visit to the sanctuary, Saint Tyrus herself had brought him here from the real world. Both of them had appeared near the altar. There had been a small problem, though. Sunny had materialized a bit further than people usually did, and as the result, plunged straight into the pool instead of landing on solid ground. Not a big setback. However, in a moment of disorientation, he almost had a heart attack. Falling into water reminded him of his first minutes on the forgotten shore just too much. For a second, he had thought that he was back in that godforsaken place. Ever since that day, Sunny never ended up in the water instead of on the soil of the altar island again, but the scare that first time had given him was still fresh in his memory. Not today. With a triumphant smirk, he left the white altar behind and headed toward the ring of tall menhirs. Now that it was day, the sanctuary looked more populated. Groups of awakened rested on the grass of the park, some discussing upcoming ventures into the wilderness, some simply killing time until they were able to return to the real world. One couldn't just enter the gateway immediately after appearing in the dream realm. Perhaps because the soul wasn't able to withstand traveling between worlds too often, perhaps because the spell did not wish for them to return too quickly, or perhaps for some another, unknown reason, awakened had to wait several hours before being allowed to use a gateway again. The exact time they had to wait was slightly different from person to person, but in general, it was somewhere around 10 hours. During these hours, those awakened who did not wish to risk their lives in the wild expanses of the dream realm usually went about their business or fulfilled their duties to the Citadel. A lot of work went into keeping human enclaves in the dream realm going. Apart from the obvious demand to keep watch on the walls and fight off attacking nightmare creatures, mundane tasks like cleaning and preparing food were also shared among the inhabitants of the citadels. In a sense, each citadel was a settlement, some were small, some large enough to house thousands upon thousands of the awakened. The population of the three great citadels was even higher, with hundreds of thousands of humans visiting them every day. The sanctuary was a rather tiny citadel, in comparison, so each of the awakened anchored here had to do their share of work to preserve it. Luckily, Sunny had been assigned a role of an advanced scout, in exchange for his reports about the things he noticed during his expeditions and the movements of nightmare creatures across the Isles. He was all but freed from other tasks, only occasionally having to do a small chore or stand watch during the darkest hours of the night. He was rather happy with that situation. Sunny greeted a few people he was on somewhat friendly terms with, entered the interior of the sanctuary, then headed to his room. Now was a good time to finish the things he had not done during his last visit. Namely, exchange the soul shard he had collected for memories or credits, and to properly study the ancient coin to draw and describe it for teacher Julius later. But the useless coin could wait. Right now, Sunny really wanted to satiate his avarice. Unlocking the chest that stood at the foot of his bed, he fished out the soul shards off its bottom and unceremoniously threw them into the pack. The strange fruits he had gathered during his last journey also went there, leaving the chest more or less empty. Noticing the golden coin glinting between a few curios that Sunny had collected in the past 2 months, he hesitated for a moment, then shrugged, picked it up, and hid it under one of the puppeteer Shroud's vambraces. All set. It was time to haggle. Returning to the park contained within the inner circle of the sanctuary, Sunny glanced at the awakened gathered there, walked over to a big, sun-washed rock, and sat down on it. Taking out the soul shards, he placed them on its surface and waited patiently, pretending to be bored and indifferent. It almost looked as if he was simply enjoying the sun, while the soul shards had somehow appeared near him by accident. In the beginning, Sunny had to walk around and initiate trades, but by now, the inhabitants of the sanctuary had already caught wind of the fact that he often had soul shards to trade. Sunny just had to keep his trading operation seemingly humble, at least on the surface. If people knew how many nightmare creatures he really killed, things would become a bit difficult. He was known to be from the Forgotten Shore, which gave him a bit of leeway of how deadly of a hunter he could appear to be, but it was still wise to keep the full extent of his competency to himself. Of all the people on the chained island, only St. Tyrus and her trusted aides knew about his SS evaluation. So whatever soul shard Sunny didn't sell to the local awakened, he sold directly to the White Feather clan, leaving all parties satisfied by the arrangement. Soon, the first customer approached, looking at the gleaming crystals with burning eyes. Sunny smiled brightly. "Oh, hey there. Looking to trade for a shard or two? Well, you're in luck, my friend. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium is currently open for business." Chapter 399 Golden Coin. If there was one thing Sunny missed about the Forgotten Shore, it was how scarce the resources out there were. As the result, the value of soul shards was way higher there than back in the real world. Well, the parts of the dream realm that were better connected to the real world, at least. Not that shards were cheap here. It's just that the deals Sunny was able to make were not as lucrative as the ones he had made in the Dark City. He was also not able to bring the soul shards back to the real world with him, which also affected the final price. In the end, the collection of crystals he had gathered during his last trip through the chained island, including those retrieved from fallen creatures, only landed him 3 memories of questionable utility. He fed them to Saint, bringing her shadow fragment counter to 163/200. Not bad, I guess. After concluding his business in the park, Sunny went to the kitchens and traded the fruits he had found for a bunch of credits. The fruits were a very rare commodity on the chained isles. They could not be made into anything even remotely useful or advantageous, but some bright mind in the sanctuary had once come up with a method to make them into a very hard-hitting and tasty wine. Sunny himself had sworn off alcohol after his experiences on the Forgotten Shore, but he wasn't against making some money from it. In the early days of the sanctuary, the wine was all the rage among the local awakened. Not too long after it had been established, most of the man-eating vines that grew the fruits had been hunted down to extinction on the islands surrounding the citadel. Now, only people who went further and risked their lives more had a chance to find several fruits, so the cost was rather substantial. That should, buy me a new fridge, I think. Sunny had only a very vague idea of how much refrigerators cost, but suspected that this recent exchange would be enough to cover the expenses of shopping for a new one. All in all, he was satisfied with the result of his recent expedition. He was progressing at a steady pace and slowly gathering everything he needed to make it even faster. Just in time, considering that Nephis was days away from becoming a devil. With a slight frown, he exited the ring of menhirs and looked up. The trades took him several hours to complete, so it was already night. The crescent moon was visible in the dark sky, and the winds grew cold and forceful. Up above, heavy clouds were gathering. "I think it's going to rain." Suddenly, in a sullen mood, Sunny sighed and thought about his plans. Usually, he would be charting out a route for his next venture into the Isles, either going for a yet unexplored ruin or a habitat of the nightmare creatures he was preparing to challenge and kill. But these excursions took several days to complete, and he had a lot of business to take care of in the real world right now. "Can I return already?" He had only spent around 4 hours in the dream realm, but sometimes, that was enough, for him, at least. Sunny had no idea why his experience with the gateways was different from most other people, but suspected that it was either because of his 2 cores or because of the fact that he had spent an entire year in this dead world even before becoming an awakened. Maybe the spark of divinity had something to do with it, too. In any case, he tended to avoid returning to the real world too fast too often, in order to not attract unnecessary attention. Today, however, he was willing to forego extra caution. The things waiting for him back there were very important, or at least pressing. With a shrug, Sunny headed toward the altar island. Walking on the stone path in complete darkness, he looked up at the veil of clouds hiding the moon and sighed. Not like I would really want to venture out in the rain, anyway. Approaching the white monolith of the altar, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then put his hand on it. Nothing happened. Oh. I guess it's too early, after all. What a disappointment. With nothing to do but kill time and wait for the opportunity to activate the gateway, Sunny paced a little, stared at the depths of the clear pool, then paced some more. Finally, he returned to the altar and grabbed the handle of the obsidian knife laying on its surface, purely out of boredom. Sunny strained every muscle in his body and tried to lift the damned thing, but no matter how hard he pulled, the knife didn't move even by a millimeter. "Move, damn you." However, there was no response. Giving up, Sunny grimaced and let go of the knife. "Well, that's a bust, again." As he did so, though, a heavy gold coin slid out from under his vambrace and fell on the polished surface of the altar with a melodic ring. It rolled a few times and then landed flat, the face of the beautiful person with the image of the crescent drawn on their forehead looking at him with a carefree smile. "Oh, right. I have forgotten about that thing." Sunny moved his hand to pick up the coin, but at that moment, the veil of cloud split slightly, letting through a beam of pure, pale moonlight. The light fell on the coin and made it gleam. A moment later, the surface of the coin suddenly shone with ethereal radiance. The features of the person etched on it became sharper, then disappeared into the light. When the light dissipated, the coin was gone. Sunny stared at the empty spot where it had been just a few seconds ago with a bewildered expression. It was then when the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. "Your shadow grows stronger." Chapter 400 Call of Treasure. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny stared at the place where the coin used to be, then blinked. What just happened? He dropped the coin on the altar, it was illuminated by the moonlight, and disappeared. And then, he received a shadow fragment. No way. Holding back excitement, Sunny summoned the runes and read. Shadow fragments, 198/2000. The last time he checked, there was only 197. He had definitely, without a doubt, just received a shadow fragment from the strange golden coin. So it wasn't an ordinary coin, after all. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Not only was the coin special, it was even not cursed. On the contrary, it was blessed. Well, that was the easiest shadow fragment I have ever received. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait. Weren't there more coins he had left behind on the Iron Hand Island? 3 more, at least, had been swallowed by the dead monstrosity. Before the thought fully formed in his mind, Sunny was already leaving the altar island. There are two things. The first one was that other coins could, potentially, turn out the same as the first one and reward him with free fragments. The second one was that where there were 3, there could be more, much more. The fallen demon he had discovered could have come from a place where a whole treasure trove of miraculous coins was hidden. A whole mountain of them, even. If Sunny was right and managed to somehow trace the path the creature took before dying, who knew how much more powerful he would become? Trying to suppress the giddy feeling of discovering a huge and tantalizing secret, Sunny left the sanctuary and headed toward the edge of the island. As the sound of waterfalls grew louder and the first drops of rain fell to the ground, a dark silhouette suddenly took a step towards him. It was one of the watchmen. Huh. Sunny, right? Are you really going to go out in that weather? Most of the watchmen here in the sanctuary already knew that he was comfortable in the dark, so their initial surprise about seeing someone leave the citadel at night had more or less disappeared by now. It was still strange for some of them, though. Sunny halted for a few moments, then smiled. Yeah. Don't worry, I will be fine. I'm not going far, anyway. Just want to check something on the Iron Hand Island. The watchman hesitated, then shrugged. All right. Be careful out there. Night vision or not, this is not the time for humans. Sunny thanked the man for his concern, then walked past him. Not the time for humans? Good thing I am a monster, then. Approaching the edge of the sanctuary island, he didn't waste any time and summoned the Dark Wing. Sunny was tempted to simply turn into a shadow and rush toward his goal, but he didn't want to show his powers near the citadel so openly. Patient. Be patient. Since the Dark Wing couldn't really allow him to fly, he glided above the chain for as long as he could, then landed on it and continued forward on foot. By that time, the rain was already falling rather heavily. The iron surface beneath his feet was treacherous and slippery, so Sunny had to be careful and watch his step, lest he plummeted down, into the sky below. He shivered, trying to think of a more terrible fate. With no means of real flight, he would just be falling through the darkness, endlessly, until his mind was gone and his body consumed itself from hunger, then slowly turned into dust. People on the chained isles loved to tell horrible stories about unfortunate souls who fell into the below, and Sunny could easily understand their fear. For that reason, he was very careful not to slip. Only fools fall down, knowing what waits for them below. I would never. As if to answer his thought, a gust of wind suddenly crashed into him from the side, and a distant bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. To hell with this. Not wishing to tempt fate, Sunny dove into the shadows and continued his journey as one of them. Soon, he arrived on the Iron Hand Island. The severed arm of the unknown metal giant was still there, making Sunny wonder once again what force could have torn it off the creature's body. Judging by the size of that thing, the owner of the arm must have been of monstrous proportions itself. Not really on the same scale as the walking colossus of the Forgotten Shore, but still undeniably gigantic. The remains of the winged demon that had swallowed the mysterious coins were there, too. However, they did not look the same. By now, only the bones of the fearsome abomination remained, all its flesh long devoured by the gluttonous scavengers of the nightmare world. The grass around the carcass was now higher, too, and had changed its color from the usual green to bright red. The grass looked satiated. Sunny grimaced. Out here in the dream realm, no creature or plant was really what they seemed. Otherwise, the thick forest on the island where he had battled the pack of fallen wolves would have been long ago destroyed by the crushing. Even the most innocent things were twisted, corrupted, and predatory. Without sufficient caution, even a blade of grass could be deadly. But he wanted those coins. Approaching the wide patch of blood-red grass, Sunny hesitated for a bit, and then took a step forward. He felt the ground moving slightly beneath him, the rustling of the raindrops changing tone as they fell on the grass. With a deep frown, Sunny summoned the moonlight shard and circulated his essence, sending it flowing furiously through the coils of the soul serpent. He also collected both his shadows and wrapped them around his body. The grass swayed slightly, and then grew still. A subtle smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Indeed, everything in the dream realm was dangerous and deadly, including humans. In fact, awakened were perhaps one of the most fearsome tribes of creatures in this world, if not in terms of raw power, then at least due to their cunning, wickedness, and unpredictability. For something as weak as a blade of grass, it was wise to avoid angering one of the awakened, especially one as dreadful as Sunny. Ah. It feels nice to be feared. With nothing threatening him anymore, he walked over to the spot where he had seen the coins last and bent down, trying to find the alluring golden discs. They were just where he had left them,